In the room, Trammin was sitting on a chair with a water bag in his mouth, holding the phone in both hands, texting Tun Min, his flexible fingers continuously typing, "Hello brother, Gypsy is in danger, give me some money, what are you doing again? I beat the principal's nephew, I was just expelled from school, my parents got angry and cut off my living expenses for 2 months, can you help me out a little, I will find a job, give back." Before Tramon's request, Tun Min on the other end of the phone was extremely helpless. "Old man, how many times has this happened? Next time, before acting bravely, can you use your brain? There is no other way. If from then on, he teased the girls in class, if I ignored him, would he still be a man? So you're not that bad at hitting people, are you? The money has been transferred to you. Remember to go to the hospital to check, don't get hurt again." After Trammin was helped by Tun Min with a sum of money to get by, Trammin could rest assured, lie down on the chair and breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily this kid Tun Min is here. Today, hero is hard to do. It was definitely promoting the asset fee again. At this time suddenly a notification came. "Choo Choo requested to add you as a friend. Isn't this the star who's been so popular lately? She actually added me." As soon as he saw that it was his idol's photo, Trammin immediately texted first, "You're Choo Choo, are you really the Choo Choo who's been so hot lately?" At this time the other person texted back, "Too shy, I'm just a fan of Choo Choo, I am Trammin." At this time, Trammin was so angry that he threw the phone on the bed. His voice was extremely angry. "Are you kidding me? If you are Trammin then I am your father." Even though he was so angry, Trammin still had to text back that it was so coincidental. "Brother, we had the same last name," but the person on the other end of the phone immediately confirmed that I was really you. The you from 10 years later. You are an illegitimate child, now living in poverty. I am here to help you get rich, get to the top of life, believe me. To make Trammin trust the person on the other end of the line and reveal some things will happen in the future. Don't believe it now you go downstairs. 5 minutes later your place will have an earthquake. The spicy soup shop you used to go to will be there. As soon as he read it, Trammin couldn't help but be surprised. How did he know that I was an illegitimate child? I had never told anyone about this. But right after that, he turned around and left, feeling nervous, perhaps reading too many novels, or going out to eat first. Scene change, Trammin is sitting at a roadside restaurant. He smiles brightly and orders food. The boss stays the same, adds coriander. The boss also smiles, "Okay." Not long after Trammin sat down, the glass of water on the table suddenly shook. His face immediately looked a bit confused. "What? Why did there suddenly be an earthquake?" As soon as he said this, he immediately remembered the message from earlier, startled, surprised, "Wait." At this moment, he couldn't help but get scared, so he stood up. Just then that person said there would be an earthquake here in 5 minutes, then he opened his phone and it was already 26 past 10. The next second, suddenly the sky and earth shook, and things fell everywhere. Everyone present was scared, but perhaps Trammin was the most shocked. What he said was true. Seeing that everything happened just like what the other person said, he texted back, "Your brother is really miraculous, there really was an earthquake where I was. How did you know that? I said it was you from 10 years later, yourself, just don't believe it, now you believe me. Okay, now let's talk about the main story. The earthquake just now was not a real earthquake, but an earthquake caused by the expansion of Yuan Yang. In the next 18 days, heaven and earth will have huge changes. We must take the initiative first, otherwise 10 years later, your bones will be gone. I won't lie to you, because I am you." According to the other person, tonight was the first time Win Duan Grandpa released, taking advantage of this opportunity that many people did not know about. Tonight he ran to Tianling Mountain in the suburbs. In the north there is a small lake. The center of the lake will emit a fragrant gas, that is Yuan Yang. You can smell it there. You just need to make sure that lake does not leave, then sit still and steam. It's okay to enjoy that scent. Remember, don't be late, and moreover, do as I say. Trammin didn't know why he followed that strange guy to this place. He breathed heavily and said, "I'm really crazy, but I actually came to follow that guy's words. What kind of lake is in this ruined place?" But right after that, Trammon's face was full of enjoyment, looking at the moonlight, leaving, enjoying the moon. On this side, a group of cars is driving towards Tianling Mountain. Bok Vai Vai stepped down from the car and ordered the people behind not to let any unrelated people enter. Yes. When Trammin saw them, he immediately hid behind a large rock. Why did the armed police come here? Could it be that in this ragged place, there really was some foreign element released tonight? I didn't care anymore, so I went in first to take a look and then said, thinking about this, I immediately ran into the mountain. Foothills, north, perhaps this is where Trammin walked next to a lake. After that, he put down his bag, looking a little worried. Luckily, he took a detour and didn't encounter armed police. Even though it wasn't a lake, there really was water. As soon as he finished speaking, Trammin immediately reached down to touch the water in the lake. Yet in the lake there was a fragrance emanating. Tramon's expression of enjoyment kept inhaling the scent. It was so fragrant. This was what that guy Win Duong said. At this moment, Tramon took out his phone and texted the person on the other side. Yuan Yang is expanding. What is that? And if you really are me, then you are now a river or a dead man. Yuan Yang is an important thing for people to cultivate in the world after the 18 days of transformation, equivalent to the spiritual energy in the novel. And I am already dead. During my ascension, I was betrayed and my soul was trapped in the void, so I was able to send you this news. My energy is not enough. Remember what I said. This time the external Yuan Yang release is the first sign of change in the world after 18 days. Waiting for you to absorb the Yuan Yang tonight. I will contact you again. Contact you. Hold on to the opportunity. When Tramon read these messages, his expression was extremely confused. What was flying? What was Yuan Yang? How could this be possible? While he wasn't paying attention, the small lake just now suddenly became big. Tramon was so surprised that he shouted loudly, "Shit, what is this? Wasn't it just a small lake?" At this moment, Tramon's face became extremely excited. He really saw a ghost. For the first time he saw the lake opening wide. Immediately after that, he sat down, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and absorbed the air cages created by the lake, regardless of whether they were real or fake. First try to absorb what he said. Just after absorbing a moment, the system's sound rang out, activating the talent to devour the talent value be 1 out of 10,000. Activate space talent, S-level talent value is 1 million, activate hidden talent to connect to the future, S-level talent value is 1 million. Devouring talent starts, space talent starts. After a while, Tramon opened his eyes and saw a light shining on him in a voice from far away. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Tramon was so startled that he fell into the water. He was scared and struggled to save his life. "I don't know how to swim." The armed police saw him like that and immediately said, "Don't move around, we're coming to save you." At this time, Tramon suddenly unconsciously activated his talent to devour, causing several policemen who jumped down to save him to be swept away by the whirlpool. They screamed in fear. A long time later, Tramon lay on the ground. The system announced, the talent value added 1,000. Tramon was unconsciously transported to another space. Where am I? There was a small waterfall inside. Seeing that, he happily ran to touch it. This lake was exactly like the lake he had just seen at Tianling Mountain. Tramon used his hand to pick up the water to drink and the system immediately announced that the talent value added 10. When he saw the talent addition system, he was extremely surprised. I was the one who got the plug-in. After that, Tramon continuously splashed water on his face. His face was extremely happy. It was crazy. Maybe Tramon was the main character. Tramon at this moment is happier than ever, with a look of extreme enjoyment, laughing loudly and happily. A long time later, Tramon sat back satisfied. After 20 years of being bullied, he discovered that he was actually the male lead. The system notification appeared in front of him, then he reached out to touch it. These things continuously reminded him what the increase in his talent value was. On the system notification, the name is Tramon, 20 years old, swallowing talent, talent value be 1 over 1,000, talent space, talent value S level 1 over 1 million, talent connection value is similar in the future, the talent value is 1 in 10 million, the talent value can be used at 15,000. Tramon looked at the notice board very seriously. Hidden talent, connecting the future. If I could contact the person who claimed to be me in advance, that would be great. Maybe he could help me understand the current situation a bit. Tramon said as he clicked on the words on the talent value bulletin board. Leave it, you should still research how to use this talent value. As soon as he pressed it, there was an earthquake. Realizing the situation, Tramon immediately panicked. Why? Why did there suddenly be an earthquake? As soon as he finished speaking, he woke up in reality. Tramon held his head in pain and sat up, wondering what just happened. Bok Vai Vai now stood proudly in front of him with her arms crossed. Who are you and what are you doing here? Tramon's face at this moment was extremely rude, wanting to touch it. Bok Vai Vai suddenly came closer and pointed at him, with a questioning tone. We have blocked the mountain, how did you get in? Tramon saw this and said in fear, Police officer, this is a misunderstanding. He looked worried and pointed towards the briefcase in the distance. Me, going on a picnic. Bok Vai Vai looked at him like that and laughed mockingly. This guy really wasn't telling the truth. Before his answer, Bok Vai Vai curled her lips slightly. This guy was indeed not telling the truth. Bok Vai Vai continuously questioned him, explaining honestly, I will let you go later. Tramon was scared when he heard that. I kept waving my hands and explaining, I really came to picnic. I accidentally fell into the lake. I don't know how to swim. It was your people who saved me. Hearing these words, Bok Vai Vai paused a bit. Do you see the lake? It's real, a lake this big. Tramman said as he pointed to the lake. On that side, she didn't believe she could see for herself, but which side was that? Now there was just a lush green lawn. Tramman immediately stopped. Where's the lake? Unable to prove what he said, Tramman trembled and turned back to explain. Beautiful sister, you have to believe me, just now there was indeed a lake there, still emitting a fragrance, but even if I pretended to explain everything, after the water ran out, Bok Vai Vai still glared at Tramman with those cold eyes. At this moment, he was scared and thought, it's over. Immediately afterwards, Bok Vai Vai turned around and ordered the group of armed police behind him to take him home. Yes. Scene changes to Bok Vai Vai and Tramman sitting in a police car. Bok Vai Vai coldly interrogated him. His identity: my name is Tramman, 20 years old, a second-year student who was recently expelled. Why was he expelled from school? Because he was too poor to pay tuition. Bok Vai Vai's sharp eyes glanced at Tramman, not paying enough tuition and still having money to come here for a picnic. Tramman heard that and replied with a forced smile, coming to relieve his mood. Bok Vai Vai checked the items in Tramman's briefcase while speaking in a cold tone, quite well prepared. Tramman breathed a sigh of relief, knowing this trip would not go smoothly. Luckily he did not bring anything that could prove his identity. Bok Vai Vai saw Tramman's attitude and immediately looked at him with sharp eyes, wondering if this kid was lying to him. She pulled out a gun and pointed it at Tramman's head. Don't move and tell me the truth. What exactly are you doing here? When Tramman saw the gun, he was immediately scared. His face turned pale and he was sweating profusely. Sister, you're beautiful. Don't get involved. I said it's okay. Bok Vai Vai coldly pointed at the badge on his hat, advising him not to play tricks. People like me don't necessarily work according to the rules. Tramman couldn't help but feel scared when he saw that badge. That wasn't right. This woman's hat badge wasn't from the armed police. Who were they? He looked fearfully at the woman pointing the gun at him, wanting me to say yes, but you have to tell me first who you are. You're not small, but you still dare to question me. Bok Vai Vai put her hands on her face and smiled softly. But I advise you to see clearly. Now that the gun is pointed at you, it's you. Some time later, Tramman returned home. He threw his bag on the chair. Then he sat down tiredly and leaned back on the chair. Damn, what a bad luck. There was no other way. He could easily destroy himself. He couldn't be bothered. Tramman took out the business card and looked at it. There was no title. It was really mysterious. On the business card that Bok Vai Vai had just left, there was only her name, stamp and photo. There was no other information anywhere else. Believe anything else. What exactly are these people doing? Only then did he remember the scene just now when she pointed the gun at his head. Her cold, lifeless face darkened, her voice threatening, still saying, "Do you want to die now?" Thinking of this, Tramman couldn't help but feel cold with fear. He left, didn't think about it anymore, went out and went online to shift his attention. A while later, Tramman sat in the restaurant. He was looking up information online. The giant volcano erupted. The scene was extremely magnificent, with realistic images. Strange things happened in the northern city. Someone fell from high above and disappeared without a trace. This information shows that supernatural phenomena not only happen in Tianling Mountain but also happen all over the world. When Tramman read this news, he couldn't help but be surprised and strange. It turned out that not only Tianling Mountain had strange things happen tonight. This is really pathetic. The future self said that in 18 days the world will have a huge change. The earthquake just now was not a real earthquake but was caused by the expansion of Yuan Yang. 18 days later the world will have a huge change. Big, you must grasp the opportunity, otherwise in 10 years your bones will no longer be left. Can it be true? Tramman looked thoughtful as he leaned back in his chair, wondering what to do. Even though he said he had absorbed the Yang for the first time, no one could guarantee that he would be able to withstand the changes in the future. When he thought about this, he couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. As for what changes that Yuan Yang could bring to him, it still hasn't been clarified. Tramman grabbed the phone on the table. His tone was somewhat tired. He left, first finding a place to stay for the next few days. When he opened his phone, he saw a series of messages from Tun Min. Are you there? Have you seen the news? Tramman quickly see the news. Are you there, brother? My place has had an earthquake. Are you there? Tramman just now replied, okay, Tun Min, in the next few days find a place to stay for the night. Can borrow your father's place to stay for a few days. Can't you bury him? When Tramman saw this message, he was extremely angry. This guy can't expect anything better from me. But then Tramman said helplessly, but now this is the best friend who can help me. As soon as he received Tramman's message, Tun Min was so angry that it seemed like he could tear the screen and jump out to curse him. Oh shit, that's my room. If I wasn't forced to reveal my address, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Tramon's long, slender fingers were extremely flexible and continuously typed. When searching for the keyword waste online, there was no related information or suggestions. Tramon's face was serious. He was a little confused in his heart, that Bok Vai Vai looked like an armed policeman but was not an armed policeman. There was no profession on the business card but there was a waste on the badge. Could it be? What special department is she from? Returning a few hours ago, Bok Vai Vai gave him a paper asking him to clearly state his personal information, save all names, addresses, contact phone numbers and then leave. But now when searching for the keyword EO, no information appears. Tramon was a little angry, crap, but he couldn't find anything. What exactly were these people doing? On this side, the brown-haired man, after investigating him, turned around and told Bok Vai Vai, Vai Vai, this kid spent the entire process online searching for special events happening around the world, where, he also searched for our department's criteria, whether it was necessary to cut off his life. Hearing that, Bok Vai Vai just smiled lightly. Don't fight the snake. He couldn't find any information related to our department. Continue monitoring. She bent down, put her hands on the table, and looked at the screen. I couldn't believe that I couldn't find the person behind who pointed out who this kid was. On this side, Tun Min drove to the grocery store to pick up Tramon. He excitedly ran out. Tun Min, he's here. Tramon grinned and took Tun Min's shoulder with an irritated face and walked next to him. Thank you, and especially ran to pick me up. Tun Min's voice was full of criticism. That's my new room, even my girlfriend, haven't put it in yet, don't mess around in there. Tramon very happily assured Tun Min, don't worry, if it weren't for my house shaking violently, I wouldn't want to run, I wouldn't be able to destroy the bedroom either. Tun Min angrily looked at the ripples on his face. By Tramon. He sat in the car and kept thinking, that strange female police officer knew his address, the house was not safe. It seems like for the next long time, I can only hide at Tun Min's house. A while later, the two went to Tun Min's house. Tramon walked in and saw this luxurious house, looking extremely excited and surprised at his friend's wealth. Tun Min, I knew you had money, but I didn't know you were second-generation rich. Tun Min threw the bottle of soft drink to him and said, okay, kid, don't destroy my room, quickly find a job and don't cause trouble. Tramon smiled brightly as a flower and took the bottle of soft drink. Okay, in short, thank you for your stay. After that, Tramon returned to the bedroom. Lying on the bed, he continued to study the system panel. He had never studied this carefully before, not knowing what he could do. Forget it, try the effect first and then talk. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the devouring skill. The system immediately announced startup. Tramon looked confused when he saw this. Just a second later, a stream of blue power appeared and sucked the bed in. Tramon sat on the ground with a surprised look on his face. Are you kidding me? At the same time, Tun Min came in from outside. Tramon, I came to give you your pajamas. But before he could finish speaking, Tun Min saw that the bed in his bedroom had disappeared, and Tramon was sitting on the ground. Their eyes now met. Both were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Words, here. Without waiting, Tramon could stand up. Tun Min used the power of the altar to grab Tramon's collar. His face was extremely angry. You are my brother. Where is my bed? My bed is not that big. Tramon saw him like that and was scared and raised his hands to ask for forgiveness, saying this. I mean, did you ever forget to leave the bed? Hearing that, Tun Min became even angrier. Don't lie to me. It's a Versace bed. 32. Tramon still tried to say more. He thought carefully. Since he bought this room, he stayed in it a few times in total. Tramon is mentally manipulating Tun Min. Maybe he himself forgot. Tun Min actually believed him. His face seemed to realize something. Yes, you said so. It seems like I'm staying in this room for the first time today. Then Tun Min scratched his head and walked out. He must have mistaken it for another room. After Tramon deceived Tun Min, he breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, Tun Min opened the door again. That's right, Tramon was scared to death. Tun Min smiled wryly. Tonight you lie on the ground. I'll think about the bed tomorrow. The next morning, Tramon woke up from a long sleep. He looked sleepy and picked up the phone. Who was this grandson who had just come out so early to disturb his grandfather's sleep? But as soon as he saw the message, he suddenly woke up. But it was him. It's a message from the future. Tramon, how about it? Believe me now. Have you absorbed the yang element yet? Have you awakened any abilities? I believe it. I believe it too much. I am now absorbing the yuan yang you said, feeling that my body is no different. That's right, I have still awakened the ability, but for the time being I don't know how to use this ability. He sent such a long message but still didn't see the other party's response. Tramon felt extremely confused and strange. Why did he finish talking about his abilities and still haven't responded for half a day? Tramon continued texting. What's wrong? Could it be? This ability of mine is not harmful. Your brother has made a fortune. No, we have made a fortune, so this ability is actually very powerful. Let me try it. I don't understand. I just initially judged that this ability is very special. First of all, don't be too happy too soon. Let's talk about your story last night. Tramon couldn't help but feel angry after reading this. Bok Vi Vi. This person is an early awakener. According to what you said, she has almost no mental ability right now. However, the day after tomorrow in the northern suburbs of the manor, when Bok Vi Vi went to investigate, she was attacked by an unknown force. She used her bare hands to catch the bullet. Hearing that, Tramon felt extremely interesting and excited. Is she that strong? Tell me, will this woman become my wife in the future? The other party saw the message and immediately fell silent. Tramon of the future couldn't help but feel embarrassed, so the old me didn't need any face. Even though I am your future and know many things, the moment I chose to contact you, the trajectory of the future had already changed. In the future, Tramon constantly reminds Tramon that these catastrophic events like Yuan Yang's outbreak will not change. Remember, there is still more than half a month left for this world to welcome a big change. When the aura recovers, we must prepare well to become stronger. The future Tramon is now secretly thinking, if he only takes one step backward, he will most likely follow in my footsteps. By then all our efforts will turn into cloud smoke. And Tramon on this side is very confidently giving the thumbs up sign. Rest assured, there is a cheater in the future and you are here. I don't worry about not having a stronger way. The future Tramon smiled slightly. He had to try harder. He definitely couldn't die again. Over here at Tun Min's house, Tramon's room, there are 17 days left. After 17 days this world will change. Tramon is now lying on the bed. But right after that, I was startled to realize that if what the future me said was true, then I would have to take advantage of the opportunity. Tramon seriously thought about what he could do now. Bok Vi Vi, this person is an early awakener. Based on what you said, she still doesn't seem to have the ability to awaken, but in the northern suburbs of the manor, Bok Vi Vi went to investigate her condition. Mysterious forces attack. She catches the bullet with her bare hands, perhaps in the suburban manor the day after tomorrow. The more he thought about it, the more serious his expression became, and one time Yuan Yang broke out. Thinking of this, Tramon quickly stood up and put on his shoes to go out. He didn't think anymore. Anyway, when the time comes, you'll know if you go and see. He stretches, and fills his stomach first. Scene change. Tramon is sitting at the restaurant, preparing to eat noodles, when the phone on the table rings. He raised his hand to look at his phone. He had news again. Notification on the phone. Little Beauty Choo Choo is broadcasting live. Tramon pressed in. It turned out that Choo Choo was broadcasting live. Hello everyone, I'm Choo Choo, immediately bringing everyone a sweet song, Spring Drizzle. Tramon looked intently at the phone, constantly exclaiming, not bad, singing really well. On a spring day, there was a torrential rain. Looking at the comment section at this time, suddenly there was a strange message. Tramon read it and was immediately extremely surprised. Blowing fire, advertising was knocking on every door, no one took care of it. At the same time, Choo Choo also saw that message. It seemed like everyone was more interested in watching fire blowing, so I went to see it too. On this live channel, To Win is performing fire blowing. Everyone commenting below is extremely excited. Tramon looked suspicious and thought, looking at his face, it didn't look like he had been drinking. Could it be that he had an awakened ability like him? Immediately after that, that channel was locked. Seeing that the channel was locked, Tramon couldn't help but be surprised. What? Is this locked? Is it a power outage or something? Before he could finish speaking, an apartment in another building caught fire. Hey, when did it burn? It was clearly fine just now. The fire is now getting bigger and bigger. Tramon rushed like the wind to the fire scene. That's not right, there is the aura of Yuan Yang. The live broadcast room immediately caught fire as soon as it was locked. It's really too coincidental, I have to go see. Following the trail of Wind Wang's aura, Tramon walked to a wall, then raised his hand to touch it. The aura stopped here. These wall markings are all new, so that live broadcast guy is probably here. Tramon continued to go deeper inside. At this time, behind the wall there was a black shadow with red eyes. That black shadow is To Win. Immediately afterwards, To Win shot fire towards Tramon. But luckily he was able to dodge it. Tramon stood in front of To Win, his face pale from pain, and there were blood stains on his stomach. He was indeed here. Win's face was full of vigilance, painfully holding the wound on his stomach, saying with difficulty, "You are also the one who came to arrest me, right? Tell you, Win, I will not return to you." He was indeed the one who had just been live. How long had it been since the live broadcast? How could he have been so seriously injured? When he saw Win like that, he immediately tried to stabilize his emotions, letting him relax his guard. "Can you not be mistaken, brother? I'm not here to arrest you, I'm just curious. The person broadcasting the fire is you, right? Who is arresting you?" Win held his hand on the wall, his other hand holding the wound. His face looked painful. "Aren't you and them the same group? So there was an earthquake last night?" Tramin frowned and said loudly, "I know about the earthquake last night. I want to know where you went last night." Win's face darkened. "Last night Not far above the two of them, there was a figure dressed in black. Both of them were startled to realize there was someone. The next second, two men dressed in black, holding guns, appeared in front of them. Tramin and Win both screamed in fear, etc. The two black-shirted men used guns to shoot bullets continuously at them. Win and Tramin hid behind the wall in fear. These two people don't look like armed police, on the contrary, they look like terrorists from somewhere. Tramin looked suspicious. Strange, why were they chasing the fire breather? Just thinking of this, Tramin turned his head, intending to ask Win, "Brother." Seeing that he had already run ahead, Tramon's head felt like it was on fire and he ran back quite quickly, not knowing how to call me. If he had known, he should not have come. After that, Tramin, trembling in fear, emerged. "That, two big brothers, don't shoot, I'm not the person you need to arrest, can you let me go?" As soon as he finished speaking, one of the two men fired a bullet at him. Tramin hit against the wall in fear, gasping for air. The group of black-shirted men chased Tramin and continuously fired bullets at him. Tramin was scared as he held his head and ran away shouting, "Big brother, don't kill me, I'm just a passerby, spare my life." The other two looked at him angrily. "This kid ran for half a day without fighting back, maybe he really is a normal person. If we kill normal people, we would have trouble. Damn it, one person just ran away, could it be that kid?" "Kid, put down your weapon, raise your hands above your head, slowly come over here." Tramin is hiding above holding his head and looking down. "Big brother, say it first, don't shoot." A moment later, that guy in black put a gun to Tramon's head. "Boy, be honest, the gun in Grandpa's hand will explode. If you dare to run, those two legs may no longer exist." Tramin being handcuffed by them. "I felt a bit regretful because I had decided to come here earlier. If I had known earlier, I would not have participated in the excitement. Curiosity was deadly." Then the two men in black left him behind and went upstairs. Tramin looked at the direction they were going. His face relaxed a little, temporarily feeling like he had escaped a life. At this moment, suddenly the phone in his pocket vibrated. This time, he was about to reach out to pick up the phone but realized that his hand was chained to the iron bar, unable to move slowly. Immediately after that, Tramin immediately used his hands to push down on the floor, his legs raised straight up into the sky. Then the phone fell from his pocket and he caught it with his hand. Tramin excitedly opened his phone. It's here, it's definitely my news of the future. Forgot to tell you, other than the Special Handling Department, don't trust any other organization, and it's best not to come into contact with it." Tramin smiled helplessly, saying it was too late. "Brother, you said it too early, I was just being chased, now I've been captured. What now? Don't worry, I'm sending you something now, you quickly look at it, remember it in your heart, and then practice accordingly. This is a set of exercises, and there is also a set of absorption techniques. These were originally told to you after absorbing the second round of Yuan-Yang energy. The current plan cannot be done ahead of time. Remember, protect yourself well." Tramin followed his words and practiced in the future, and after a period of time he was able to break the handcuffs on his hands. All the blue power surrounded him. This power was transforming his body. Tramin punched the wall hard. Then excitedly texted Tramin about the future. "How is it? How does it feel?" "So great, now I feel full of energy." The two black-shirted men turned around and saw that he had escaped. They were extremely angry. "Damn it, that kid ran away. How should I report to the higher-ups next? Big brother, this kid is so brave, he's going to die, where I still play with my phone." The blonde guy put a gun to Tramon's head. "Kid, I'm killing someone who's unhappy. Don't you like to worry about so many things? You just help your brother relieve his worries. Go down there and take care of things. Pain, pain, pain." Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Tramin kicked his hand hard, causing the gun in that guy's hand to fall out. That guy then realized fear and said, "No good, it's a fake awakening. This kid tricked us. Big brother, quickly shoot him dead." The black-haired man heard that and immediately opened fire, but Tramon jumped up and dodged. They continuously fired bullets at him. Tramon had difficulty dodging. This was not the way. The bullets were too thick. Sooner or later he would be shot dead. Immediately after that, Tramon used his power and his talent to devour began. Space talent starts. Tramon's power is sucking in those two black-shirted men. They are trying to escape. Run quickly. I'm sorry, I can't bear it anymore. Tramon's face is pale and sweat is pouring down. The black hole has become smaller. Run quickly, this kid has unknown abilities. Quickly go back to report to the organization. After finishing, Tramon held his head in pain and his body became unstable, and finally left. The next second he fainted on the ground. An hour later, Tramon woke up, holding the phone in his hand. He was in a coma for more than an hour. As soon as I woke up, Tramon texted me in the future, "Brother, I just fainted. What is this? You just consumed too much spirit while cultivating. Wait until you absorb enough yang. Your strength is not enough, can't use too much ability. Otherwise when the spirit is exhausted it will be very troublesome. So what should I do? The day after tomorrow I still need to go to the western suburbs to devour yuan yang." It's okay, devouring yuan yang not only does not consume spiritual power, but on the contrary, it also increases. That's right, where is the person who was chasing you just now? The two of them have already run away. It's best to be careful, they will soon come looking for you again. The next time you see them, it's best to kill them directly. I hope you succeed. Remember Tramon, this world has changed. You must give up fear and weakness to survive in this world. Tramon remembers the words the future Tramon said with a pensive face. Then he smiled coldly. As expected, he knew himself best, and was soft-hearted just now. Not long after, Tramon regained his composure. He stood up, his face full of determination and said loudly, "The world of the future will come, regardless of whether it's a ghost or a demon. I, Tramon, have never been this big, afraid of anyone." Win was hiding not far away and was talking to someone. "This is the person you were talking about," but she was able to fight them off. "Thank you for saving Miss Tin's life. She is interested in you." "Hey no. Observe further, don't rush. If he is really powerful, then let him join the organization." Although Tramon has now left that building, he still feels a strange aura. Why do I feel a strange aura? That's not right. I have my future self to help me. There's no need to. Be careful, just prepare in advance. Just thinking like that, Tramon happily left, but at the same time, a powerful wooden stick flew towards his head. The next second, Tramon lay unconscious on the ground. The scene changes to a building. Tramon is tied to a chair. He wakes up drowsily. He's so damn painful. What's going on? As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Bok Vai Vai standing in front of him. He couldn't help but be surprised. She held the rope that was tying him, smiled softly and said, "Explain, where did you go this afternoon?" As soon as Tramon woke up, he had to face Bok Vai Vai's interrogation. He answered her with a bored tone, "Big sister, what does it have to do with you where I go? I also have to report diarrhea to you." Bok Vai Vai hesitated. Did she have diarrhea? Tramon was tied to the chair but still uneasy. He leaned over and approached Bok Vai Vai. Her arrogant tone teased her. Didn't she think that the young master was handsome, so she wanted to meet the young master? Bok Vai Vai removed the rope tying Tramon. She blushed and turned away and said loudly, Nonsense. Be careful, kid, sooner or later I'll catch your scammer." Finally untied, Tramon moved his arms and legs to relieve the pain. He reluctantly replied, "Very well, little man, please follow my sister's instructions." Tramon suddenly approached Bok Vai Vai again. "Sister, what exactly do you want to do? Tell me." Bok Vai Vai was startled and warned, "Don't ask, knowing too much is not good for you. I took the opportunity to ask about what happened before." "That's right. Has the person who asked you to go to Wu Ling's son contacted you recently?" Tramon shrugged and shook his head to indicate no. Bok Vai Vai told him again, "Remember to call me when you see him." When he got home, Tramon sat on the floor, leaning back on his hands and complaining. That woman was really difficult to deal with. She had to be more careful in the future. He began to close his eyes and enter space. In space, around Tramon, everywhere is lake water and Wu Ling's sun. On the open ground was Tun Min's bed, along with several weapons, the guns and bullets of the two men dressed in black at noon. Tramon bent down to pick up the gun and wondered what his body would be like every time he entered this space. In outer space, in Tun Min's bedroom, Tramon's body was still sitting there, but his head was down, snoring as if he was sleeping. He was a little curious, thinking about, if I can suck things in here, can I still take them out? Must try it. Going to outer space, Tramman tried to take things out from inside. A small amount of water suddenly appeared in the middle of the air. Tramman was so happy. Oh wow, he actually brought it out. He poured some of this water into a Coke bottle. Just leave it at that, research it someday. Tramman stood up and stretched. Next it was time to take out Tun Min's bed. As soon as the bed appeared in the room, Tun Min suddenly opened the door and said, "This brother, that's the bed." Tramman was so startled that he broke out in sweat. When Tun Min saw there was a bed in the room, Tien approached and asked if he had bought it new. Tramman scratched his head and smiled wryly to cover it up. "From the second-hand market, ha ha ha." Tun Min didn't seem to pay attention to Tramman's forced explanation. He glanced at the table and immediately saw a bottle of Coke placed on it. Tun Min was surprised and shouted, "Wow, new flavor of Coca-Cola." He happily said as he unscrewed the bottle cap, "You got it, little guy, you even know how to bring me a bottle." Tramman's expression changed and he quickly stopped. "Hey, no." But even if he stopped it, it was too late. Tun Min drank half a bottle at a time. After drinking it, he realized that there was something wrong with this bottle of water and asked suspiciously, "Why does it taste so strange?" Tramman was speechless. You kid didn't even consider what he was drinking. As soon as he finished speaking, Tun Min's stomach made a strange sound. He shivered and put his hand on his stomach. "I'm done, it's the bathroom." After saying that, he immediately ran to the bathroom like the wind. Tramman helplessly said to follow behind. "Brother, take care." He put the water bottle back on the table and sighed and said, "Oh, this guy is Tun Min, he's had enough for tonight." He was a little worried but didn't know what to do. He didn't know if it was okay for normal people to drink this water. Tramman sat down on the floor and thought, "Well, let's practice a little in the meantime." Thinking immediately, he sat down, closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. At this time, it was not far from Tun Min's house. Mok Lam Thu looked towards the location of the floor where Tramman's room was, and she immediately recognized it. It turned out that way. Unexpectedly it was the tiger-breathing Dharma sect handed down from ancient times. She evaluated with an expressionless face. It seemed like this kid had some luck. Unfortunately, this breathing method is not perfect. A moment later, Tun Min walked out of the bathroom still holding his stomach and asked Tramman, "Brother, I'm exhausted. What was in that bottle of Coke just now?" Tramman looked back worriedly and asked if he could still hold it, and did he need to go to the hospital. Tun Min's face was pale, his head was sweaty, but he still waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I'll rest for one night, your kid's stuff is too terrible." Tramman heard Tun Min's refusal and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the next day, Tramman went to Tae Gyao Manor that future Tramman talked about but was stopped by the manor's security guard. He shouted, "What are you doing here? This is not a place where outsiders can enter." Tramman had to scratch his head and laugh. "Ahaha, then I'll go." He turned around and glanced at the cameras mounted everywhere and complained, "Well, the security is too tight." Right at this moment, future Tramman sent a message again. After arriving at Tae Gyao Manor, go directly to the forest outside. The end of the forest connects to the other side of the manor. After reading the message, he immediately followed suit. When he reached the end of the forest, Tramman muttered a sentence. "Fortunately, there was a message from my future self, so I could easily escape the camera's eyes." The forest and the manor are separated by an iron net. Tramman stood in front of the iron net and took a deep breath. Tear a hole in the mesh. I heard there are many wild animals inside. I don't know if it's true or not. Currently, not far behind Tramman, there was an old-looking warning sign lying alone on the grass. There is an inscription written on the sign, "Stay away from danger, step through the newly torn hole in the iron fence." The message asking about Tramman's future situation was sent again. "Have you gone inside yet? There are 10 minutes left until the transformation. At that time, an iron tree will appear in the manor. This is the time when the vitality is strongest. Remember not to ignore it." Tramman saw the message and was surprised. What the heck? This time it wasn't the lake anymore. At this time, there was suddenly a noise behind. A wolf was walking in from the hole in the iron mesh that Tramman tore earlier. Tramman glanced around and turned around to see a wolf. His face turned pale and his head was full of sweat. "I'm dead, let's run." Just as he was about to turn around and run away, Tramman's body suddenly stopped. His steps had no intention of running away anymore. He thought to himself, "No, don't run. I couldn't compete with it, I only provoked it to chase me." Tramman had difficulty swallowing a mouthful of saliva and cursing under his breath. What an evil way to keep wild animals in captivity to hunt and kill. The wolf walked step by step closer to Tramman. It opened its mouth wide like a basin of blood, baring its sharp teeth, preparing to attack. The wolf's eyes were a bit off. Its ferocious eyes were bloodshot, emitting a strange light. It seems to have mutated. The dying tramman ran past. As he walked, he looked back and thought, the speed was too fast, it was difficult to escape. Running close to a tree, he suddenly had an idea. He quickly jumped up. The animal was immediately hit hard against a tree. Tramman spoke up, obediently, too bloody. Then he magically made it disappear, still a little processed, unable to be detected. He opened his phone to look at the time and continued, there were only 5 minutes left before the explosion, so he had to speed up. Suddenly there was an earthquake that shook the whole ground. Tramman angrily cursed, damn, there was an earthquake again, it's probably okay to climb that high. He climbed up and clung to the tree. From below, a voice rang out from the crowd, don't panic. Seeing that, he immediately wondered why it was her. Looking closely, that person is Bok Vi Vi, she seriously ordered, there's an earthquake, everyone don't panic, stay still and wait for orders, anyone who disobeys orders will be dealt with according to military regulations. Everyone responded in unison, yes. Tramman thought to himself, there are so many people coming, it's strange, how do they know this place? Then he silently sighed. He put on the monkey mask and said, still be careful, don't directly encounter that female ghost, to avoid trouble. Suddenly the phone rang again. On the phone, Tramman once asked, brother, this place always has earthquakes, last time it was also an earthquake, what happened? Then he received a reply text message, calm down, this is a sign before Yin Yang broke out, the stronger the earthquake, the closer it was to the time of the outbreak, it was okay for him to prepare to absorb it. Tramman replied, so that's it. So he wondered again, this is, Yin Yang is starting to explode. Suddenly, the tree roots continuously uprooted. Bok Vi Vi shouted in surprise, what's going on? Oh my god. However, he was very calm. He spoke up, yo-ho, but it's iron. Then, the system panel appeared, booted up space, potential points plus 1000, potential points plus 2000. Tramman cheerfully said, get rich, get rich. But he changed his state right after that, it's just that when did I swallow this iron tree, it's been devoured for more than 10 minutes. Again, isn't this place much bigger than last time? He added, could it be said that devouring Yin Yang can make his space level up, so skills can also be leveled up? The system panel immediately appeared, open talent, B-level talent value, 1 in 10,000, space talent, S-level talent value, 1 in 100,000, hidden talent, future connection, value natural talent level SA, 1 in 1 million, can use the talent value, 32,000, seeing that he said, just level B, then try using Swallow Go. Tramman just pressed the system panel and requested, system, I want to promote village level. The system announced that, congratulations, your spatial talent level was successfully upgraded, talent was swallowed, talent value was level A, 1 out of 50,000, talent points that can be used, 22,000. He quickly happily shouted, yes, it worked. Coming to another scene, a man spoke up, Captain, you look over there. It turned out that Tramman was sitting silently in the middle of a pile of cracked soil. Bok Vi Vi immediately ordered, you guys continue to check, I'll go over there and take a look. Suddenly a tree injured her, making her cry out in pain. TSK, she clicked her tongue, seeing that he suggested, Captain, I should go bandage first. She quickly replied, okay, you guys go over there and chase that person away, don't let him make trouble here. The other person immediately replied, yes. However, after removing the towel, there was not a single wound on Bok Vi Vi's body. She suddenly started sweating. Here, her wound, automatically healed. Outside, bullets continuously pierced her teammates' bodies. Tramman wearing a monkey mask angrily said, what the hell, it's so loud, bang bang bang, careful. When he wasn't paying attention, a speeding bullet flew close to Bok Vi Vi's body. She immediately grabbed it without hesitation. Her teammate suddenly appeared, the team leader. She grabbed the bullet with her bare hands. Even she herself was equally panicked and asked, what did I just do? Looking at the bullet still smoking and hissing in her hand, she thought, I caught the bullet. Tramman trembled and exclaimed, shit, shit. Around him now were a dozen attackers and defenders. In the turbid air mixed with the strong smell of blood, Bok Vi Vi looked around and saw countless corpses lying around, blood flowing from the bodies mixed with the mud. She sat down on her knees and slowly opened her mouth. Strangely, a part of these people committed suicide. No clues were found on their bodies, it seemed. Thinking for a long time, he secretly confirmed in his heart that they were professional assassins. These people might have been sent by that organization. The man suddenly spoke up as he still held the person wearing the monkey mask tightly. Captain, what should we do with this guy? She looked at him and then looked at him again. Boy, who let you come in here? His voice is shaking. My legs are numb. Can you loosen them first? Seeing that, she told him to let him go. He hesitated a bit, but Captain, this kid's identity was not clear. However, he could not refuse her orders, so he immediately released him. He sighed softly. Io's leg was better. A heavy feeling in his legs made him unable to stand. He accidentally tripped and fell on her. But his actions made her face turn red, because he touched something that shouldn't be touched. The man standing opposite her saw him acting so intimately with her and immediately panicked. Boy, you're looking for death. He felt a bit embarrassed and then looked up at Bok Vai Vai. So embarrassed. I didn't mean it. She awkwardly raised her voice at him. You should quickly get away. He immediately rushed towards him, the rotten boy, away from the captain. Surprisingly, he leaned over and kicked him. Then calmly spoke up, young man, what a hot temper, what if you fall on a beauty? Much to her surprise, the others began pointing guns at him. This kid can actually kick Bok Luong away. At this moment, she immediately attacked him. It seemed like she wanted to test the opponent's strength, so she gave the order not to shoot. I killed him myself. Everyone heard that and called out to you, Captain, worriedly. But he easily avoided her attack, even reaching out to hold her leg. His remaining hand flickered with a pale blue light and immediately touched Bok Vai Vai's leg, with good strength. She was startled slightly, punched him with one hand, shouted loudly, rotten scoundrel. He quickly blocked it and then spoke. His speed and accuracy were a bit poor, his temper was also a bit poor. Just as she used her remaining leg strength to circle around from behind. He immediately grabbed her leg. Wanted to lock me. Bok Vai Vai was surprised. It was me. Then the whole person was thrown away by him. Bok Luong saw this and quickly ran to help her but failed. The two sides collided, smoke and dust rose, and the whole body was covered in sand and dust. She raised her head, and in a moment he ran away. She was angry, her hand immediately clenched and she slammed down, then gritted her teeth. Rotten boy, sooner or later I will deal with you personally. Bok Luong seemed to have lost his soul, moaning, Captain, I've cut you, but she didn't pay any attention. A strange feeling suddenly emitted from inside her body, making her a bit startled. Then she fell into thinking, was the feeling wrong? Her body seemed to be stronger. Could it be that he just helped her stabilize? Capacity. At this time, Traman ran into the forest. The trees were luxuriant, grass covered the ground under his feet. Remembering the scene just now, he said, You are very good. I hope this ability will help you. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a white snake rushed from behind, startling him and exclaiming, Wow, that snake is really big. Then a wild boar appeared, causing him to immediately avoid it, becoming even more shocked. It was too dangerous. Fortunately his body had been reformed by Win Duong and reacted promptly. A second later, the wild boar was lying on the spot. A red, swollen scratch appeared on his forehead. He stepped closer to look, slowly opened his mouth, but it was a mutated pig, since it had reached the door, then retreat into space. He immediately reached out towards the wild boar, but nothing happened. He didn't move. He frowned slightly. Hey, why didn't he react? Could it be that living things can't devour him? Green forest under the deep blue sky, many perennial trees stretching endlessly, standing side by side in dark green. The man finished his work and said, Done. A while later, Traman stopped at a restaurant. The waitress saw him and happily greeted him, welcoming him to visit. He quickly walked inside, having been hungry all day. Suddenly came the voice of a young woman with lovely beauty and pink hair. Everyone, please remember to vote for Chu Chu in the culinary event at Nguyen Minh Hien tomorrow. Love you all. Her eyes turned towards the recording phone. It seemed like she was broadcasting live. Traman glanced at her. Oh. Then he held up the phone screen in front of her face and started talking. She is Chu Chu, right? She paused slightly, looked up at him. He was. Looking at Tramon's phone, her assistant suddenly exclaimed, Chu Chu, this handsome guy is your fan. He smiled and continued, I am a longtime fan of Chu Chu. Then the conversation between the two continued. Now, the loud comments during the broadcast were directed towards the boy, and the number of views continued to increase. Chu Chu then thought to herself as she looked at him, this little brother is so handsome, he just doesn't know how to drink. Then she hesitantly opened her mouth, so let's get acquainted first. But before her words could finish, someone's hand reached out and stood between her and him. He was surprised to see the other person's strange actions. Hey, what are you doing? The man's face accidentally entered the broadcast. His skin was pale and lifeless and his strange black eyes flashed a terrifying light, his mouth continuously biting and devouring the piece of meat above. Occasionally, growls would make everyone scared and run away. He immediately stood up and shouted loudly, "What is this?" Everything was chaotic. Many people inside the restaurant were in a daze, fighting for each other's pieces of raw meat, but only a few people still retained consciousness. Seeing this scene, they immediately panicked and saved their lives. The waitress from before hugged the woman next to her, speaking loudly in fear. "These people have suddenly gone crazy." Suddenly, one of them rushed forward as if to attack Choo Choo. She shouted loudly, "Ah, help me." She quickly lowered her eyes, ran to hug Tramon. He used his strength to kick that guy away. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." As time passed, the situation inside the restaurant became much more stable. Tramon's voice rang out, "Tell me, where did your meat come from? These people all ate this meat to become like this." The woman in a minimalist outfit sitting opposite hesitantly said, "This was brought by a man yesterday. I was saving money so I accepted." Immediately after that, the chef next to him spoke up again. "Yes, a man who grew up looked quite special." He thought to himself, what about the eyebrows? Could it be that Tawin met that day? The image of him at that moment suddenly appeared in his mind. He pointed to the plate of food on the table and said, "Can you give me this meat? You also want it in the kitchen." She immediately gave a forced smile and replied, "No problem, I'll go. Wrap it up for you. Please don't rate it negatively." A few minutes later, Tramon took the bag of meat and left. He looked down at the bag of meat in his hand, thinking, "I have to go investigate this." The woman in the back waved goodbye to him. The customers walked leisurely, and later went to the restaurant for a free meal. After Choo Choo saw him leave the restaurant, holding the phone in her hand, she pouted and muttered, "Ates, I almost got Wixen just now." It was dark and the road became calm and quite deserted, different from the hustle and bustle of the day. Tramon walked slowly. As he walked, he used his phone to quickly take a picture of the meat box in his pocket and send it along with a few text messages. "Brother, I just saw a pile of nutritious meat. People ate it, all turned into zombies. This is the type." Future Tramon immediately replied that this was the meat of a mutated beast that normal people could not eat. He asked again, "Why can't they eat?" The other person replied, "Wild animals have innate violent tendencies. Normal people will suffer brain damage when they eat. Negative emotions will be magnified infinitely, leading to mental chaos and seriousness. It will be harmful to society." Seeing that, he sent a surprised emoticon and continued to ask, mentally confused, "So if we eat it, it will also become like that?" He replied to that message again, "We are different. Our physique has been nourished and reformed. Eating this food actually increases our energy." Just thinking about Tramon eating all this meat, his strength gradually increasing, the feeling at that moment will definitely be very satisfying. He muttered softly, "So that's it." Then he sent another long message. "They said the meat was given by a man. I randomly guessed that man was someone who knew how to breathe fire. His name was Tawin." He quickly replied, "I have the impression of this person you mentioned. There is a mysterious organization behind him. You have to be careful. They have heavy weapons, and are also competing for nutrients." Suddenly, he received a call from Tun Min. His voice came out, "2 and 2, I have something to do. I won't go back to sleep tonight. Take care of yourself, good boy." Tramon's face immediately turned pale. Damn, this guy is drunk again. In the room, looking at the body showing signs of mutation, the man slowly opened his mouth. "Famine, sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you." Tun Min's silver hair, purple eyes and handsome face are a bit arrogant. He is mutated, now he carries the responsibility of saving the world on his shoulders, and he can't be frivolous anymore. Suddenly remembering the memory of a few hours ago, what caught Tun Min's eyes were two strange men riding on a large motorbike, quickly approaching the woman in front and snatching her bag. She screamed loudly, "Anyone, a gang of robbers." Immediately after that, he ran quickly towards the two robbers, jumped up with force and kicked them to the ground. He stopped. End of flashback. He smiled slightly, constantly looking at his body in the mirror with a very complacent look. He even posed to make himself look different and said, "Famine, don't blame me, I'm different from you, already." The door to the room suddenly opened. He turned around to see who it was. A middle-aged man wearing a serious suit appeared, step by step entered the room and coldly spoke, introducing himself, "I am Hanku, Special Handling Department." Following him were two personal escorts. He sat down on the chair and immediately looked at Tun Min. "The boy, going on a trip with us." He started to sweat, looking at him awkwardly. "What?" A while later, Tramon returned and quickly arranged the dining utensils in Tun Min's living room. He cried while eating. As a result, there was a commotion until he couldn't even eat. "It was convenient for that restaurant to invite me, but now I'm paying for it myself." Suddenly a message from the future Tramon arrived. 3 days later, another place where the source of energy broke out was at Van Wyn Mountain. Unable to find a map of that place, he found Van Wyn Village. Well prepared, people of that organization, that time will come. He immediately cleaned up and put everything into space after finishing the meal, muttering softly, Van Wyn Mountain, I don't know what that organization does. With a little bit of my current bravery I should still be humble. Suddenly he received a call. He picked up the phone. Hello. Then a voice rang out. Famine, I'm Chu Vuong, your college friend. Remember, I heard you were looking for a job recently. He immediately thought to himself, perhaps you want to introduce me to a job. The other person spoke again. Tomorrow there is a culinary activity where security is lacking. Will you come? I remember you can fight very well. Hearing this, Tramon immediately excitedly replied, coming, definitely coming. Where, specifically when? Chu Vuong replied, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, at Nguyat Minh Hien, then hung up. He muttered, Nguyat Minh Hien, that's the place that Chu Chu mentioned in the livestream. Remembering her image, he felt excited and said, great, it looks like I can meet Chu Chu tomorrow. In a simple and airy bedroom, a girl with pink hair hugs a large pure white pillow. Suddenly remembering what had just happened that morning made her cheeks turn pink. Her brother in the morning was good at fighting and handsome. I really hoped I could get to know him. Having said that, Chu Chu shyly bowed his head on the big pillow. If he was a fan, he would have a chance to meet her. The next morning, the space became busy and crowded. A culinary contest event held at Nguyat Minh Hien attracted many people to watch. Walking around for a while, Tramon quickly encountered a familiar figure, Chu Chu. She suddenly turned her head to look, saw him. She happily said, it's you, are you here too? But before he could answer, the man saw him and immediately spoke, brother, you're here. This time the job is mainly to protect So Vu Hai. It will last a few days. Wait a little later and we will interview you. Question, just keep doing it normally. He was slightly surprised. So Vu Hai, that big star. Chu Chu next to her was suddenly pulled away by the manager even though she was a bit reluctant, so the little ancestor quickly went to put on her makeup. Chu Vuong walked closer and patted him on the shoulder, saying again, why should I lie to you? So many people are looking for me but I won't let you down. Kid, you have to fight well later, don't embarrass your classmates. He smiled slightly and replied, don't worry, it's just an interview with the security guard. With my current strength it's not a problem. A few minutes later, the two stood opposite the person in charge of the interview. His face was dark, his voice was hoarse. Boss Chu, this monkey-like person was found by you. Just looking at him, I knew he hadn't been trained yet. This kind of thing is not good. Tramon was shocked when he heard that after suffering a blow. Monkey, no way. Chu Vuong quickly continued, don't, Lao Doi, this is my classmate who fights very well. If you don't believe it, you can test him now. However, he didn't pay attention to the other person's words. I couldn't decide. Only if Han Fan acknowledged him could he enter. You kid, go away quickly. He raised his voice. What are you joking about? Don't think I don't know. It's just an interview. There's no need for the general manager to come personally. It seemed like he deliberately wanted to make things difficult for both of them. He shrugged and said, I don't care. That's the rule. Even if it's someone you introduced, you can't cross Han Fan. Chu Vuong angrily looked at Lao Doi as if he wanted to rush at him immediately. This guy, Tramon saw this, reached out to hold him and then turned to tell him, okay, then do as I say. Chu Vuong said angrily. Clearly the previous people were just getting things done. Why was it his turn? But he just replied softly, don't worry. Chu Chu, who was putting on makeup, saw this and immediately thought, I heard that this person in charge is a 7th degree Taekwondo black belt. Can this handsome guy do it? Everyone started chatting. One of them suddenly spoke up, waiting a little while later. Surely Han Fan wouldn't beat him until he peed his pants. Then the man standing next to him continued, this flashy guy couldn't be seen at first glance. Chu Chu immediately spoke up, don't underestimate him, he's very powerful. Her words accidentally reached his ears. He tilted his head to look at her, then smiled and said, thank you for helping me. At this time, a man with reddish-brown hair appeared, looked at Tramon and then coldly said, you want to fight me? He confidently replied, that's right, everyone is in a hurry, it's better to hurry up. Han Fan was silent, the space was strangely quiet. Suddenly, he started to attack Tramon, which he easily dodged. His hand touched the ground. Then use your foot to kick the opponent away. Han Fan quickly raised his hands to block his attack, but the force was so great that he was immediately kicked backwards by Tramon, accidentally hitting Lao Doi. Everyone looked at him in surprise, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. He walked towards Han Fan, pulled him up and asked if he had acknowledged me yet. He smiled slightly and said, the kid is not bad, even better than me. The bodyguard job next to So Vu Hai is assigned to you. Tramon happily replied, thank you Mr. Han. Seeing this, Choo Choo immediately excitedly hugged the manager. Wah, I see he won. Everyone's back and forth words echoed loudly. He was so disappointed in Han Fan, so hateful. Suddenly Choo Choo's manager turned to him and asked him, Marshall, can he add me to our WeChat? Seeing that scene, everyone began to envy in their hearts. Choo Choo actually wanted to add his WeChat. What kind of bad luck did he have? Then another person continued crying. Damn it, admiring it, so grave. At the same time, when everyone was only paying attention to Tramin, Lao Doi had long left. He went to the bathroom and immediately called someone. Down he, there's a bit of a problem. The person I arranged for was picked up by a guy. The kid suddenly appeared instead. The opponent was surprised to hear that. Having said that, the newcomer defeated Han Fan. His voice was low. Yes, he was introduced by the surname Chu, who was one of the organizers, that's why. Before Lao Doi could finish speaking, the person on the other side interrupted. Okay, just follow the plan as before, only after the matter is over will you take action. Lao, remember who you are working for. He trembled slightly. Clearly, I followed the organization's orders and absolutely would not disobey. Suddenly a red car appeared at quite a fast speed. Everyone ran towards the car, causing Tramin, who was adding WeChat with Choo Choo, to pay attention. What's going on? The words rang out. Coming, So Vu Hai is coming. Tramin quickly said goodbye to Choo Choo. Let's go to work first. Goodbye, she somewhat regretfully called out to hold him back. Hey. At this time, So Vu Hai luxuriously got out of the car. The girl opened the door for her and carefully reminded her, Vu Hai, be careful. Tramin finally arrived in time. The manager saw him and immediately asked cautiously, who are you and what do you want? He calmly replied, hello, I'm Tramin, in charge of our security. From afar, among countless fans of Vu Hai, Choo Choo tried to stand on tiptoe to look for his silhouette. She awkwardly said, hey, why are my fans running to someone else? But she was a little careless and fell down. She screamed in panic. Immediately, an arm supported her waist. Tramin held her in his arms. He smiled and said, carefully, this gentleness and delicacy of his made her blush and stammer out, thank you. This scene caught So Vu Hai's eyes. It seemed like there was a bit of jealousy in her heart, making her smile. A moment later, Tramin and Vu Hai were sitting in her car. Her manager immediately praised him. Mr. Tram is really enthusiastic. As Vu Hai's assistant, he also cares about protecting other women. He humbly replied, by the way, if it were her, she would probably do the same. Vu Hai seemed dissatisfied with his attitude and asked if there were any bodyguards as undisciplined as him. He replied frankly, sorry, I didn't get enough sleep yesterday, and what did I look like? It doesn't really matter, the most important thing is that I can protect you. Hearing that, she immediately frowned and scolded him in her heart, this kid. Tramin took the time to text his future self, Old Iron, do you know So Vu Hai? I am now her personal bodyguard, a living star. He immediately replied, what you said was Nguyat Min Hien's activities. I was approached by Chu Vuong before, but unfortunately I couldn't beat Han Fan and was rejected. You have to be careful, So Vu Hai will be kidnapped at the scene. She seems to be involved in something. I don't know the details. He looked at the message on the phone screen, thinking to himself, look, you have to be careful. At So Vu Hai's concert, she, her manager and Tramin were about to step on stage. Around them were many of her fans. Someone shouted, Vu Hai, look at me, wife. Yes, the man even said loudly, So Vu Hai, wife, I want to marry you. Choo Choo was also present at this concert. She tried to squeeze through the noisy crowd. This made her tired and scream. It was too crowded. Looking at Tramin heroically protecting Vu Hai, Choo Choo herself also felt jealous. Her eyes were a little sad. It was good that he was by her side. Tramin tried to stop the fans, trying not to let them reach Vu Hai to the point of shouting at them not to pass. Seeing that, she thought to herself, why is this kid suddenly so serious? As soon as he entered the room, she immediately said, thank you just now, then kindly gave him a towel to absorb his sweat. He happily accepted the towel and replied, it's my business. Then he closed his eyes, thinking to himself to try using his perception power to see if there was any danger around him. Suddenly his perception stopped on a cardboard box lying in the closet. His intuition immediately told him something strange. He wondered, what was in that box? A man nearby replied that it was the prize of this competition. People said it was a fruit obtained from the mountain. He was a bit confused and asked again, obtained from the mountain. That person laughed and replied, haha, maybe it's because the forest fruit growing in the mountains is sweeter, but this statement made him even more skeptical about that thing. He stared at them and thought, these fruits exude oxygen. People who want trouble can come here for the fruits, but I don't know why they still want to kidnap So Vu Hai. Maybe Is she related to this incident? A moment later, So Vu Hai was on stage to meet everyone. Everything from her outfit to her makeup was meticulously completed. She stood in front of all the fans and waved, "Hello everyone, I'm So Vu Hai, nice to meet you." Suddenly, a man frantically shouted, "So Vu Hai, I love you." This sudden action of his made her startled. He even got out of the fence separating idols from fans. Win immediately ran to stop him. "Please don't." But unexpectedly he gave him a goosebumps look, then the next second he deliberately pushed him away and rushed forward. He rushed onto the stage and earnestly told her, "I love you." But he was immediately stopped by him. He shouted at him, "Get out." Win jumped up on the stage in pain. He tried to warn him, "Be careful, this bastard is very strong." But before he could finish speaking, he saw Tramon kick the other guy in the face. He angrily questioned him, saying, "Who sent you?" Then a guard stopped him and said, "Enough, take him away." At this moment, Win was able to hold that guy back in time. He screamed, "Be still, don't move," but that guy still stubbornly said, "Let me go, let me see So Vu Hai." He thought to himself, "Damn, it's almost okay." Tramon was stunned at this moment. He thought that this person was much stronger than normal people. The manager quickly asked about Vu Hai's situation. "Vu Hai, are you okay?" She calmly replied, I'm just a little scared. I'm fine, let's keep going." He walked over and patted Win's shoulder and whispered, "Follow me." The two of them went to the backyard of the stage, where there were very few people passing by. He spoke his mind. So Vu Hai might be in danger. He immediately asked suspiciously, what did he mean? He explained that the backstage team was not trustworthy. There were too many people here. Something would definitely happen. I was afraid that even at night they would be at a loss. He seriously replied, "Okay, I understand. I will personally arrange bodyguards outside. You must protect her." Returning to the room, Tramon immediately took a shower and washed away all his worries. After showering, he lay down on the bed, feeling relieved. Fortunately there were no other dangers today except that crazy fan. Then he jumped up and said, "I'd better check again before going to bed." His feelings swept everywhere, finally reaching Vu Hai's room, but strangely, there was only her dress on the bed, and the person was unknown. He was startled and thought, So Vu Hai was not there, available in the room. The fear and anxiety became even greater. He exclaimed, "It's over." His intuition told him there was a bad omen. Hey, maybe she had it. He used his senses to check again and then thought to himself, I just left not long ago, I have to quickly chase after him. He quickly changed his clothes and left the room. Following his spiritual sense, he finally found So Vu Hai. Fortunately, she is with Bok Vai Vai. Her body is still completely healed. Seeing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "He scared me to death, and by the way, why does she know Bok Vai Vai?" Suddenly, he widened his eyes and was startled because he discovered something unusual and murderous. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to turn back, a knife grazed in front of him. An aggressive man holding a knife screamed, "Damn it, you bastard ruined my good things, go away." Tramon was somewhat stunned by this scene, but then he regained his composure and realized, this is the daytime name. Immediately, he pulled out a gun and pointed it at him. When he saw that, he was extremely scared. He was very panicked. What? Where did this bastard get a gun? He decided to fire bullets at him, but he quickly escaped, silently cursing in his heart, "Damn it, retreat first. It seems the mission can only be found another opportunity to do." He took back the gun and said, "Run as fast as possible, but the sound of gunfire will definitely alert the police. I think they won't dare to do anything anymore today." Waiting for that guy to go away, he decided to check again and was relieved. She was finally asleep. Because he dared to believe that Vu Hai had no fate, he went to sleep with peace of mind. At the same time, Mok Lam Thu was waiting for that henchman. That guy ran to her and knelt down. She told him, "You shouldn't poke him." Hearing that, he broke into a sweat but still tried to explain, "I just wanted to test his strength." Above wanted to test him, to create conditions for the organization to judge. She coldly replied, "Remember, this person is very strong, definitely don't tease him easily. The organization doesn't want to have more enemies like that." He trembled and replied, "Yes, but, I heard Win say." Above wanted to think about letting him into the nest. She turned around and left saying, "This is not something you should take care of. That girl So Vu Hai, we don't need to ask, but Tramon, you pay more attention, don't let him die. It's a matter of the rich family, it's not convenient for us to show up, you probably know what to do." When he heard that, he couldn't help but feel scared and bowed 90 degrees and replied, "Yes, yes." Waiting for her to leave that place, he raised his eyes and glared at her, and with an attitude, he pursed his lips. Then he got up and pretended to go home. The next morning, at So Vu Hai's concert, the male MC loudly said, "Okay, today comes the last performance, which is the awards ceremony." Hearing this, Tramin immediately stood in front to protect her safety. In the middle of the crowd below, the guys who wanted to harm So Vu Hai were already there. They communicated via Bluetooth. One guy cursed harshly, "Damn, this kid is really difficult to deal with." Another guy stopped him, "Calm him down, be patient, our mission is not hers alone, we also have to get that result in our hands." He replied, "I still need you to say it, but this kid is really a troublesome character." While waiting for the prize giving, one of us pretended to be the prize giving staff, and when he got the item, he immediately took action. After hearing the order, the remaining 3 people answered in unison and understood. At this time, Tramin also felt uneasy. He thought to himself, "These people are all brave and strong, speak carefully, and their actions are unified every step of the way, like soldiers." "Soldier, Bok Vai Vai can mobilize the police, this matter is indeed not simple." At this moment the MC shouted, "You won the first prize, Trong 20, a voice rang out from below, "It's me." A sound rang out from the other side, "I'm here." As soon as he heard it, he realized, that's not right, these two sounds are not the same person. His senses suddenly realized that there was a bad omen, a death aura, that the first person could have suffered. A white-haired guy ran onto the stage laughing and saying, "I won the award, ha ha ha." He picked up the orange placed on the reward tray. His face became strangely sinister. He thought to himself, "This is it." Then he shouted, "The goods are in hand, take action." As soon as they received the voice command, the other guys also rushed forward, all of them heading towards So Vu Hai. Tramin quickly protected her. He said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." She closed her eyes. "Trust me," she calmly replied, "Yes." But just as he was about to rush into battle, the other man collapsed before his shock. He was quickly taken away by someone else. He immediately realized that this was a pistol silencer and an anesthetic needle. At this moment, the anesthetic needle also rushed towards him. He looked towards the stands. His eyes stopped at one person, "Bok Vai Vai, why don't you clearly distinguish between the enemy and yourself? Even I fought." He used his spatial talent to send the anesthetic needle to another dimension and protect his life. But he still decided to collapse, thinking to himself, "I'll see what you guys want to do." Chu Vuong ran in panic and called Tramon's name. Han Fan also ran and exclaimed, "What are you guys trying to do?" An employee held up his card in front of his eyes and coldly replied, "Work," he said in shock, "Here." Chu Vuong asked bewilderedly, "What exactly happened?" Tramin was taken back to the room to rest by the staff, where he lay quietly on the sofa. In the room at this time there was Bok Vai Vai and So Vu Hai. Vu Hai asked worriedly, "What's wrong? How is he?" Vai Vai crossed her arms and replied, "It's okay, she just fainted." It seemed like she was worried about him. She softly said to Vai Vai, "No, Sister Vai Vai, he really doesn't know anything, why are you holding him back? I also heard that you have awakened your ability." Vai Vai immediately explained to her, "Little girl, don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. You said this kid is very powerful, I'm just curious. Be careful that the walls have ears. Today's technology is not yours, I don't know. It's not good for others to hear about it. Who doesn't know that the Chu family's girl has great magical powers? If there's no news, you don't know." Then Vai Vai sighed and said, "Everyone was fooled by her appearance. Looking at her appearance, how many people knew that she was the golden daughter of the So family?" Tramin, who was pretending to faint, was startled. "So family, mother, isn't this the leading family among the 4 great families in Ngantan?" So Ba Tian is a famous figure throughout Ngantan. His career spans the entire country, has a huge capital base, and also owns many entertainment companies under other names. There are rumors that So Vu Hai is an artist who has signed a contract under Ngantan So Jia Entertainment Company. This So Vu Hai is not only an artist of Ngantan Entertainment Company, but also the princess of the entire Ngantan. The entire Ngantan Entertainment Company belongs to her family. He decided to squint his eyes at the other 2 people. Vu Hai asked how the people outside were dealing with it. Vai Vai replied that it was almost over. Then she stretched and tried to leave the room, saying that the people I sent were all elites, nothing would happen, the matter here had been resolved, I should go back. But the worst thing happened, the door suddenly seemed to be hit so hard by something that it cracked. It was finally broken, and outside rushed in 2 people dressed in black. Everyone was stunned. Bok Vai Vai was somewhat surprised and exclaimed, "What?" Now Vu Hai did not care about her safety and decided to rush forward. Vai Vai was careful. She strongly jumped up and kicked towards the bastard who had rushed into the room. But he was too strong, making her a little scared and backed away. He asked in a harsh voice, "Where is the spirit fruit?" Bok Vai Vai replied in a low voice, "I don't know what you are talking about." Immediately, he swung his fist at her, but she quickly blocked it. He gave a sinister smile and said, "The little girl is quite tough, isn't she?" As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his foot to kick her in the face. This time, Vai Vai had to use a lot of strength to resist. She thought to herself, "The power is so great." The two continued to fight, neither of them willing to admit defeat. Tramon still sat still in his chair. He thought to himself that there was no yuan-yang movement. He didn't seem to be an awakened person, but his strength was so strong. The other guy looked at Vai Vai with cold-blooded eyes. He sighed and said, "Ace, I'm tired of playing." The next second, he frantically stabbed his elbow into her stomach. Vai Vai could not escape this attack, so she was attacked and spat out a mouthful of blood. She lost her momentum and fell to the ground. He lifted his foot to step on her stomach. His mouth laughed even louder. He enjoyed cursing the turtle, "Go to death." So Vu Hai shouted when he saw Loi Qin intending to kick hard at Bok Vai Vai's feet, "Don't." At the same time, an object rushed past Loi Qin's face. When he saw that, he stopped. While he was distracted, Tramon quickly carried Bok Vai Vai away, still not dead. When he calmed down, he realized that the thing that was rushing towards him just now was actually an access card. On this side, Bok Vai Vai, lying in Tramon's arms, spoke up, You're awake." Tramon smiled softly and looked at her. "I didn't faint, I was just joking." In their hearts, Bok Vai Vai and So Vu Hai couldn't help but wonder, so he had heard all those words just now. Tramon gently placed her on the chair. She rested first. He placed his hand on her shoulder to heal her. Bok Vai Vai saw that and felt a little moved. His hand was warm and the pain seemed to have subsided. Was this helping her heal? She turned her eyes towards him and seriously advised him, "Go away quickly, you are not his opponent, this matter has nothing to do with you." Not far away, Loi Qin looked cunning and smiled sarcastically. "I thought you were a master from somewhere, it seems you are an ordinary person not worth mentioning." At this time, Tramon also used a provocative expression to tell him, "You don't need to guess my background, I'm just an ordinary handsome man, no one will come to find trouble for you if you kill me." When Bok Vai Vai and So Vu Hai saw him say that, they both froze in fear. Is he stupid? He won't hold back anymore. Tramon's face darkened and he smiled sarcastically, raising his middle finger to provoke Loi Qin. "But if you want to kill me, you're afraid you'll have to return to your mother's womb to practice for decades more." When he saw his brother provoking him like that, he was extremely angry. "Boy, you are looking for death." Loi Qin used his strength to rush towards him. Looking at his strength, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was the fluctuation of the aura of the original nutrition. This person actually completely contained the power that the original nutrition had absorbed. Let him radiate a ray of light. It seems that his breathing practice is definitely not simple. He used his strength to attack him, but in the end he dodged. As soon as he dodged, he immediately counterattacked, punching Loi Qin hard in the face. But unexpectedly, as soon as he attacked him again, he realized that his power was being absorbed by him. It seems that not only can I devour the power his attack brings, but I can also store it. After exchanging a few blows, both of them retreated. Loi Qin gasped and looked at him. At this time, he used his power to probe the situation outside. The sound of fighting outside was so low that he could no longer hear it, nor could he feel the aura of death. It seemed like everyone was acting. Now it seems that this activity of using spirit fruit as a reward is probably the department wanting to attract those interested in the fruit. But I didn't expect this guy's strength to be so strong. The army originally wanted to cooperate with the department. I don't want to offend this mysterious force. They were waiting for the boss and this guy to decide the winner and loser. Loi Qin spoke angrily. "Who exactly are you, brat? Do you know how to offend us?" Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted. "During the battle, such a waste of money." Right after that, Tramon looked extremely excited and clenched his fist towards him. "Okay, you lost." He also counterattacked. "You brat are too arrogant." When two streams of power collide. I really didn't expect Loi Qin to be the one who was injured. His fingers were all broken, and he was vomiting blood. "No, that's impossible. How do you know my strength?" Tramon stood and watched him lying unconscious on the ground. "He had just absorbed so much of your internal energy, now he will return it to you in one go." At this time, suddenly a voice came from behind. Loi Qin, he was invited by a master of the Tran family. So Vu Hai walked up to him. Hearing that he was an ancient martial artist, Tramon asked with some confusion, "Ancient martial artist?" There are still ancient warriors in this world. Now that the essence has appeared, it is very likely that the so-called ancient warriors will also begin to emerge from the water. They seem to have a special method of absorbing the essence. Furthermore, this type of practice that has been passed down for a long time is of great help to cultivation. Otherwise, no one would know the method of cultivation as soon as they awaken. So Vu Hai couldn't help but feel a little worried and told him that Loi Qin's master was mastering Haim. It was said that his strength was supernatural and the people who had awakened now were hardly his opponents. You have to be careful. If he knows that you killed his disciple, he will most likely seek revenge from you. But, I will accept this matter. Say that you are the one who created me. When the time comes, he wants to find trouble. It is also our family. Tramin, sorry, dragging you into this matter. Originally I thought that he was an ordinary expert, unexpectedly. Before she could finish speaking, he interrupted, no need, I will kill you, you don't need to worry about me. If that mastering Haim wants to kill me, tell him, I will wait. So Vu Hai worriedly said, no, Tramin, you are the one who attacked the other person because of me. This matter cannot be left to you to risk alone. Besides mastering Haim, you also have to be careful with Tran, family, although this time they suffered losses and did not get any benefits, but you are not like that, you do not belong to any power. When the time comes, they will definitely find a way to deal with you. At this time, Bok Vai Vai also spoke up, Tramin, maybe, you return to my army, they won't do anything to you. Tramin heard that. His expression was a bit suspicious. Wasn't it you who told someone to knock me out just now? Sooner or later I will beat you all to release my anger. Yet in the end, Tramin ignored the two of them and turned to leave, leisurely saying, okay, I'm tired all day, I'm going home to sleep. Hearing that, the other two stopped. Standing in front of the house, Tramon's phone rang with a text message. I received a lot of inquiries from everyone. Brother Chu Vuong, are you okay? Wake up and answer me. If Chu Vuong and the others make things difficult for you, they will definitely tell you guys. Che Fan Tramin, you're still okay. Is it okay? Hearing these words of encouragement and comfort made him feel happier. After reading it, he texted everyone back, I'm fine. No one can make things difficult for me, ha ha ha. After texting, he put the phone in his pocket and put his hand on his chin to think. So Vu Hai's interest in ancient martial artists like mastering Haim meant that that guy was not easy to deal with. It was better to ask about his future self, hybrid. Just as he finished thinking, the future Tramin appeared in front of him and gave him advice. Don't worry about the things passed down by stubborn old men. It's not worth paying too much attention to improving your own strength, okay? Tranin looked at himself in the future, crossed his arms, nodded in agreement, and said, looking at this style, he was truly himself. When he got home, he reached into his pocket to find his entrance card. But when I searched all my shirt pockets and pants pockets, I couldn't find the card anywhere, and everywhere was empty. Thinking for a long time, he was startled and remembered the image of when he went on a mission, using his entrance card as a hidden weapon and forgetting to take it out because it looked so cool. Remembering where the card was, he quickly took out his phone and had to call Tun Min. Tun Min's name appeared on the phone screen. Tramin stood still and waited for him to pick up. After a few rings, the other end of the line finally picked up. Yo, I want to call you kid. Tun Min replied to him in a rather urgent tone, I'm sorry, there's something big going on in my house that I can't help you with, please look at that room for me. Tramin heard that tone and asked him again, Tun Min, where are you? Something happened. The other end of the line immediately answered back, no, don't worry, okay, who am I? I have something to tell you, okay, I'll just give you an hour's notice not to contact you anymore, that's right, help me take good care of that room off here. After speaking, Tun Min hung up the phone without having time for Tramin to ask any more questions. He did not know that on the other side, K Lao and Tun Min were practicing. After K Lao heard Tun Min talk, he immediately gave orders. Okay, since the instructions are complete, today's training mission will be doubled. He threw a sandbag over to him for practice. When Tun Min saw this, his face turned pale and he thought to himself, I may not be able to complete this training mission alive. After practicing for a while, he shouted loudly, I don't need to save the world, I want to be immortal. On the other side, Tramin, after finishing the call, kept looking at the phone, thinking about the conversation just now until his face turned blank. This kid seemed to have a little secret hope that he was okay. Just thinking about it over and over again made him forget the main thing he was calling Tun Min about. His screams echoed in that house, I have VCH the door pass and then if you don't enter, your answer will be lost. About an hour later, Tramin said goodbye to the locksmith he called so he could get into the house, thanking him for going smoothly. Suddenly his phone rang. It sounded like a strange number. Tramman as usual picked up the phone very quickly and said hello. On the other side, a girl's voice rang out. "Hello, are you okay?" Hearing this voice, he was excited and asked, Dan. Ha Choo Choo on the other end of the line heard him call his name and immediately laughed and said, Hee, I didn't expect that he could still hear my voice. It seemed like I wasn't a fake fan. Tramman listened excitedly and smiled from ear to ear. Of course I watch her livestream every day. Choo Choo continued, I just heard your friends say you were taken away and were afraid something would happen to you, so I asked them for your phone number. It seemed like you were probably okay now. Tramman couldn't hide his happiness when talking to her. He was on the phone while walking. Of course it's okay if you hear my voice this high and loud. It was just a misunderstanding. That's right, they're not here to make things difficult for you. Choo Choo sat on the bed with her knees bent in a comfortable position. It's okay, I'm home. The leader and I took a few days off to rest at home. He went to the sofa and sat down to talk to her and asked her where her house was. Choo Choo immediately replied, Van Nguyen Village. You may not have heard what I said, but the live fans don't know that you can't say it. Mentioning Van Nguyen Village, he immediately remembered the words he sent to his future self. 3 days later, another wave of nutrients broke out on Van Nguyen Mountain. The map couldn't find it. He found a place called Van Nguyen Village that would do well. Prepare people from that organization to go at that time. He immediately connected with reality and thought to himself, really, why think about it? The world is really too small. Choo Choo over there keeps talking about where he lives. Where I live is very difficult to find, but the scenery here is very beautiful. If you have time you can come here to see the scenery. Hearing that, he immediately smiled and replied, If I go to Van Nguyen Village, will you entertain me? When she heard that, she suddenly sat up in surprise while sitting on the bed. Could it be that he had said something wrong? After saying that, her face turned red and she thought to herself, Is this a date? Ha Dan, you must not be embarrassed, After thinking about it, Choo Choo tried to restore his calm voice and replied, Okay, as long as you dare to come, I will entertain you. When I heard that, I laughed and talked happily, so I said it first and didn't regret it. Ha Choo Choo called and talked, making Tramman's mood much less heavy. He sat down on the sofa and smiled, Okay, I should practice a little. Half an hour later, Tramman was still sitting cross-legged and practicing his cultivation. The source of quiet white energy enveloped him. It seemed that the amount of nutrients was still too little, so the training progress would not be great if he needed to deal with those strong people. Before he could finish thinking, he was interrupted by a text message on his phone. He looked at his phone and laughed and said, Still have to rely on himself. That message was sent to him from the future Tramman with the content, breaking the secret book of the Star Sword method. At Tramman's house the next morning after receiving a message from his future self, he devoted all his energy to practicing. Tramman uses his badminton racket like a sword to practice. While using his strength to slash through the air, he acted to himself, I ask who you are. The knife calmed down. After practicing, he stood up and said with a sigh of relief, I have mastered the moves of this star-breaking sword technique, but in my hand, the feeling of the knife is still lacking a bit. It seems that O'Hare has thought of a way. Get a sword. Having finished speaking, he turned to post later and was startled by the mess he had caused while being so passionate about practicing. Ayo, how come the house is like this? About an hour later, after clearing up the battlefield he caused, Tramman was at the bus station to move. Luckily, I still caught the earliest bus, Van Nguyen Village. Ha Dan, I came here. Sitting in the moving car, he fell asleep. While sleeping, a dream appeared to him. He dreamed that he was standing next to a tree with white roots and trunk. Touching the branch, he said, This tree looks like it's not a bad material. He dreamed that he touched the sword towards his father. But if you can actually cast a sword, what can you think about in space? Each drop of water below the corner of the tree gradually rose into the air automatically according to his thoughts. Tramman stretched out his hand and suddenly saw those floating water drops saying, This spiritual water can also move according to his thoughts. Seeing that, he immediately tried walking on the water, stepping on the water's surface and not falling down. He used his palm to control the ironwood tree according to his thoughts. Each sword obeyed his command and slowly moved. He was excited and said loudly, I am invincible, and then turned into a big mountain for me. But even after giving the command, nothing changed around him. Tramman raised his hand to his chin and leaned against the tree trunk, thinking. It seemed that inside space, there were no arbitrary creatures that could only transform objects. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out from space, Don't sleep anymore, come to the station, then come to the station, then don't sleep anymore. In reality, he felt someone shaking his shoulder back and forth. The dreamy feeling had not left the dream, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. The woman continued to call him with her face turning purple with anger. Don't sleep anymore. The third time he said it, he was frightened by that expression and woke up completely, apologizing. When he got to Van Wyn village, he got out of the car and was surprised by the majestic mountain scenery here. Although this place was wild, the scenery was very beautiful. Putting his hands in his pockets to restore his alertness and looking around to observe everything, he immediately thought, there was no one else around. Having said that, he immediately stepped on his feet and moved towards Van Wyn. The scenery here is very peaceful with brick buildings on both sides, sloping roads with stairs leading higher. Tramman went to ask a man who seemed mature. Uncle asked if this place had Van Wyn village, right? He looked at him from top to bottom, evaluated him, then asked, are you an outsider? He immediately answered, yes, I'm going to meet my classmates. For some reason, he frowned and looked annoyed. Hey boy, don't lie to me, you're part of the archaeological team, right? You guys only like to trick us honest people. The last time you came, you said that too, was looking for someone, but last night he brought him to the back of the mountain to dig up antiques. Listening to him speak with such an unpleasant tone, Tramman didn't blame him but thought, it seemed like someone had come first. When he saw that you were silent, he continued to speak. Early in the morning, he immediately felt that something was wrong. A group of people were walking around holding musical instruments. They thought our village was uneducated people who didn't understand their way of life. Please try talking. People who want to find something can't say it directly, so they insist on being so mysterious and mysterious. He looked up at him and asked again, did anyone else come? He glanced back at him and said sarcastically, you guys even asked me to pretend to be like that. From behind, a familiar voice rang out. Father and son had finished shopping. He stepped aside to look at her and asked, Dan. She looked at him in surprise and then shyly said, why did you come here? The man saw that and turned to look at Tramman, then turned back to look at Ha Chu Chu and asked again and again, she is your classmate? You said my daughter is your classmate. He smiled brightly and nodded repeatedly, yes. Her father's phone rang and he immediately went away to answer the phone. I don't have time to answer the phone right now. What kind of incense is burning? It's about to catch fire. What's wrong? Your daughter is about to be robbed by someone else. Arrived. Ha Chu Chu here is still surprised by his appearance in my village. I didn't expect him to actually come here so quickly. He smiled and said, what does that mean? Just have a heart, just a place, not difficult to find. The two of them were chatting loudly but didn't notice that someone was watching them from above. Ha, you have indeed come. Tramman held out his hand. I turned magic for her. Chu Chu was surprised. Do you know how to turn magic? He said, count to 3, don't blink. She obeyed. Okay, 1, 2, 3. When she finished counting, an angel keychain appeared in her hand. She was very excited about this item. Wow, how did you do that? It's so beautiful, but so precious. Me. He smiled gently. I did it myself. It's not worth the money. It's fine if you like it. She was shy. I really liked it, but next time I can't give her a gift anymore. He asked again. Next time. She was confused. It wasn't what he meant. Suddenly he frowned. He turned around, murderous. She didn't understand what was going on. What was wrong with him? Tramman hesitated. It's okay. Chu Chu's father is behind him with a murderous aura. Are you guys done talking yet? You should go find your mother and son. She immediately accelerated the conversation, apologizing. Me? That's right. Where are you? You're not going that fast. He smiled. I found a place to live nearby. He said, if you miss me. Before he could finish his sentence, her father got close to his face, making him not dare to say more. Then he grabbed her hand and pulled her away. She only had time to lower her voice and contact her later. After she left, Tramman's face suddenly became serious. He looked out at the field. Who was she? In a place where there seemed to be no one, a silhouette of a person gradually appeared. A purple-haired girl appeared. How did you spot me? You are indifferent, intuitive, so why do you follow me? She said, it was not right to follow. After all, he was the one who came later. Then she passed by you. I want to cooperate with you. Follow me. She's leading the way. Maybe you sense the new fluctuations coming, right? Our goals are probably similar. I think we can cooperate. The two went through each old house. She said, after all, the two of us are considered to have cooperated half the time, right? His face was clearly disapproving. Tuwim walked out of the house and met again. Tramman gritted his teeth and expressed his attitude. Ha ha, do you think you are a trustworthy collaborator? Lam Thu crossed his arms. It seemed like there was a story. He swore in confusion. That time I was too scared, but this time I definitely won't, I swear. He turned away. Why should I trust him? He honestly declared that the flame in my body was about to become uncontrollable, and this time he wanted to find an opportunity to control the ability in his body. He explained that the Awakener's ability needs to be constantly used, otherwise it will be countered, but I freely release the flame, it is easy to be detected. Lam Thu commented, I too, must use it, use your abilities at all times. He wondered, could it be that you don't have this feeling? He replied dejectedly, my ability is not that eye-catching. She provided, I received the news that at 6 to 7 o'clock today the underground will begin to fluctuate, and at that time protozoa may be born. Do you have any news? He looked at her and considered, the people of that organization were not easy to deal with, having an assistant was not bad, and they also showed sincerity. He was calm. Van Wyn Mountain, southwest direction, believe it or not depends on you, you guys. The two suddenly opened their eyes wide. What? She smiled, based on our modern technology there is no way to determine the specific direction, but I believe you. He said first, until then I only need to nourish, I don't pay attention to other things. To Win was shocked, it was so simple. On the contrary, Lam Thu immediately agreed, no problem, we just needed the location. After the change happened, we became friends, that's it. Suddenly he shouted, In the distance, a house in the village was on fire. He gasped, that was the direction of Van Wyn village, Dan. Mock Lam Thu found it difficult to understand, how could such a tightly sealed warehouse explode, or was it due to an explosion of vital energy? I don't know if this village would be destroyed or not. To Win said next to him, if this backward place is destroyed, who cares? Hearing that, Tramin glanced. To Win felt uncomfortable seeing that. Mother, what does the kid mean? Let's see if a brat like him can survive. Lam Thu continued, I heard that he defeated Loi Keen. That kid has some relationship with Bok Vai Vai. There is no other way, this time there is a lot of power. I want to get some advantage, definitely must cooperate with him. I don't care what you want to do, but if you ruin the plan, you know the consequences. After saying that, she turned and left. To Win grimaced, you rotten bitch, sooner or later you will know my hand. Over here, Tramin is texting with Choo Choo, your place just caught fire, right? It's okay, I'm okay, it's just that the next room suddenly caught fire, so we also came to help, so please be careful. He remembered, it seemed like he was still injured a bit, but it was okay. In the text message between him and the future Tramin, was Van Wyn Village implicated? It seems that at that time Van Wyn Village suffered a big fire and burned it down, after which Chow Chow's livestream was no longer seen. Hearing that, Tramin started sweating and called Choo Choo. She picked up the phone and said hello. Tramin said, can we go back to Ngan Tan? Go home tonight, call your family too, go a little further away. What are you talking about? He said impatiently, the world has changed, everyone's village is about to be destroyed, since the fire started, don't you see something very strange? Choo Choo replied, actually there was a warehouse fire last night, plus what happened just now. In the past few years, Van Wyn Village has never had a fire, do you know anything? On the other end of the line, he replied, I don't know how to explain it, in short I hope you believe me. After speaking, they turned off the phone. Over here, Choo Choo just had an argument. Choo Choo texted me, I have to talk to my parents again, but I still have to thank you for taking care of me. Tramin thought to himself, that's right, how could someone just say something like he said and leave? Surely the time has come. Is this where the future me says has the most vitality, and also has unimaginable changes? Everyone was screaming, shaking, running fast. Many colorful lights emitted. It started, everyone gather. Bok Vai Vai ordered, put out the fire first and worry about the rest later. To Win screamed, he wanted to die, who told you to put out the fire? Interrupting my cultivation, fire ability, in the fire can absorb power and increase strength. Iron attribute ability, Bok Vai Vai, did not expect to meet a woman like you here. Everyone is using magic to attack to win. But he hit straight at Bok Vai Vai, the woman who took care of her finances. She immediately used her hand to block it. What? He arrogantly said, your body can block my fire, I don't know what about your clothes, if you have more things to do, I will burn all your clothes. Bok Vai Vai did not hesitate to take off her coat and throw it on the ground. Convenient man wants to die. She rushed to Win but he remained calm, it was good. She quickly dodged to the side, very agile, I wonder if it was the same when she rolled on the bed. come out here and let's continue playing, your mind is really messed up too. Tu Wen laughed loudly, my mouth was still open. Before he could finish speaking, she rushed forward and slapped him in the face. What? You dare to hit me, wait for me to die. Bok Vai Vai replied, what a coincidence, it's just begun now. Mok Lam Thu stood aside and observed, the boy couldn't do anything, if it weren't for hiding his strength then this time, Trammin looked down from above, the temperature around here was getting higher and higher. Oh my god, my feet are on fire. Hot hot hot, get out of my way. The fire has spread here, when will it be restored? Activate space, activate devour, plus 1,500 potential points. Trammin felt comfortable, it seemed his strength had reached twice as much as before. Mok Lam Thu said invisibly, Thammin, it's not the cooperation you talked about, didn't I already tell you guys, what's wrong, you guys didn't come. Your sincerity is not enough, you still have the face to tell me, where is that teammate of yours? Mok Lam Thu was silent, no, he had abandoned her again. She doesn't care, ignore him, the two of us cooperate, now there is fire all around, the concentration of nutrients is getting higher and higher, we will definitely bring experts, I want to set up a hidden formation, near here, need your coordination. Trammin wondered, what can I help you with? Mok Lam Thu replied, I can use the hidden formation to cover the area around us, so when we absorb the nutrients, we won't be caught by anyone, other findings, but I need it, I need you to provide me with energy. Trammin was surprised and asked Mok Lam Thu, are you blushing? How do I need to give you energy? Could it be? Suddenly he blushed thinking about the prospect of her hugging his neck, the two of them seemed to be kissing each other, he froze in shame. Mok Lam Thu glared at him with a black face, all he had to do was sit cross-legged behind me and press his palms against my back. He just did as she said and reconciled, just kidding, don't be angry. Trammin placed his hand on her shoulder and injected spiritual energy. Mok Lam Thu groaned, absorbing his spiritual energy. Then he converted his spiritual energy into his own and gathered it into a small purple ball in front of his chest. She released the orb, forming a barrier that covered a large area of the forest. Mok Lam Thu said, okay, now, the outside can't see us anymore, we can rest assured to absorb nutrients. She glanced at him again, hey, you can take your hand away. Trammin quickly withdrew his hand and repeatedly replied, okay. Mok Lam Thu was absorbing spiritual energy and suddenly wondered why the absorption speed was so slow. Then she opened her eyes. She saw Trammin absorbing aura and thought in surprise, how is that possible, how fast is his absorption speed, A-level talent. 1 hour later, the barrier gradually dissolved. Bok Vai Vai was fighting with Tu Wen when she backed away, panting. He was hit by her, his face swollen and angry, scolding him, damn, this woman is really difficult to deal with. Suddenly the soldiers discovered that there was someone there. Bok Vai Vai looked over and recognized, Trammin. She saw him walking with Mok Lam Thu. The soldiers next to him picked up their guns and shouted loudly, Mok Lam Thu, she is from an underground organization. At this time, Mok Lam Thu looked back at Trammin and said, take care, I'm surprised, huh? Then a series of bullets were fired at her, but she disappeared. A soldier also used a dagger to rush towards Mok Lam Thu's shadow, he slashed it down and shouted loudly, go die. He continuously swung the knife back and forth in the air, making Trammin laugh and spit. He angrily opened his goggles and said, you and her are the same group. Guessing that the soldiers wanted to attack him, Bok Vai Vai quickly shouted, don't. Soldiers holding daggers rushed in and shouted, kill you. Trammin didn't care about him but thought to himself, this girl is still not to be underestimated, her appearance just now was intentionally to let others see her and she's a bunch. The soldiers rushed towards him, but he used his hand to hit the boy's helmet, causing the dagger to fall out, and he was stunned and coughed. Trammin did not withdraw his hand. He glanced at Bok Vai Vai who was silently looking at him. The soldier fell to the ground and was caught by his comrades, he panicked and pointed at him and shouted loudly, unable to let him go. Bok Vai Vai suddenly asked Trammin, why didn't you help me just when I was dealing with that fire-breathing guy? The soldiers trembled and accused him, he and Mok Lam Thu were in the same group, she was from an underground organization, this person was not a good person either, arrest him. Trammin glanced at them and looked down on them, The soldiers immediately rushed towards him. Bok Vai Vai shouted loudly, Tran Tu Luong, now I order you to immediately return to the team. The soldier called Tran Tu Luang turned to look at her and replied, Bok Vai Vai, he killed the master of the Tran family that I invited. I haven't asked you to cause trouble yet. I hope you don't confront the Tran family and the others, me, otherwise don't blame me for not talking about love. Bok Vai Vai angrily clenched her fists and said, You, she then stopped and thought to herself, these people seem to all be from the Tran family, no wonder no one told me the details of their actions right from the start, this time. She looked at the soldiers and continued to think, seeing that she was fighting with a fire-breathing man who did not come to help, but instead dealt with Tramin with such enthusiasm. At this moment, Tramin sighed and asked, What if you don't talk about love, and use your tongue to say I'm dead? Then he asked Bok Vai Vai again, I killed them, didn't you pay attention? Tramin turned to ask Bok Vai Vai, I killed them, don't you care? She nonchalantly reached forward and said, Please. Hearing that, he turned back to the other person with an excited expression and said, The Tran family isn't coming over here. Oh yes, if you have any last words, say it quickly. One of the two assassins said angrily, looking for death. He took out his sword to warm up his body a bit, then swung his sword towards the other two guys. The ground after his blow immediately burst into flames, part of the land was destroyed. An assassin rushed forward, raised his sword high and said, You go and die. Suddenly his face changed color, he used his sword to stab him in the stomach and calmly said, I won't go, you go. The remaining guy saw his teammate being defeated like that and was surprised. He said in bewilderment to the side, This strength. At this moment, a fire broke out behind him, he quickly turned around to look at the fire and said, This is the direction of Van Nguyen village. The other guy took advantage of his lack of attention and quickly ran away. Seeing him run away, he thought to himself, This guy. But right now he didn't care about him anymore. In front of him was covered by a blue radar, thinking to himself, I don't have time to care about him now, let's see what happened on Thong Van Nguyen's side. The village is burning fiercely. Tu Nguyen was standing in the fire laughing hysterically. Seeing that image, he thought to himself, this animal. He quickly ran to the village, ran towards him and said, Tu Nguyen, there were many screams around him, saved my life, don't be afraid. He looked around wildly, dismissing his original intention in thinking, save important people. He went to the mother and child in distress and rescued them. When he had just walked a few steps, someone's voice rang out behind him, Save me. He was surprised to hear that voice, it was Chu Chu's father. He quickly went to rescue him and asked, Are you okay? He replied, Thank you for being saved. After looking around and not seeing Chu Chu, he asked, Where is Chu Chu? His father immediately replied, The girl couldn't sleep and said she was going out for a walk, I didn't see her, please save my daughter. He used his ability but still to no avail. He began to worry in his mind, thinking that his sensory ability could not find Chu Chu's trace. Where did she go? While he was thinking in the fire, a scream rang out, saving his life. Hearing it, he once again turned back to the fire and thought, It's better to both save and find her. At this time, he saved many people. Bok Vai Vai also ran from nowhere and shouted loudly, Mr. Tramin. He quickly interrupted her, Don't worry about me taking the injured person to the hospital quickly. Hearing that, she quickly took out her phone and replied, I know. At this moment, he felt something and thought to himself, there's a reaction. Indeed, he immediately flew high into the sky, to everyone's surprise. Seeing his actions, noises began to resound. Oh my God, is this an angel? It was he who saved me. An angel came down to earth to save us. He now ran as fast as the wind, gliding through the forests. Suddenly he stopped and said, Maybe it was Chu Chu's anger, but why did she come here? He stopped in front of a cave. Without hesitation he immediately went in, thinking as he walked, this cave looked very spacious and could accommodate two people walking side by side. Suddenly he realized something wasn't right. Inside the cave there is a pair of glowing red eyes. His eyes glowed with lightning. A giant bear jumped out from the cave. He saw it quickly move aside and shout, Damn it, Big Bear, you broke the rules, wait a minute. He looked at that bear and immediately thought, this bear's strength and speed were too exaggerated, and compared to the strange beast that had just transformed, it seemed like it had mutated a long time ago. When he saw the bear stop, he suddenly had a bold thought in his heart. I told him to wait and he immediately stopped, so he didn't understand. Thinking so, he began to gently negotiate with it. I don't have bad intentions, I am. But before he could finish his sentence, it started to attack him. Using its huge arms, it knocked him away. He was beaten against the cliff behind him and angrily shouted at it, Damn you, you're playing dirty, you've successfully attracted my attention. The bear growled and rushed towards him. Seeing that, he activated his power and told it, "Okay, let's compare strength." The eared bear punched straight at him, and he also used his fist to block it. The bear, surprised by his actions, did not react but was blown away by him. When he was beaten like that, he got very angry and rushed at him again. Just like that, the two of them fought without being fierce. Finally, the bear came back to eat and was defeated, lying flat on the ground. He looked at it lying crying at his feet and sighed and said, "You really know how to stretch." At this time, next to him brought up the entrance to the demon world. Hearing that voice, he subconsciously responded in surprise, "You are the future, why are you talking in my ear?" Future Tramman began to respond to his words, "I don't know, it seems like my consciousness can see everything you see, now talking seems like a mental exchange with you." "I hear that," excitedly asked again, "could it be that my ability has been upgraded?" The other person heard that and immediately confirmed, "Yes, I also had data before that I didn't expect such a good effect, it seems to be related to enough energy, now all things seen in our eyes are the same, no need to be connected all the time, you can maintain contact at all times." When he heard that, he was shocked and asked again, "Oh my God, are you seeing my eating, drinking, and hygiene?" The other person heard his question and helplessly replied, "Am I going to criticize myself?" He heard that it was reasonable, so he reluctantly replied, which was also true. Now returning to his own business, he asked what the demon world was that you just talked about. Listening to Mr. Trammon's question, the future replied, "If I remember correctly, Ban Wen did not exist here before, but it did not appear long after that. With the changes of heaven and earth, new places appeared more and more, more and more. Humanity will enter an era of unprecedented crisis in history. This bear is most likely from the demon world." Hearing that, he immediately looked at that bear and asked, "What level of strength is this bear compared to mine?" Hearing the question, the other person slowly replied, "This is just an ordinary demon, related to the realm. He is now only a second-grade strength. Currently, the boundary of the realm appearing on the surface is divided from low to high into 9th grade. The highest grade is equivalent to the existence of transcending tribulations and ascending. Natural talent, yours is currently A level, but I believe in this harvest you will increase to S level." Suddenly at this moment the bear turned his body smaller and he was surprised to see that and asked, "How could it still turn small?" The other person's voice rang out again, "Demonic beasts are basic abilities acquired when cultivating so they can naturally grow bigger or smaller. Of course different types of demonic beasts' abilities and attributes will also be different." At this time, he and the other bear went to another cave entrance. He saw Choo Choo lying on a large stone table near the door and asked in bewilderment, "Choo Choo, this?" Turning his head to look, he saw the other bear shyly covering his eyes. Seeing its attitude, he thought helplessly, "This bear doesn't like Choo Choo." He then quickly walked to her side and shook her. Choo Choo woke up. She woke up dreamily and saw him softly asking, "Tramman." When she saw the bear, she was afraid and hugged his neck, saying, "There is a bear." She was still scared and hugged his neck tightly and said, "Tramman." He saw her so worried and asked, "Choo Choo Choo, are you okay?" When she saw that big bear, she once again grabbed his shirt and said, "Tramman has a bear." Seeing her so scared, he comforted her, saying, "It's okay, this guy was defeated by me." He turned to the other bear and used his hand to make a sign to say, "She is mine, understand?" The bear understood what I meant and growled angrily. Looking at it with warning eyes, he said, "Are you still dissatisfied? Be careful, I will beat you until you poop in your pants, then push you into a pile of feces and use your own excrement to beat you." Hearing that threat, the bear had no choice but to agree with him. He ran to her side and pretended to be cute. This made her unable to help but laugh happily. At this time, he turned to ask her, "But why did she come here?" Hearing Mr. Choo Choo's question, slowly responded, "Remembering the words he told me, I couldn't sleep, I was walking around to get some fresh air when it happened." Hearing that, he immediately glanced at the bear. She started looking at him and asked a series of questions. He just said he had subdued it. Are he an awakened fake? Do he know how to fly into the sky and apparate? He immediately spoke up to interrupt her. "Let's go." Her family was probably worried. In his heart, he thought to himself, if he didn't interrupt, she didn't know how many more questions there would be. He picked her up and went out, the bear behind him crying with regret. Choo Choo spoke softly in his heart. Hearing what he said, "I went online to look. On the internet, many people said the world was changing and said monks were awakened. Many news disappeared in the blink of an eye." In her mind, there were regretful thoughts. He is an awakened person, he will live forever, we are no longer from the same world. He carried her back to the village and said softly, "Choo Choo is home, come down." She still hugged his neck tightly and shed tears. You are not a normal person anymore. I want to hug you a little longer. She was still thinking, maybe we won't have any more contact in the future. At this time, Choo Choo's parents came from afar and shouted loudly, Choo Choo, where are you going? You're scaring us to death. She got off his body and wiped away her tears and said softly, Mom and Dad. Her parents ran towards their daughter. Their families started talking to each other. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Are you okay? While talking to her family, she slightly turned her head to look at his back as he was fading away. When I was a while. Bok Vai Vai ran out from nowhere and asked, Where are you going? The Tran family will not hesitate at any cost to kill you. You will be very dangerous. He heard that and said coldly, he didn't think it was okay and didn't care. In her mind, his attitudes appeared in her mind, sometimes shy and weak. When he is so domineering, what kind of person is he? At this moment, she remembered the back of the masked person from before. Her thoughts continued, at that time. Could this person's back be him? So how strong would his strength be? He then waved his hand at her and said, but still thanked her for the reminder. He returned to his home. He sat on the sofa and opened his parameters on the system. He looked at the parameters in front of him and said, what is the meaning of the talent of the merchant city and can it still buy new talent? That's me now. Hearing that question, future Traman immediately answered, upgrading the system's capacity first. The third grade strength is much faster than I was that year, and now I can go to the space lake to accumulate the value of my talent. He immersed himself in the vast lake, his talent points constantly increasing. Looking at his parameters again, he smiled smugly and said, invisible person, waiting for me to get you. At the headquarters building, Vai Vai knocked on the door. There's a sound inside, come in. As soon as she opened the door, she was surprised to see Han Ku and Tran Tu Lang cunningly inside. Han Ku said solemnly, Bok Vai Vai, let's talk about what happened in Fuan Wind Mountain, it's related to Tranan. Hearing that, Vai Vai's face immediately darkened and angrily looked at Tu Lang who was smiling proudly. She avoided Han Ku's eyes and recounted, that day at the fire scene, I saw him and a woman, then there was a conflict between us, that's exactly what happened. The spirit master suddenly came in from nowhere and spoke up, there was no problem, what she said was the truth. Seeing her come in, Vai Vai was surprised, this woman was always behind her, but she didn't pay attention to what was going on. Without keeping his curiosity for long, the spirit master immediately turned around and extended his hand to say hello. Hello, I am the spirit master, I just used some tricks to cover your eyes, don't take it to heart. Faced with hospitality, Vai Vai hummed and turned away. The master understood and immediately withdrew his hand, smiled, and walked back. After receiving confirmation of the information, Han Ku raised his chin and gave an order, Tran Tu Lang, because he did not obey the orders of Team Trong Bok Vai Vai, before knowing the attitude of Venom, incited his subordinates to attack Tan, security, expelled from military status. Tu Lang heard that and immediately showed his attitude, angrily banging his hand on the table, I'm not satisfied, based on what, the old man doesn't even have the face of the world. But before he could finish his taunt, the bodyguard standing next to him gave him a powerful punch that sent him flying far away. Han Ku bowed his hand and signaled, okay, that's it, drag him down, the worm upsets the pot of soup. Vai Vai looked at Tu Lang being dragged away and then looked at Han Ku, the Tran family would definitely not let peace. Han Ku was not worried but calmly said, if the masked person you mentioned is peaceful, then I think, the world is small, that kid is not even in my eyes. This Tran family has done a lot of things, we should pay the price, she told Tranan, we will not interfere in this matter, nor will we help the Tran family, we just hope he doesn't hate us. As for Traman, he met So Vu Hai on the street. She sat in a luxury supercar and called out to him on the other side of the street, hey, why are you standing there, quickly get in the car. Traman got in the car and asked her, how did you know I was here, where did you want to go? Vu Hai held the steering wheel and asked him back, how do you think I'm supervising you? This hotel belongs to my family, do you think I have a lot of free time? Hearing her rebuttal, Traman could only feel helpless and sad, Vu Hai continued to clarify the situation, the hotel was surrounded by experts, as long as he stepped out of the hotel, someone would kill him, the Tran family had said, they wanted him not to be able to leave the Silver City. You follow me, they won't attack easily, our family and the Tran family haven't torn each other's faces apart, the last time they were beaten in the face, it can be said that it was a heavy loss, heavy, it won't be easy to confront our house, then her eyes turned towards him and suggested, calmly, come to my house. But Tramin still firmly refused. Left, I can handle my matter, thank you for your good intentions, stop the car there, I'm home. The sound of the car stopping. Vu Hai also sighed helplessly. But as soon as Tramin got out of the car, the sound of yelling caught his attention. Are you blind? My big brother never has to pay for food, if you waste any more words I will smash the store. Tan still firmly faced the thug who was yelling at her and demanding money. No, you guys can't go, you have to pay to eat. Vu Hai asked him, do you know him? Tramin immediately introduced herself. This is Tan, the owner of the Si Shuyan Hotpot restaurant, divorced and raising her daughter alone. She is a good person, I came over to take a look. Vu Hai heard that and quickly followed, so I went too. At this time, a person with the name Mr. Isn't he just missing an adult woman? His subordinate standing next to him immediately responded and took Tan's hand to force her. Hey, the Fox brother is right, this bitch brought herself to the door, don't blame us. But then, a glass bottle flew out of nowhere and hit him right in the face, causing him to swear in pain. Damn it. He held his wound and raised his face to curse. What is that, who has no eyes? But his response was a series of blows from glass bottles from Tramin and Vu Hai. Tramin turned his hand to explain, I'm heartless, what are you doing here? Vu Hai also made an excuse, I was in my period. Mr. Ho also shouted loudly with his accomplices, you're tired of living, right? He lit a cigarette and said, he wanted to die worrying about so many things. He was so surprised that he was stunned when he saw Tramin and so Vu Hai. What? That kid has some bravery. Just as he finished his sentence, a punch flew straight into his face. Do you know who I am? Mr. Ho fell to the ground with a bloody face and shouted, damn you, this is Tran Tio's friend. This kid, you're done, I'm going to tell you, you're done. Tramin didn't care and turned around and said, Tran family's dog paw, after all, the Tran family and I have had a feud for a long time, so you go first. He provoked me, I'm scared, why do I want to go? I tell you I already remember your face, you rotten woman. So Vu Hai, what should I do now that he remembers my face? Please kill him for me, I'll go first. He rolled up his sleeves, his face full of gloating and smiling. Mr. Ho flattered flusteredly, I said that you are the kind of beautiful woman who meets someone who loves flowers and flowers blooming and is deeply impressed with just one look. She coldly turned around and left. If there's anything you can't do, just call me anytime, my words still apply. Tramin sat down and calculated, 7 dong per bowl for 5 people was 35 dong plus a few mental losses of 500 dong. After paying, he left. Mr. Ho showed disapproval, took the money and said with a swollen face that I gave it to him. He thought while giving it to him, just let him wait for me to come back and tell Tran Tio. Tran Tio will definitely make your kid's life worse than death. After Mr. Ho's group left, Tan immediately warned, Tuan, go quickly, they will definitely come back, if you beat them like that, they won't give up. Tramin consoled, Tan, I'm fine, on the contrary, you should still leave here. Tram Tu Lam sat in the shop and listened to the whole story he told. Please Tran Tio, you have to be the boss and let me beat that boy to death for me. He gently shook the wine glass from the prison and asked, tell me what's going on. Mr. Ho recounted the whole story from beginning to end. At first, we only ate while we left, and that was it. Bok Luong and Tran Tio have already obtained the video cameras. He said calmly, huffing like a little boy. Tran Tu Lam, Bok Luong, please follow him to find out where that kid is and lead someone over here. He laughed happily, let me see if there was anyone in this Silver City who dared to disrespect me, even Aho dared to fight. At the end of his life, Bok Luong said yes to Tran Tio. Not long after, Tran Tu Lam's group found Tramon's residence and gathered in front of his house. Mr. Ho has heard that the boy is on the upper floor of this house. Meanwhile, he had just finished showering and his hair hadn't dried yet. Why was it so noisy in the middle of the night? As soon as he opened the door, he saw them sitting in the house. A junior shouted, Mr. Bok is him. Don Ho shouted, it was this kid who beat him to death for me. Bok Luong's face darkened, he was awakened. Tran Tio told me to take you back, so follow me. Tramin was confident, at the right time I also wanted to go see him. Lead the way. At the karaoke bar, dark and cheerful words continued to ring out, ah, you hateful person, don't hide, come give me a kiss. Tran Tu Lam hugged a beautiful blonde girl wearing a short skirt. He smiled and said, there is a message, wait for me to check. The girl kept agreeing, yes, yes, yes. On his phone, an urgent notification was sent from the Tran T family. In the message, there was a picture of Tramman along with a message saying, Tran family disciples must not be rash lately, avoid teasing this person. Below his picture there was also a red message, if you are sure of the part, if you win, you can kill this person. Tran Tu Lam was surprised and wondered, it was him, wasn't he the one who beat A Ho? He smiled secretly in contempt, this time he didn't even show respect to these old men. He composed a message again, sent it to Bok Luong, killing this person on the spot. He put down the phone and ordered the bodyguards, called Loi Bao and the other three to support Bok Luong. Bring that kid's head back here. The subordinate bowed his head and replied, yes. At the villa, Bok Luong read the text message on his phone and then laughed coldly. Then he pulled out his knife and rushed towards Tramman, shouting loudly, go die. The dagger flashed across his neck. Tramman just smiled silently. Mr. Ho saw it and shouted loudly in excitement, our Mr. Luong took action. Before they could finish their sentence, Tramman disappeared, silently appearing behind Bok Luong. He panicked and waved the knife wondering, no way, since when did you? Tramman disappeared again. He appeared again behind Bok Luong. Bok Luong's face turned pale and he knelt down. He shouted, big brother, spare his life. Tramman pulled out his sword and said, I don't. With just one swing of the sword, Bok Luong's blood splattered, causing his subordinates to panic. They continuously knelt down and worshipped you. Sir, spare your life. Sir, I was wrong, I shouldn't have. Tramman swung his sword again, cutting the fruit on the table in half, causing his subordinates to scream. The humble tiger trembled and begged, don't kill me. He kept begging, don't kill me, don't kill me. Tramman replied with a smile, don't worry, I won't kill you, I still have it. Before he could finish speaking, Brother Tiger ran away. Unfortunately for him, he stepped on a banana peel. Then fell headfirst into the wall. He scolded, damn it. Tramman said in surprise, I'm still there, I want you to lead the way to find Miss Tran. He kicked Mr. Ho's butt and asked, hey, are you still alive? He repeatedly slapped his face with his hand and called him to wake up again and again. Suddenly a blue light flashed by. Tramman quickly turned his head to the side. He looked at the short knife stuck in the wall and then panically assessed that this hidden weapon method, this person was not an awakened person, then definitely an ancient martial artist. Two short knives continuously shot forward. Tramman quickly dodged aside. But the two knives did not stick into the wall, but instead changed direction to chase him. He thought in surprise, yet he predicted his actions. He had just dodged a knife and immediately thought, it seemed like there were at least 3 assassins, maybe more, and there was poison on the dart. He looked around and assessed, if he didn't know where they were hiding, he would be very passive. Tramman looked at the dart in front of his eyes and immediately opened it, silently thinking. Looks like we'll have to drag them out first. As soon as he pretended to fall, a group of people immediately entered. The leader said sinisterly, you rotten boy, it's as if you've been hit by a dart. Tramman pretended to be in pain and trembled on the ground. 4 assassins stepped out, one was bald, one was an old man, one had blue hair, one was wearing a red shirt. The old man in the group of assassins glanced at him and sarcastically said, this kid is also tenacious, even though he was poisoned by the arrow, he didn't die. A red-shirted man said, it just lasted a little longer, let's talk to him, young Master Tran has already promised 500,000. The assassins continuously laughed loudly. At this time, Tramman suddenly stood up and laughed, making the assassins bewildered. Then they shouted, you, why are you? The handsome guy stroked his hair and asked them if they were surprised or happy. Then he immediately used his foot to kick the leg of the guy in the red shirt, making him scream loudly. He opened the swallow, summoned a poison dart, then picked it up and shook it, saying, you guys had so much fun shooting just now, I want to try it too. But my tricks aren't very good, that's all I know how to do. He moved his wrist, throwing the dart at supersonic speed towards the assassins. The red-haired guy and the bald guy quickly dodged and used darts aimed straight at the blue-haired guy. Suddenly, from one dart, it turned into 3. The dart stabbed straight into the foreheads of the bald guy, the red-shirt guy and the blue-hair guy one after another, directly killing them. Their bodies fell onto the ground, making the old man panic. He walked closer to him, smiled and asked threateningly, this lucky spectator. Would you agree to take me to see Miss Tran? At this time, at the karaoke bar, Tran Tu Lam angrily held the phone and muttered, damn it, why didn't you pick up the phone? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He put down the phone and smiled excitedly, oh, I'm back. At this time, Tran carried the old assassin in his arms and used his foot to kick the door of the room. Tran Tu Lam pointed at him and shouted in panic, You dropped the old assassin on the floor and asked him, don't you want to see me? Then he arrogantly sat on the table and continued to ask him, now that we've met, how am I handsome? Tran Tu Lam trembled and replied, beautiful, handsome, what do you want to do, do you know who I am? He calmed down and seduced him, today I have given up, you will forgive me whatever you want, money, how much you need, just say. Tran listened to him silently, I'm just a second-generation parasitic waiting to die, you killing me doesn't make any sense, it's better to forgive me, I can guarantee that the family won't prosecute you. Tran Tu Lam arrogantly thought to himself, Humph, let you be proud a little longer, when Butler Chu comes, you will be finished, he is a super expert. Tran smiled contemptuously and replied, it would be better for you to be quiet for a bit and not make any noise, prolonging the time to wait for someone to help, right? I'll wait, I also want to see who the Tran family can send. Suddenly, an old man with an amazing aura walked in, he looked at him warily, the old man with white hair put his hands behind his back and warned him in a low voice. But today I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of this door. The future Tran reminded him that he was Chu Fat, the second master of Tran Tu Luang's mother's family, and was not easy to deal with, so he better avoid it first. Before Tran of the future could finish his sentence, Chu Fat rushed towards him. Tran was also not afraid to punch straight into his fist to stop him. Tran in the future was speechless, as if I hadn't spoken. He clenched his fist and thought to himself, this old man's strength is very strong, the awakened people he encountered before cannot compare to this person. Chu Fat arrogantly declared that he truly has the ability to be able to receive my strength with one punch, you deserve to die at my hands. He rushed towards Tran again. He punched him in the face, but he quickly dodged to the side and reached out to block his hand. Then, he leaned forward, holding his sleeve. Then wrestled him to the ground. Tran Tu Lam saw that and clicked his tongue, TSK. Chu Fat stood up on his hands and exclaimed, interesting and interesting. Suddenly he laughed loudly in excitement, tore the shirt he was wearing, Tran shouted in panic, what are you doing, I didn't rob him. Before he could finish his sentence, he used his energy to make the spiritual energy surrounding him look extremely terrifying. A red aura surrounded Chu Fat's body, making his body stronger and stronger. Tran shouted in surprise, oh my god, is this the second form? Future Tran suddenly said, I told you to avoid his spear first. Tran Tu Lam sat on the sofa watching the excitement, at this time, he also chimed in, come up for me, kill that kid. Chu Fat clenched his fist and asked Tran, his junior, do you dare block another punch from me? At this time, he also laughed loudly and replied, he punched me into a bag. Immediately, he punched him but he quickly blocked it with his hand. He backed away and silently exclaimed, as expected, his form had advanced, his strength had doubled compared to before. Chu Fat jumped into the air to kick him, he shouted loudly, it wasn't over yet. Tran used both hands to form an X shape in front of his chest to block his kick. Chu Fat laughed loudly, reincarnate well. After speaking, he immediately kneeled and kicked him straight in the stomach. Made him fly away and hit the wall. Tran Tu Lam pointed at Tran and ordered, old man, cut off his head and bring it here. Tran stood up with difficulty and asked, the old man did not preach martial virtue, played rock, paper, scissors, but kicked like this. Tran Tu Lam was extremely scared, he hid behind Chu Fat and shouted, what's going on, why is he still alive? Tran brushed the dust off his shirt and said, come, let's continue, this time we can't cheat. Chu Fat clenched his fists and laughed loudly, fulfilling you. He punched him, but he blocked him with his fist. He smirked and thought to himself, the three powerful attacks just now were saved, slowly returned to you. Chu Fat turned pale and asked him, your strength is exactly the same as mine. His hand was still held tightly by him, he tried to pull his hand back but realized he couldn't pull his fist out. Tran Tu Lam panicked and shouted, damn old man, what are you doing, hurry and destroy him. Chu Fat angrily cursed, this trash doesn't see how weak he is. Tran Tu Lam pulled a drawer and took out a gun. Then pointed at him, he gritted his teeth and said, damn it, you still have to let me do it. Tran quickly pulled Chu Fat's hand. He used him as a shield, blocking the bullets that were being fired, he screamed in pain, oh, stop scolding, damn it. After a series of bullets, Tran threw Chu Fat to the ground. Tran Tu Lam fell to the ground, still pointing the gun at him and trembling and swearing. Chu Fat is now trying to stand up. Tran Tu Lam threw down his gun and begged, "No, no, please forgive me." Tran raised his foot, smiled and replied, "No." Immediately, step straight on his penis. He screamed in pain, echoing through the phone. A sinewy hand gripped the stone table tightly, causing the table to crack. He commanded in a low voice, "Turned it off." It seemed that Tramon's strength had reached the peak of the second level. Currently the strongest on the battlefield was only the second level. It was impossible for him to develop further. "Give me a plan to deal with him." The surrounding subordinates knelt down and replied, "Yes, the homeowner." Tramon walked on the street while holding a glass of water to drink. Suddenly he discovered something. Then he threw the glass of water forward and ate my glass of water. Mok Lam Thu was walking towards her when a glass of water was thrown in her way. "I-oh." She turned around and asked, "What are you doing?" He replied, "You're so young and your memory is so poor. Have you forgotten how you tricked me?" Lam Thu replied calmly, still angry. She moved her ass to him, "Otherwise, I'll let you hit too." Tramon was startled. Who exactly was she? Huh? She was angry. "Were you looking for death?" She thought to herself, "If it weren't for the organization that valued you and ordered me to do my best to get you on my side, then I wouldn't have to do such a shameful thing. It makes me angry." She calmed down and wanted to negotiate with him. "You know, in fact, from the moment those thugs came to destroy the spicy hot pot restaurant, it was already a trap. Tran Tu Lam just wanted to use it to probe him. His fight with those people was transmitted to Trangia high-ups. They were discussing plans to deal with him. Homeowner Trangia is so scary, even his son can be sacrificed. This time they will use the family's power to deal with you. You are very dangerous. You can cooperate with us. Trangia's strength is not something one person can deal with. We can help you. I wonder, you guys, have you done anything useful so far?" She replied, "I know you are dissatisfied, but please believe in our sincerity. Trangia will definitely research a reasonable plan. One strike will kill you." All of Tran's forces Gia was withdrawing. They still had some unusual tricks, but now, he was completely exposed to them. Hearing that, he asked, "How would you like to cooperate?" She replied, very simply, forcing Trangia to attack him first. He thought to himself, it seems like this organization has wanted to deal with Trangia for a long time, but there was a taboo about taking action, so they wanted to use him as a gun. He continued, "Okay, but I want something to prove your sincerity." Her face was cheerful. What did he want? Tramon replied, "I want your people to behead Trangia Gia." Hearing that, she sweated and thought, the organization's purpose is not to reveal everyone's vision, but to take advantage of Tramon's power to eliminate Trangia. Did he make this request because he had seen it, understand the organization's plans? She awkwardly said, "No, the organization couldn't meet his request." He turned around and left, so there was no need to say more. The next day, Tramon held a bag of groceries in his hand. I walked towards Trangia and thought, what she said makes sense. Such a powerful family is dealing with me. I am indeed very dangerous, so why not provoke them to attack first? He took the paint bottle and sprayed it on the door. The guards ran up and shouted, "Who are you? What do you mean by writing the words here?" The guy next to him whispered in his ear, "Captain, this word is a bad word." He was angry, not caring whether it was good or bad. Tramon calmly said, "This door is an eyesore, knock it down." He was extremely angry. His courage was so great. Vuong Man slashed it from me. The subordinate held a stick and rushed forward. But Tramon cast a spell to turn him into a sausage, and I was nowhere to be found. Behind him another man hurriedly came, the captain of the security team. "He is Tramon, the expert who killed Tran Tio." "Ah, why didn't you say it earlier?" The other subordinate's face changed when he heard it. "Ha, you're the one who killed Tran Tio. Do you want to open this door?" "I'm coming, I'm coming." The captain was stunned. "Vuong Man, are you crazy?" He replied coldly, moving away. Then he slammed the door open, making the captain's face turn pale. Tramon stood aside and observed. This was oppressive, but still not fully awakened. After finishing, he happily asked again, "Idol, is there anything else you want to do?" Tramon replied, "Do you agree to follow me?" Vuong Man happily replied, willing, from now on I will follow you." Tramon left. "Follow me." Next house, Vuong Man threw his hat on the ground and turned to tell the captain, "I won't do it anymore." Vuong Man followed and thought, that guy Tran Hetio has done many evil things. I heard that he even killed his sister in the shop. I wanted to teach him a lesson long ago, but because they were able to find out my family, I just endured it. Vuong Man happily said, Boss, do you know why I want to follow you? Because I admire the strongest man. Tramman replied, but following me will be dangerous. After all, I killed Tran Jia's young master. Aren't you afraid? Vuong Man is enthusiastic. Not afraid, boss, you are so strong, and dare to tease him. Teasing Tran Jia, you must have a mountain to lean on, he replied. Then there's still time for you to regret. I don't have a mountain to lean on. Vuong Man admired his bright eyes. Boss, you don't have a mountain to lean on. You dare to tease Tran Jia, then it proves that you have special charm, so it's not wrong for me to follow you. Tramman smiled faintly. There's an incoming call. He picks up the phone. Tramman, right, I'm class president A. How. There's a class reunion today. Everyone is waiting for you to come. Are you busy? Nothing. Tramman turned off the phone, was not interested, and did not go. He saw a message from Chu Vuong sending a voice. Tramman clicked to listen. Brother, this class meeting was organized by Trong Vai. That guy now has no relationship with anyone but looks very rich and powerful. I can't offend him. He is. Moreover, I heard that Lu Tin and him are together. Didn't that kid have a disagreement with you in the past? He came to me and said he wanted to reconcile with you. I didn't dare offend him, so we're in the VIP room at the Emperor Hotel. You can come, or not. When he heard Lu Tin going with Trong Ven, his hands trembled. Tramman remembers the past. Just one kiss. What are you crying about? If you cry again I will touch you. Apologize to her, otherwise you will be humiliated. What are you? Tramman, what do you want to do? Hit your classmate. He was teasing Lu Tin and Jia. Save me. Did Trong Vai tease her? No. At that time, I was expelled because of whom. Lu Tin didn't know why, but he still went back to Trong Vai. Now the two of them are holding a party obviously wanting to humiliate me. Then wait and see. Vuong Man next to him asked, Boss, do you want to attend the class reunion? The Imperial Hotel is also Tran Jia's property. Tramman smiled, so the next one is it? At the Imperial Hotel. Tramman told Vuong Man to wait outside. Okay boss. Tramman walked into a group of people standing and talking and laughing. Chu Vuong went to call Tram, but was stopped by Trong Vai. First don't call his name. Serving next door. Sorry, this is a VIP floor, only senior members. Trong Vai is mocking you over here. It seems like Tramman can't get in. Should I go help? The waiter bowed to the ground. Mr. Tram invited. Trong Vai saw that and couldn't believe his eyes. What? Manager Chu, isn't this a place for members? Can't members also come in? This is because. Tramman turned around and glanced at him, making the manager tremble in fear. Oh, I didn't expect that Tramman is now also a distinguished guest of the Imperial Hotel. Where did he find his membership card? He picked up a lost item, right? Tramman doesn't care. Who are you? Protecting, making that guy angry to death. You. Lu Tin put on a cunning face and said, Tramman, long time no see, you still have this temperament. Tramman calmly replied, yes, aren't you and Trong Vai nice now? Not bad, a match made in heaven. She was upset hearing that. Manager Chu, this person is not a member. Didn't you look at the corporation's announcement? He is the assassin who destroyed Huang Tan's KTV. Everyone sat at the table. Trong Vai said, today I invite you, everyone just order. Wow, the food is over 1,000 yuan. Seeing this, Tramman took the menu and didn't order anything. So I ordered, each person a shaved sea bass, Australian lobster, caviar, sashimi and also ordered some. Trong Vai was sweating but still tried his best. Good, very good. It seems that Tramman's daily life is also very good, knowing how to order delicious food. Tramman replied leisurely, this time I just heard that you invited me. I would be sorry if I didn't order delicious food. I can't compare to Trong Tio, normally I can't eat these things. Looking at Trong Tio's expression, it's not like I can't pay. If that's the case then I should still go eat at a street vendor. He still wants to show off. How can that be? It's just a little money. Classmates, it's okay to eat happily, but I remember when you were in school, you were very good at it. Recently I also started learning boxing, so let's rub a little. You don't dare, right? Lu Tin raised his voice and grabbed Trong Vai's sleeve to dissuade him, saying no, Vi are both classmates. A friend also quickly raised his hand and smiled awkwardly. Yes, that's right, you guys rarely get together, so when you do that, your feelings break down. Trong Vai's junior spoke in a contemptuous voice. Young Master Vi didn't really beat Thamin to pieces. What are you guys afraid of? He also sneered back. Young Master Vi is not that bad. Just because of some food he wants to hit me. It's okay, otherwise you and your dog can go up together. That's right, you finally. What's the name? Hearing that guy was extremely frustrated. Thamin was tired of living. He was about to rush forward when Trong Vi raised his hand to stop him. It seems that Thamin is very confident, so let's try. He threw his long-sleeved shirt onto the chair. When he took it off, he saw that Trong Vai's whole body looked extremely muscular, his entire body emitting a red aura. Seeing his aura, everyone was talking. Trong Vi had really become stronger through training. Thamin was black already. He still laughed without knowing his own strength, thinking that he was sure to jump in and shout, "Take one of my punches." His face was expressionless as he looked at his slow movement compared to him. Before his fist could touch his body, Trong Vi was punched in the face. He staggered back, covered his face with his hands and cried out. He also pretended to innocently ask, "What is young Master Vi doing?" He used his face to hit my fist, while he angrily trembled and cursed. Being ridiculed didn't even learn from the previous experience. Blood rushed to the brain and blindly continued to rush forward. Thamin calmly avoided it and punched him again, causing him to spit blood. This time, Trong Vi really fell back and his nose bled like a fountain. The person fell down in pain and trembled and he was screaming, "Hey, why are you lying down like that? I don't have any medical money to compensate you." Seeing Trong Vi struggling like that, everyone was in an uproar. What did Trong Vi do? Attack and commit suicide? He sweated humiliatedly and wiped the blood and stood up. This brat's strength was far beyond him. He really lost face today. Thamin shrugged his shoulders and said in a loud voice, "I probably won't be able to eat this meal, so I'll withdraw first to avoid young Master Vi going to find his grandfather." As he was about to leave, his phone rang and it was Vuong Mon calling. I only heard his dying voice on the phone. "Old boss, quickly run to the Tran family, young man Tran Tu Luong." He worriedly lit up his eyes and opened his eyes to probe the situation. Outside was devastated. Vuong Mon sat slumped next to the car. His face was beaten and bruised, but he still tried to call him. Suddenly a red energy collided with his green energy. The young Tran in Vuong Mon's words entered his entire body, surrounded by a strip of red light. Trong Vai's nose was beaten and his nose was broken when he saw the person who rushed in and still wanted to teach him to save his image. "Who the hell are you?" he still thought, just trying to show off. Tran Tu Luong looked at him like a dog and sneered and went away. Trong Vi screamed like a brainless man, "Damn it!" Young Master Tran put his hands in his pockets, too lazy to get involved with him, and kicked him in the stomach. Although he wasn't hit in the face this time, the power of that kick sent Trong Vi flying far away, pinning his entire body against the wall. He was already unconscious and his eyes were white. Someone called out worriedly, Vi is missing." Feeling his strength, Tran in sweat dropped and wondered why Tran Tu Luong's strength had increased so much. His pupils. After dealing with the flies, he turned to look at him with red eyes of indignation. "Thamin, you ruined my Quan Tich and killed my younger brother, so you can also go with him." Before Tran could react, his hand appeared in front of him. Luckily, he had time to react and avoid thinking, too fast. He intended to take the opportunity to approach and fight back, but Tran Tu Luong's body disappeared, leaving only an afterimage, making him panic. What? He went around behind him to attack and raised his foot to kick. He used his hand to block the kick, sweating loudly. Tran took a few steps back, confused. His speed and strength had both increased several times. What was this? Tran from the future surmised. Looking at his appearance, it seemed like he was taking some medicine. Tran Tu Luong's face at this moment was exactly like a villain in a movie. His red eyes seemed to have realized something. As expected, there were two. This was the end of the foreplay. He was like a drug addict whose strength exploded, tearing his shirt apart except for his pants. His eyes turned black and he smiled happily. "Go ahead and die." Tran was annoyed, thinking that the Tran family had been watching Dragon Ball for more than 180 minutes, but every time they made a move, they changed their lives. Tran of the future said there's no need to be afraid, he'll risk his life. Tran Tu Luong aggressively rushed forward and told him to die. He punched him in the cheek really painfully. He touched his cheek in pain and told me he wanted to sell the house. It really hurt. The future Tran crossed his arms and smiled, telling him that he didn't even see any bruises. That kid looked even worse than him. The corner of Tu Luong's mouth was bleeding and his cheek had a fist mark on his face. The future brother said he saw it. He then explained that although his speed and strength had increased, his body's defense was not very good. After explaining, he immediately told him to attack from the front. He also rushed to grab him by the collar, but he used his knee to push hard into his ribs. He screamed in pain and was kicked away. As soon as he landed, he rushed forward wildly. He was scared and grabbed Lu Tin as a shield for himself. He warned him that Tramman, I admit that you are powerful, but these are all your friends. If you dare to mess around, I will kill her. Lu Tin was strangled by him while asking Tramman for help, to save him. He looked at them and calmly replied that we didn't know each other, so let's kill each other, or let me do it. She trembled and started to cry, then trembled and told him. Before she could finish her words, he took the opportunity to throw the dagger at the hand that was grabbing her neck. She also quickly escaped and emotionally rushed towards him. She emotionally called Tram. Suddenly his hand reached out to block her face from rushing forward, then stepped in and told her to move away. Then he called Chu Vuong and told Chu Vuong to take his friends first. Chu Vuong carried Trong Vi up and told us to go. Lu Tin was still confused because he blocked his face. Everyone quickly left the scene and Tu Luong had his hand stuck in the wall with a knife, so he sat there again, feeling lost. He remembered that Tran Long Hai once called him to talk and told Tu Luong, your younger brother is dead, Tramman is the one who killed him, and the family's business has also been disturbed by that brat. Wait for him to understand a little, then he will say there are too few experts in the family. I want you to go deal with Tramman. He was surprised and asked me again. I am not his opponent. Without answering his questions, he took out a box of medicine and gave it to him. He said that this is a newly researched medicine that can greatly increase your strength. You just need to hurt him. I have a way to kill Tramman. At the same time, I have also arranged for someone to help you. After assigning the task, he explained more about the medicine. Although this medicine has certain side effects, after the success of the Tran family's business, I can give you most of it. Hearing the generous gift, he quickly replied yes, then I will go deal with him. Returning to the present, he took out the medicine box and gulped it all down in his mouth to Trammon's surprise. Immediately his body ached and he screamed in pain. He looked at his body writhing endlessly with fear and thought to himself, he seems to have changed. After writhing and transforming for a while, his eyes turned blood red and he kept screaming to kill. You still don't understand anything, so you're wondering. Before he could finish his words, he quickly moved right behind him. He rushed forward and scratched him on the left cheek. He also angrily clenched his hands into fists. Then turned around and swung in that direction and cursed, damn it. But he moved too fast, so I missed him, and then he punched me in the back. As he was falling forward, he quickly ran forward and kicked him back, sending him flying away. He was tortured and thought that his speed was too fast. Not only could he not predict his actions, he could not even identify him with his sensory ability. After grumbling, he silently called to the future, quickly think of a solution. I'm about to be beaten to death. Not seeing the future appear, he shouted, where is this person? He regained his composure, summoned the sword, then thought, he had to rely on his own strength again. He got into a ready position and told him to continue. Tramman is surrounded by yellow light forming a giant bell shape. Tu Luong was angry, screaming to kill and then rushed towards him. He madly rushed forward and was thrown away by that shield. He stood inside and chuckled. There were strips of light flying everywhere. Then slashed him all over his body, making him cry out in pain. He glanced at him, then clasped his hands together and shouted death. The force put into his hand destroyed his shield. Due to the reaction force of the move, he was also thrown away. He fell down and looked at his broken sword and thought that he was only level 2 at his peak, but this guy had already reached level 3 by biting the medicine. Then he wondered how to play now. The future Tramman appeared and asked, after fighting for a while, it ended up like this. He angrily scolded you for still being around. I'm about to be beaten to death. What should I do now? In the future, just relax and think of a way to knock him unconscious so he won't have the strength to fight back. I'll scold you again. Stop saying so much, otherwise I'll sing you a song to put you to sleep. The future also confessed that it was quite good, but this method is not sure. I sing very hard to hear. After toying with you, the future told you to first destroy the camera. I'm afraid the Tran family is watching you. Having received instructions, he quickly rushed to destroy each camera. Suddenly Tu Luong appeared from behind and grabbed his arm. When he found out it was too late, he had a bad feeling. As expected, he threw him away. Elsewhere, Long Hai is observing from the surveillance room. Then he sighed and told Tramman that he was seriously injured and the medicine's effect wouldn't last long. Bring Tran Tu Luong back or else he would really go crazy. He then ordered Honvu, the matter you arranged this time must be to destroy this kid, but try your best not to use that thing. Honvu received the order and responded yes, homeowner. After assigning the task to Honvu, he stood up from his chair and told everyone that you follow me and kill. Tu Luong thought he had collapsed. But he didn't expect that he would smirk and say okay, the entire camera had processed it. He hinted and told him that they were about to arrive, so you should prepare a little. A white shadow appeared and said that the preparations had already been made. You silently stopped this guy. Doc Sa, it's your turn. Tu Luong only heard the voice and was struggling to find the source of that voice. Single Snake appeared behind him holding a knife. He shouted in surprise, your grandfather, didn't you want to use a flying knife to assassinate me last time? He immediately turned in one direction and questioned Ma Duk, this guy is one of your people. Then he yelled at this woman when was she going to leave. Finally, he trembled angrily and said that if I had known, I would have broken your neck. Looking back, he saw the two of them fighting fiercely, then he commented that Tran Tu Luong's speed was getting faster and faster. Then he realized that it was no wonder he was called a poisonous snake, since he originally used poison. The future is depressed and asks if this is necessary. Just now, your promotion to rank 3 hasn't necessarily been revealed. Vomiting blood must have been done on purpose. He didn't notice that boredom but excitedly asked, oh, how was my acting? The future is also happily guaranteed, not much different from me back then. On the roof of the opposite building, someone was using binoculars to observe the situation. That guy said he had an assistant. That guy still used binoculars to observe the situation inside and then told him to quickly take the young master away and notify the homeowner first. Before I finished reporting, something hit me in the cheek, really painful. He regrouped and then bewilderedly called out when there was no one around. He shouted loudly to the people of Dark Patriarch, you want to fight against the Tran family? A voice resounded and replied, I am not a member of Dark Patriarch. As soon as he responded to his words, he received another punch. After that voice punched him, he told him more, what the hell is the Tran family? The other man sat down on the ground in panic and waved his knife into the air. As he swung, he thought it was bad. Tran Tio is done. Why didn't it suddenly attack like this? He suddenly looked down at the yard and was secretly happy. Down in the yard now there is a group of people dressed in black. The group of people dressed in black were boldly entering with the guidance of Honvu. Honvu was walking and examining the situation, saying that it was not good. Dark Patriarch had taken action. Quickly go and save young Master Tu Luong. Tu Win suddenly appeared from nowhere and asked who let you go. As soon as he finished asking, he launched a fire towards them. One of the group of people dressed in black angrily asked who it was. Tu Win boldly stepped out and replied that he was your grandfather. Then he angrily threw the fire in his hand at them and shouted to leave everything to me. In the group of black people, there were 2 girls who used the power of ice to control him. He was surprised and asked what it was. It was the ice element. The other 2 girls scornfully said that the cat scratched them and dared to stop us. Then both sides rushed into a fierce fight. Tramin stood to the side and thought to himself that this crazy guy still thought he was invincible, but as a result, he immediately met the ice star. Not paying much attention to Win, he returned to Tu Luong's side and decided that this poisonous snake was a bit strange, so he had to pay more attention in the future. Then he went to the group of people in black and blocked their way. Tell me it's my turn to play with you guys. Elsewhere, on the roof of a building, K Lao was observing everything from afar and said that this little guy had a relationship with Dark Patriarch. This step was just as Tran Long Hai expected, meaningful. After assessing Long Hai's expectations, he commented that Tramin dared to confront 10-second class masters alone, which was a bit reluctant. Let's see how strong the barrier is. Bok Vai Vai stood next to her and was thinking about Tramin. What is your relationship with the Dark Patriarch woman? On the rooftop, that guy was beaten to death by Dark Patriarch. He crawled to the ground and stammered. Dark Patriarch interrupted and said that he was still distracted while fighting. If you don't die, who will? As soon as he finished speaking, he was grabbed by the neck and thrown away. And inside the building, Tramin pulled out the sword and told everyone to go up. Honvu did not take action but advised him that Tramin, you indeed have a relationship with Dark Patriarch. Dark Patriarch is not good. You quickly turn around and leave. His face darkened and he asked, it's not good. Tran Tu Luong used banned drugs, waited until he couldn't control himself and went crazy to kill people. What kind of things do you Tran family talk about? He saw that he refused to listen, so he said that if that was the case, you would die too. After speaking, he sent 2 guards to attack him. A guy summoned a tornado and said, wind. Two tornadoes approached, surrounding him in the middle. He persistently called out. There are some ropes that wrap around there after you use your power. The other guy shouted 5 times more and then rushed towards him with his fist. He also summoned his fist and called out. The two sides rushed into a fierce fight. Then he was thrown out and wondered what. His strength has increased again. The remaining guy standing behind said he was hungry. Seconds later, the floor cracked. He quickly jumped up to avoid contact with the floor. Suddenly another guy shouted gravity. His whole body was suddenly pulled down, causing him to only have time to think about the danger. Before he could finish his sentence, his head hit the ground, causing him to scream in pain. Then the ground seemed to bury him under it. Bok Vai Vai saw that scene and immediately cried out in panic, Tremin! K Lao standing next to her saw her impatiently, so he leisurely said, just take it slow, continue watching. Bok Vai Vai let out a breath, her beautiful face showing a worried look, her eyebrows furrowed. The ninja on the ring looked at the large crack on the ground, saw no trace of Tremin, and said, it looked like he was dead. The girl next to him, still holding the same defensive stance as him, spoke out a bit arrogantly, this guy is very strong, but unfortunately, the ones dealing with him are us. Honvu immediately ordered those two guys to go help the young master. He turned his back to lead them. On the other side, Single Snake was holding a knife in his hand that was emitting a purple aura. He seemed to sense something, suddenly turned his back, knife in hand, thinking in panic, this is not good. The chaotic pile of rock and soil in Tremin is still silent and there is no movement. Tu Wing gritted his teeth in anger, that kid really didn't deserve to be taken seriously, he was already dead. The three people, Mok Lam Thu, Tu Win, and Doksa, were all struggling to fight the enemy. Tu Win had to use all his strength to control the sea of fire surrounding them. Mok Lam Thu waved his hand and said, retreating. On this side, under a pile of rocks and soil, Tremin is still not dead. Deep in his mind, a voice rang out, protect your spirit, keep your mind free from external objects. Tremin, meditate yourself into a sharp weapon. Tremin seemed to be in a very deep coma, his body seemed to be sinking into the abyss. The voice in his head continued, the poisonous electric light spread. Using his strength, he released the weapon in his hand like lightning. Blue light appeared with the sword in Tremon's hand. The pile of dirt and rocks on the ground shook. The ninja turned around a bit surprised. Huh? His face immediately turned pale. A blinding blue light radiated from the pile of rocks, then that light turned into a bright stream of air that shot the ninja straight into the sky, passing directly through his body, making him scream in pain, painful. His accomplices could only stand there in shock. From that beam of light, Tremin appeared on the ground with the precious sword, intact without a scratch, majestic and proud with a smile, I have returned from hell. Seeing that scene, K Lao couldn't help but smile with pleasure. Oh, the worried Bok Vai Vai was also a bit surprised. Mok Lam Thu, on the other side, was in the process of retreating and also felt that Tremin had returned. Doksa next to her spoke up, do I need to help him? Mok Lam Thu's beautiful face just smiled. She replied, leave, let him deal with it himself, let him suppress the Tran family masters, and let's go deal with Tran Long Hai. On this side, the ninjas launched a hurricane towards Tremin. He destroyed the attack in one blow, smiling triumphantly, you think you know how to call the wind? His blade pointed straight at the ninja, making him panic, his face turning pale. Tremon's attack created a hurricane even bigger than the enemy's, carrying a purple flash that knocked him far away. The ninja let out a scream of pain and was knocked to the ground. The remaining group burned with anger, they emitted a crimson aura, their eyes darkened with anger, increasing their strength 5 times. However, before they could do anything, the leader of the group was beaten and fell backwards in front of the extreme surprise of his comrades. Honvu was now a bit worried, he loudly ordered everyone to go up. The ninjas, both men and women, rushed forward to attack at the same time, using all kinds of abilities, including earth-shattering, freezing, and binding. Tremin did not flinch but laughed loudly, around him began to radiate a blue aura, ha ha, come here. On the other side, at the magnificent mansion of the Tran family manor, there were screams, kill them all, no, don't. In the room full of traces of battle, Mok Lam Thu, Tu Win and Doksa were standing in front of the Tran family's servants, all kneeling and begging for mercy, please don't kill me, I will leave, here, I will tell you all the bad stories of the Tran family. Mok Lam Thu waved his hand and said coldly, go away. When the workers heard that, they quickly ran out into the garden. However, they had only gone a few steps when suddenly a sword cut through their neck. The man's voice sounded cold, like a bunch of meat, unworthy of life. Standing at the door was a somewhat elderly man with silver hair who was using a towel to wipe a bloody sword. Tran Longhai ran his fingers along the blade of the sword as shiny as a mirror, calmly said, "I have been carrying the old bone for a long time. I still haven't had a chance to use it. Since the first day the world changed, I have always hidden myself." He coldly raised the sword to eye level and continued leisurely, "I keep waiting for someone who dares to confront our Tran family. I think it will be Tranman. It's a pity, here at this time it's you." Tran Longhai radiates a terrifying purple aura of death. He holds the sword and walks towards the three people of Mok Lam Thu, continuing, "Dark Ancestor, so then I will kill you first, and then kill him." Mok Lam Thu was frightened by the deadly aura. She cried out, "That's not right, that's not right, he is a third class, third class." Tran Longhai swung his sword and struck like lightning, his teeth clenched, his cold eyes filled with murderous intent. Next to Tranman, he gently breathed a sigh of relief, the delicate sword resting in his hand. Tranman was still intact, but the ninjas were seriously injured. One guy even cried out in fear, "Monster, monster, he is a monster." He activated a shotgun in his hand. It emitted blue power as if preparing to fire. Bok Vai Vai immediately commented, apparently before in Giao Te manner, he discovered a spear formed from a monster tree. It seems that the Tran family had approached it and successfully researched it. K. Lao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's hard to see. If that's the case then I really want to see what cards the Tran family has left. The gun in the ninja's hand fired a bullet towards Tranman. He calmly raised the sword. Then, with a smug smile on his face, Tranman seemingly wasted no effort and split the bullet in half with a sword stroke, before it could reach him. When the ninja saw that scene, he was extremely shocked and his face turned pale. The bullets that followed were all knocked out by Tranman. He still kept a very calm and cold expression on his face. The other ninja was even more frightened. He pulled his hand back and begged in panic, "No, please." His gun was split in half to the shock of his accomplices. Tranman swung his sword at him, smiling and saying, "Don't blame me, my sword skills have increased again." Hon Vu pulled out a metal-wrapped package from his pocket. He whispered, "Tranman, you forced me." He threw that thing into the air, aiming at Tranman. Hon Vu shouted loudly, "You go and die." Tranman used his strength to stop the powder emitting purple light, but he couldn't help but be confused. What was that? The ninjas there didn't have time to react and got that powder on their bodies. They panicked, died, and were ruined. Seconds later, their eyes widened, writhing in pain. The purple powder quickly penetrated their bodies. The ninjas covered in powder all staggered to their feet, looking like zombies, without any life left. Tranman panicked and thought, "Virus, it's a virus, or for you, Tran Longhai." The future Tranman urgently shouted at him, "Tranman, quickly stop them. Once infected, the virus will penetrate and cause their blood to be infected. Once infected, the virus will pass, meat, which can then infect others." The ninjas were now like a crowd of zombies flocking towards Tranman. He immediately took a breath, sucking in the blue air with his mouth. Up above, K. Lao is shouting loudly, "At that time, the entire Silver City will turn into hell. How long do you want to see?" He said, "These people are carrying the virus. If not stopped, the entire Silver City will be in danger." When Bok Vai Vai heard that, she didn't flinch and immediately rushed down from the rooftop. A masked army led by a brown-haired man wearing a vest rushed into the battlefield. "You're right, if you don't stop it, this will no longer be a private grudge between him and the Tran family. Using the virus, the Tran family has turned itself into an enemy of all humanity. Now Bok Vai Vai herself leads the masked army to confront the zombies. The zombies are getting closer and closer. Bok Vai Vai ran to stop. "Be careful not to get hurt, the virus will catch you quickly." She quickly sent them flying and defeated them. Passers-by stood watching and said, "This girl is too violent, domineering, I like it." One by one they started fighting with them. Someone was bitten. He cried, "Fuck you." The person next to him was worried, maybe he was infected. Tranman said as he fought, "Everyone should pay attention to defense." His blood would go through the wound into his flesh and blood, and at that point it would turn into a walking lump of flesh. Everyone tries to defeat them. At this time, So Dong Vuong stepped forward and said that attacking the physical body could not kill them. Perhaps many experts would be infected, and the situation would not be good. Tranman suddenly realized, "That's right, I almost forgot, didn't I have it, the fire of 10,000 mountains." He immediately created fire and made them disappear. Everyone was confused. The kid could still control fire. He was even more powerful than the people of the Dark Ancestor. What kind of ability was he hiding? Bok Vi Vi angrily said, "Do you want to burn me to death?" Tramin said, "Who told you to stand by and watch for half a day without helping? Burning your clothes still has something to gain from me." Vi Vi is speechless. "Famine, you." Half an hour later, the zombies seemed to have all been burned. Bok Vi Vi saw Tramin turn away and asked, "Where are you going?" He replied, "I'm going to see if the Tran family's old man is dead. I want to step on his legs. This place is left to you." Vi Vi thought, "You're still worried about that hidden ancestor, right?" Everyone said, "Go, quickly follow. This guy is definitely going to find the Tran family." At the Tran family manor, one by one they were defeated before Tran Long Hai. He arrogantly said that the strength of the Dark Ancestor is truly an illusion. Remember to practice well in your next life. Tran Long Hai finished speaking and immediately slashed his sword towards Mok Lam Thu. She helplessly resigned herself to thinking, "Is it over? I'm not willing." Then she suddenly realized something unusual. Why didn't she feel pain? Was I dead, or was I in a dream? Lam Thu opened her eyes and saw Tramin standing in front of her and said, "You pinch your cheek to see if you are dreaming or not. Being able to receive my sword energy head-on, you have not disappointed me." Tran Long Hai is interested. "It's not a waste of time. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Tramin." He wondered, "Huh, you know me, like my mother knows me." He laughed loudly. "I have a lot of information about you. When you were young, until now, I understand it clearly, from when you were a kid to a top 3-level powerhouse." The poisonous snake was surprised. "You really achieved the 3rd grade." Everyone outside was in a commotion. "I didn't hear wrong." Tran Long Hai said Thamin was of the 3rd grade. No wonder he was so strong. Tramin smiled and replied, "You know quite a lot, right?" Tran Long Hai draws his sword. "Thamin, I really appreciate you. Your strength makes me uneasy, but..." Just like that, he held the sword and rushed straight towards him. Tramin still calmly responded, "But the more you know in life, the faster you die." He quickly blocked his sword attack. Tramin continued, "You are strong, in my eyes you are just a brat." He flew up and dealt a terrible blow. "You are just trash who forced your son to use illegal drugs, you should die." He used his hands to block the attack, but the damage was so strong that it tore his skin. Revealed inside is an iron arm. Tramin discovered it, opened it, and was stopped. He continued to strike, "Hey!" making him just use his hands to cover it. "What?" The blow was so strong that it sent him flying into the wall. Obnoxious, too strong of an attack. He ran through the wall. Still want to escape. He threw the sword straight at him. "Famine, you!" Tran Long Hai took the opportunity to grab his sword. "You no longer have a sword." "I don't care about pulling his hand. No one told you I can't hold my knife." As soon as he picked it up, he was electrocuted continuously. "Ah yeah." He collapsed. "Famine." Tran Long Hai took out a red pill and quickly drank it to recover. His arm has recovered. It's like he turned into a devil. "I didn't intend to use it, because you forced me." Everyone outside stood restless and looked in. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Tran had taken medicine. "If he goes crazy, we are not opponents. Famine, stop him." He rushed closer to Tramin. But he still calmly smiled and said, "Your ability is just that." He squeezed his neck. "Push him to lie on the ground. You turn yourself into a sick person because of medicine. In vain you become a human being, you die." He raised his foot, preparing to give him a kick. Tramin immediately defeated Tran Long Hai. Everyone saw this and were scared. It was too strong. Was he still human? At this time, Hua Tianmin introduced, "Famine, I am Hua Tianmin, pharmaceutical enthusiast. Nice to meet you." Everyone panicked and thought, "That's right, we have to hurry up and get involved. If we have a relationship with him, who will dare to touch us in the future?" Tramin smiled and said, "Oh, isn't that fun?" Hua Tianmin suddenly felt a little scared. So Dong Vuong walked in and said, "Mr. Tham. I am So Vu Hai's father, So Dong Vuong." Tramin smiled and said, "Hello, Uncle So, I am familiar with So Vu Hai." He continued, "When he has time, he will definitely come to visit." So Dong Vuong nodded and replied, "Good good." He thought in his mind, this performance has the ability to help the So family become the overlord of the Silver City. Tramin completely ignored the people around him. They secretly discussed, this guy Thaman doesn't seem to care about us, he only treats the old man well, or does he want to rely on the So family? So Dong Vuong turned around and said, Thaman has shown great ability, does he want to compete with us? He is qualified to become the hegemon of that side. At this time, Mok Lam Thu ran after Tramin and called, Thaman. He turned around and said, come thank me, or cooperate. Before, I thought that you refused my offer, so that later you would make a move that would make me owe you a favor. Lam Thu said shyly, still thank you, if anything happens to you in the future. He said, it's just that you want to come to me. Future Tramin thinks, yes, you should build your own power. Doc Sa looked out and said, as long as you make sure I am not chased by the Dark Ancestor, I will follow you. He replied, no problem. To Win hesitantly said, Mr. Tham, I will let it go. Tramin said, yes, I respect your choice, just don't regret it later. I asked Mok Lam Thu, what about you? She looked up and answered, yes, I can do it for you, but Dark Ancestor will not let me go. When that happens, Thaman, can you protect me? He replied, of course, I will still need your help in the future. 3 days later, Mok Lam Thu said, boss, this is the details of the Tran family's property, almost all of which have been transferred to your name, please see. Tramin said, this is fine for you, if not enough, call Vuong Mon for help, I'll go to Tran family's house and see you later. Mok Lam Thu angrily said, you are still my secretary, I'm so angry. Tramin went into the tunnel and said, is there a secret room here? Future Tramin replied, yes, that year I unintentionally discovered it, passing by so I had an impression of this place. Tramin just pulled the trigger, before he died, it seemed like he wanted to run back here, not knowing what he wanted. A large pillar appeared before my eyes. Tramin asked, what is this? The future Tramin replied, it was a sealed stone pillar, but unexpectedly it was in the Tran family. The stone pillar was a great river across the mountains of this world. When the seal was unsealed, it appeared where it was not needed. It seemed like the first time. I thought I saw this. The earthquake destroyed the seal. Silver Fox appeared automatically. Tramin asked, so why is it a silver lake and not something else? Is there something underneath? Future Tramin explained, because of the earthquake, a small seal was revealed, underneath it was much larger, the seal was broken, there must have been something extremely big underneath, the Tran family manor really couldn't be seen, come out. Tramin stood thoughtfully for a moment and then asked, in the future, what will this seal do, open it or not? Future Tramin said, don't do it now, your ability is not enough, and if you want to open it, you have to prepare things, you go looking first you have to be a good boss. Tramin complained, oh my head hurts so much. Then he walked out and said, what's going on? Mok Lam Thu reported, this gentleman said he had urgent business to discuss, I brought him here. That person introduced, Boss Tham, NGO, I am Hua Tian Min of Chiton Pharmaceutical. Tramin reached out to shake his hand and asked in a friendly manner, Mr. Hua, I don't know what's the matter with you here. Hua Tianmin said, it's like this, our company has cooperated with Tran family, we really want to continue to maintain it, now all the hospital pharmaceutical stores have our drugs, if it's a bit inconvenient to stop. Tramin coldly said, you mean to threaten me? Hua Tianmin smiled and professionally replied, don't misunderstand Boss Tham, I didn't dare to mean that, I just wanted to let you know the strength of our company. Tramin glanced away and turned away. If that was the case, he could just go through Miss Mok. He waved his hand and did not send her off. Seeing this, Hua Tianmin didn't say much and directly presented his business card. Boss Tham, I believe we will meet again soon. He indifferently accepted it. Miss Mok, help me see the guests off. 10 minutes later, after seeing Hua Tianmin off, he leaned against the wall and looked up at Mok Lam Thu who was walking towards him and asked, what do you think about him? She immediately replied, probably a fake awakening but I'm not guess his strength. She stopped and asked in doubt, boss, do you think he has a problem? He closed his eyes and replied, second grade peak, this person is not simple. Mok Lam Thu was stunned, so strong, then Tramin ordered. He went to check the content of cooperation between Chiton Pharmaceutical Company and Tran family according to what he said. She replied, I understand. A long time later, the bell rang at Tramon's house. He quickly picked up the phone and asked if he had discovered anything. Mok Lam Thu replied, his boss guessed right, the cooperation between Trangia and Chiton Company was to manufacture banned drugs. They are in charge of technology, Trangia supports, comprehensive relationship. She leaned back and continued, let's open a workshop in Bako village, besides, I also sent Doc Sa to investigate, don't you blame me. Tramman happily praised and replied, "You did very well, now come pick me up, let's go see." At another place in Bako village factory, a fierce fire burned the whole area. Doc-sa cursed, "Mother of them, act quickly." He immediately used his ability to find the arsonist here. Immediately, Doc-sa appeared and jumped down to that guy, shouted, and stopped. The arsonist immediately stopped, staring at him with cold eyes. That guy ran up and grabbed his hand in an instant. Doc-sa screamed loudly, it was dangerous. He thought to himself in fear, he's gay, and used his ability to cause the arsonist's hand to be covered in purple fire. That guy looked at his hand in surprise, oh. Then he let go, lifted his leg and kicked him aside, Ada. Doc-sa stood up, pulled out his dagger with both hands in defense and thought, this guy's ability is probably not below Mok Lam Thu, I have to delay the army and wait for Boss Tham and his group to arrive. But before he could finish thinking, the arsonist immediately turned around and ran away. When he sees this, quickly rush forward, don't run. The angry arsonist turned around, looking for death. A while later, Mok Lam Thu and Tramman finally arrived. He looked at the factory covered in fire and said, wait for me outside, no orders, no one is allowed in. He quickly walked in alone, then silently displayed his ability and devoured it. Immediately, the fire disappeared without a trace. Mok Lam Thu stood outside and thought in surprise, in the blink of an eye the fire had disappeared, what had happened? After a while, Tramman went out, he opened his hand and showed her the thing he had just picked up. She looked, she wondered, what is this? He replied, this is the powder I found from inside, pile of machinery. He looked again, not sure of the ingredients, first brought it back to check, thinking about it, the possibility of banned drugs was very high. His words reminded her of Doc-sa. She looked around suspiciously and said, Doc-sa is very knowledgeable in this aspect, let him see first, but where has he gone? Without saying a word, Tramman used his positioning ability to find Doc-sa. He immediately discovered that something was wrong. He worriedly said, there is the aura of a second-class singer here, quickly go find Doc-sa, he is in danger. Immediately, according to positioning, they quickly found Doc-sa. Mok Lam Thu panicked and shouted, he is here. Doc-sa lies down the steep road, his injuries are unknown. Tramman and Mok Lam Thu ran down. He checked his pulse and immediately replied with peace of mind that the injury was very serious, but did not affect his life. A while later, Doc-sa woke up, his face turned pale and said, boss, I couldn't stop him, let him escape. He hesitantly asked, I did my best, please don't punish me. After listening, Tramman frowned and comforted, it's okay, let's recover first. He continued asking if he could see the figure clearly. Doc-sa thought again, not sure, he was wearing a black shirt, his face was unknown, he raised his head to look at him, his power was very great, I couldn't. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Tramman reaching out to him, panicking and saying, boss. Mok Lam Thu stood outside as if predicting the outcome, she bit her lip, closed her eyes and turned away, huffing. Hearing Doc-sa exclaim again, thanking the boss, she looked back in surprise. It turned out that Tramman was using his ability to treat his injuries. He said, don't say anything first, the damage to the internal organs is not small, treat the wound first, there's nothing to say later. Doc-sa closed his eyes and thought to himself, I was at Dark Ancestor first, if I didn't finish my job, I would be severely punished. Then I shed tears of joy, and Boss Tham didn't blame me and even helped me treat my injuries. Mok Lam Thu looked at the scene happening before her eyes and smiled happily and peacefully. A while later, when he was almost finished healing, he said, the person who can defeat you is definitely not an unknown person, his strength can definitely be found out. Then he gave an order, Miss Mok, help me. Observing Tan Chi, especially Hua Tian Min, she bowed her head and replied, clear. At a small house under a cliff, the arsonist was standing in front of the door. Opening his mask, the leader appeared under the mask as a red-haired man with a fierce vertical scar on his face. He said, mission accomplished. The leader of the Dark Clan looked at him and complained, this time taking a bit of time, maybe something happened. Scarface sweat dropped and replied, the leader met the poison snake, he assured me to continue, but I didn't use much force, so he wouldn't recognize me. The leader of the Dark Clan angrily said, Doc-sa, I didn't expect it to be their group. He ordered, okay, you go home quickly, you must not show yourself in front of them. Seo Face bowed his head and obeyed, yes, then left. The leader of the Dark Clan picked up the phone. Started sending messages to Hua Tian Min. After finishing, he turned away and the phone in his hand immediately exploded into pieces. He left, leaving his phone on fire. A moment later, the house exploded into pieces in the air. At the same time, Hua Tianmin stared at the phone and smiled meaningfully. 3 days later, in a luxurious office, Tramin and Bok Vai Vai were sitting opposite each other. She crossed her arms and looked at him, saying, "This place will soon become a gathering place for false awakeners." Then he raised his eyebrows and raised his voice. "Why, do you want to attract a bunch of talented people?" He clasped his hands and smiled. He just wanted to find some documents. Besides, it's a win-win situation. I hope you guys have a copy of the information so I can avoid being investigated too much. Bok Vai Vai tilted her head, hesitating. "Do you think it's that simple?" She reminded him, wanting to share information with the agency. "This is something no one in the 3 big families has been able to do." Tramin smiled. "Don't refuse first, I still have one thing for you to investigate." Then he put his hand in his pocket and continued, "I have this thing here, help me analyze it." He quickly placed a small piece of paper containing the powder he picked up at the Bako village factory on the table. I guess this was likely an ingredient of the forbidden medicine. Hearing that, Bok Vai Vai stood up in shock. "Was it a forbidden medicine?" she asked in doubt. "Where did this come from?" He replied that it was Tranjia's factory that I took over. It recently caught fire and killed a lot of people, but I've already handled it all. I hope the government will help me figure this out. He stopped and thought, then continued, helping me investigate, but without showing off my prestige. Bok Vai Vai immediately agreed. "Okay, let me take this to check." She was sweating profusely. "But about this, I will report back when I get home. In fact, I have no right to decide." Suddenly there was a loud shout from downstairs. She said it was okay. He and she looked down together. The voice continued to shout, "What are you signing up for? Do you know who your father is?" Below is the receptionist trying to dissuade and apologize. "Sir, the second floor is used by the boss to receive awakened people to register, temporarily closed." Trong Vai angrily pointed his finger. "I am a senior member, what did I sign up for?" Tramin looked down and laughed. "This guy actually dared to come here, ha ha." Meanwhile, the argument continued below when suddenly the blonde stepped forward and pushed the receptionist aside. "What are you guys doing? Just go straight up," startling her and making her scream. "Ah!" He ignored and continued to raise his voice. "Let me see who dares to stop me." Bok Vai Vai was speechless. "I'm going to. How about I arrange this small trouble for you? How about it?" Tramin laughed and joked. There was no need. He didn't dare bother Bok Trong Quan. He immediately remembered the past, and there was a bit of hatred between me and that guy, when I was in college that year. Not waiting for him to finish, she interrupted as if she understood everything. "So that's it, then you can handle it yourself. Maybe it's due to youthful love." After listening, Tramin stiffened his neck and replied, "Nonsense, I still have a long time." She turned around and continued to interrupt him. "Don't kill that person, bye-bye." Downstairs, the employee continued to advise, "Sir, I really can't go." The blonde looked disgusted and threw her hand to push her again. "Get out," causing the employee to fall. "Ah." Luckily, Vuong Man arrived in time. He quickly caught her. "Is it okay?" He continued to comfort her. She went away. "Let me handle it," then looked at the blonde guy again. "Sir, please don't make any more noise." The blonde angrily raised his fist and rushed forward, wanting to die. Immediately, he blocked his attack. Then I realized my hand was frozen and panicked, thinking, "It's not okay, my hand." While he was distracted, he immediately kicked him in the back, causing him pain. "Ah!" The blonde laughed and stepped on Vuong Man's body, but he still dared to stop me. "Let me see if you can stand up." Seeing this scene, the crowd shouted, "Mr. Cheu, go ahead and grind rice, Bran." A figure appeared and looked at the group of people and asked, "This place is forbidden to fight." Everyone exclaimed in surprise, "Tham, and?" Trong Vai was startled and asked, "Why are you here?" The employee heard that and immediately replied, "This is our boss." He turned to look at her and rolled his eyes. "What?" Lu Tin was stunned. He actually took over the Emperor's hotel. The blonde frowned and raised his chin. "Boss Tham, what if I want to go upstairs?" Vuong Man replied angrily, "How dare you talk to the boss like that? Let me correct you." Hearing that, the blonde walked closer to him, with a disdainful look on his face. "Relying on you. Come here, show me, can you still move your arm covered in my ice?" He quickly placed his hand on his shoulder, spoke softly, closed his eyes, and stabilized his mind. Manipulatively said, imagining himself as a marshal, a king, "They are just small shrimp. What will you do with shrimps and insects?" Vuong Man immediately closed his eyes and thought, "I am the king, they are shrimp." Blonde hair turned to look at his accomplices, sneered, "Aha, is this a spiritual victory spell? Is this classmate a magician? Ha ha." Right after that, Vuong Man opened his eyes. His face was dark, his eyes flashed with red light creating a majestic pressure. That shrimp, how dare he hum in front of me? The blonde felt the terrifying pressure, immediately sweating but still replied, you dare, I will fight. Vuong Man, who now seemed to have been buffed in strength, stepped forward. Are you still not convinced? This made the blonde man step back in fear. You motherfucker, me. Before he could finish speaking, he slapped him. He could only swear, yeah, your mother. You kept flirting with him. Stopped, I was wrong, sorry. His face was so bruised that he no longer had the strength to resist, causing everyone around him to panic. Trong Vai quickly said, Tham, boss, leave us alone. Waiting for Vuong Man to vent his anger, Tramon stepped forward and gently said, that's enough, let them go. He turned 180 degrees as usual and replied, okay boss, then turned to look at them, shouted, go away. The group quickly carried the blonde hair and left. Before leaving, Lu Tin still couldn't stop being surprised and turned around to look at him a few times. The future Tramon was observing on the side. It was because you stimulated his ability, weren't you afraid of being attacked? Then sighed again. Fortunately he was only dealing with low-level awakeners, if he accidentally encountered Master. Hearing that, he smiled confidently and thought, could it be that he didn't recognize the character of the lion? Suddenly a voice came from behind him, interrupting his thoughts, activating his potential. That's the trick. Tramon turned his head and looked suspiciously at the person who had just spoken. The person who came was K Lao, after him were Bok Vai Vai and Tin Then Su. He said solemnly, perhaps this is the first time we meet, Thamon. K Lao smiled and said, hello little friend Tham, it's been a long time since I heard of your name. Tin Then Su frowned in disgust and said, oh, he even brought us personally, or for your little guy. Tramon looked at Bok Vai Vai and asked, she quickly introduced, this is K Lao, the head of EO, then continued to suggest, K Lao came at the right time, you tell him this strategy, listen, I don't have to explain. When K Lao heard that, he immediately laughed with interest, ha, little friend, do you have something to discuss? Tramon looked at him and humbly opened his mouth, hello K Lao, I really opened the door and saw the mountain, I hope to be able to shake hands with the government. While he was speaking, the spirit master quietly exerted mental control, causing him to stop in the middle of speaking and go home. Bok Vai Vai saw that and immediately glared at her, what are you doing? The spirit master looked at Tramon contemptuously and said, lower his prestige a bit, she ordered, now jump. Immediately, Tramon's body was like a puppet, his arms and legs were waving wildly, swaying. Bok Vai Vai looked at K Lao in panic, K Lao. At this time, Tramon was being controlled closer and closer to the spirit master. Suddenly, he lifted her up with both hands. She was frightened and she shouted, what are you doing? Put me down quickly. Then he knocked her to the ground, causing the star spirit master to scream in pain. Whoa. She looked at him angrily. What do you want to do? Tramon was speechless. Don't you want to dance? But I don't have a partner to dance with. He pouted and turned away, criticizing her technique. Too bad. Then he sarcastically looked down. Don't use this mental control trick on me. It's lame. Future Tramon looked at himself speechless. If I hadn't reminded you, you would have turned into a brat. He was sweating and admitted that Duhan Nguyat's spiritual system was quite powerful. The star god master gritted his teeth angrily. Boy. K Lao looked at her seriously, not allowed to make mistakes, then looked at Tramon. Little friend, my subordinate is young and inexperienced. Don't pay attention. Just now you said what kind of cooperation you want to cooperate with. What about us? He couldn't help but grumble and think to himself, this old fox, he clearly didn't bother to stop him when he performed it, but now he's showing off to me. He replied, there will definitely be more awakened people hiding them with him. What we know, I hope to be able to share intelligence with the government. I have already collected some information. The spirit master stood up and interjected in disgust. What kind of intelligence do you have to share with the government, crazy talker? Tramon raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Hey, you used to be a psychologist. After the first change in heaven and earth, you discovered that you had the ability to hypnotize, and then your mental power increased every day. Can now cause people to enter illusions and lose their senses. Pausing for a moment, he pointed and continued, but the choreography was a bit poor. Hearing that, she blushed angrily and replied, that's enough, no need to say more. K Lao immediately interrupted them. Your little friend really has the ability. The government agrees to cooperate with you. The request to share intelligence can be negotiated, but I also have something to ask of you. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly narrated, the 4 great families are now only 3. Trangia makes banned drugs, creates viruses. As for the other families, I don't know. Tramin immediately smiled and said, if you want I can go, investigating what's behind them, right, K. Lao, you're overestimating me. Hearing that, he smiled and looked at you meaningfully. Your human light is not bad. I'm afraid your strength is probably much greater than what you showed just now, but I don't want to ask you to do this for free. First I'll send you a little gift. After that, he immediately pulled out a scroll and gave it to Tramin. He asked, what is this? A treasure trove, what's inside? He smiled and replied, I believe we will not disappoint you. To prove our sincerity, I will send another person to support you. He continued to order, Vai Vai, from today you follow little friend Tham. Hearing his command, Bok Vai Vai immediately panicked, what, me, K. Lao? He rubbed his chin and stared at her. Whatever request was fine. Bok Vai Vai frowned and warned, Thamin, I will not agree to unreasonable requests. K. Lao saw that and suggested, if it's reasonable then it's okay, if it's not reasonable, you have to see what she means. He appeared happy and gave K. Lao a thumbs up, forming a relationship. Bok Vai Vai immediately shouted angrily, didn't anyone ask my opinion? One day later, Tramin and Bok Vai Vai arrived at the forest indicated by the map. He said, according to K. Lao's map, this is right, Assistant Bok, look quickly. She held the map, looked at it and said, if you dare to call me that, don't blame me for being rude. Tramin and Bok Vai Vai have arrived at the forest indicated by the map. He said, according to K. Lao's map, this is right, Assistant Bok, look quickly. Bok Vai Vai directly ignored his sarcasm, frowned and asked, but about Duhan Naguyat, how do you know about her? Even I don't know much about her. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, this is a secret, come here and I'll tell you. Then shouted, I have many more secrets but I won't tell you. Immediately, Tramin ran away laughing loudly, ha ha ha, she covered her ears in pain, Thamin was gone. She chased after me, Thamin you stopped for me, the figure in the distance laughed, no. After a while of chasing, Bok Vai Vai finally caught up with Tramin. She grabbed his collar and angrily warned, don't you know how death is written? You pretended to cry and scream, someone is being rude to a handsome rich man. The next second, a spiked tentacle suddenly rushed towards them. He quickly realized that he was startled and pushed her away, being careful, causing Bok Vai Vai to accidentally fall back. The nimble tentacle wrapped tightly around his arm. He had no time to resist. Seeing that Tramin was in danger, Bok Vai Vai rushed towards Thamin. She blocked the consecutive attacks, waiting for time to worry and ask, are you okay? He snatched his hand away from the tentacle and replied, how are you? I can handle it, don't worry about me. Bok Vai Vai confidently said, I am a copper skin iron bone, this type cannot harm me. So, she hit and Tramin happily sat down to enjoy. The soft rice was really easy to eat. Bok Vai Vai was angered by him, he didn't even get off the ground for me. After finishing the fight, she stopped to wipe off her sweat and said, phew, it's like exercising. She turned back to look at him stiffened, blood pouring from his nose like a stream and asked suspiciously, oh, what's wrong with you? She still didn't know that her clothes were tattered and her spring color was showing through. She continued to wonder, was something wrong? Tramin is shy, over there. Under his instructions, Bok Vai Vai blushed and screamed loudly, giving him a strong slap in the face. Tramin sadly explained that I really didn't mean it. At this time, she changed into his jacket and grumbled, why is my shirt so short? The cunning guy pretended to be sad, his hands quickly wanted to take off his pants, so I had to bear the loss. Bok Vai Vai blushed and covered her eyes and cursed, Thamin, you are a scoundrel. She shyly ordered, you go quickly, go first, my shirt can't cover everything. Behind him, he laughed, rude hee hee. On the way, the guide leisurely used his ability to slash and devour these tentacles. After a while he stopped and happily said, here it is, this is the place, you see. Bok Vai Vai looked at the pile of fruit trees in front of her, isn't this a strange fruit used for fake awakening? Tramin quickly went to pick a fruit, very good, the amount of strange fruits here could build an army. He immediately looked at it and exclaimed, K. Lao is really generous. Bok Vai Vai was surprised and thought, could it be that K. Lao wanted Thamin to build his own power, then go deal with the 3 great families, but how could Eo compete with Thamin in the future? She was afraid, sweating in fear. I thought to myself, is this a double-edged sword? Suddenly a loud roar appeared, interrupting her thoughts. She turned around cautiously, what was going on? Approaching them were a group of wolves and mutant monkeys. They are pressing closer and closer to them. Tramon nervously assessed the situation and said, "No good, we are surrounded, I won't be able to protect you for now, be careful." Bok Vai Vai replied frankly, "Don't worry, they can't harm you, where am I?" Suddenly a wolf galloped towards him, opening its bloody mouth and roaring. Tramon strongly waved his hand and cut it in half, saying, "Hand over these wolves to me." One after another, the other wolves began to rush in. He used a sword of light to destroy a large area. Bok Vai Vai also did not sit still, she defeated each mutant monkey. But the more these strange beasts are destroyed, the more they appear. Tramon complained tiredly, "Isn't it over yet?" The next second, he decided to turn around, take Bok Vai Vai's hand and run away. Run quickly, there were too many of them to handle. She was dragged away by him in shock. "Oh. Haven't finished speaking yet, wait a minute." He slipped again and rushed into the abyss. This time she shouted loudly, "Thamon." He widened his eyes in panic and looked at the abyss and shouted, "Sorry." Tramon and Bok Vai Vai both fell freely into a deep hole, only having time to scream, "Oh yeah." Her butt landed straight on his stomach, over, and he right there just wanted to die, huh? Seeing him supporting her, she turned around and asked worriedly, "Thamon, are you okay?" His eyes were dizzy and trembling. "What's wrong? I was crushed by a 100-pound iron ball." She said something was wrong. "What happened?" Bok Vai Vai stood up angrily and shouted, "Who are you talking about that weighs hundreds of pounds? You really are a carpenter." The next second, Tramon grabbed her hand and pulled her close to his body, making her confused. You, what are you planning to do?" Tramon looked serious. "Don't turn around, just go straight forward." She's confused. "Ah." With curiosity in her body, Bok Vai Vai turned around. "What do you mean?" Seeing 3 giant centipedes appearing before them, she screamed loudly, "Ah." "Quickly jump on his back." "Ah, there's a giant centipede." Tramon was speechless. "He told me not to turn back." He carried her and ran away saying, "Let's go back up there first." He used his ability to escape the steep cliff. He jumped up, but strangely, Bok Vai Vai was disappointed, thinking that he could still fly like a Superman. Passing the Olympic qualifying round was not certain with this achievement. Tramon glanced away, apologetically said, "It wasn't because of her, too heavy or what?" While Bok Vai Vai on his back was angrily nibbling on his head, he looked at the cliff and thought, "That's not right, the ability in this place seems to be much higher than outside. Could there be some barrier? In the future, are you there?" Not receiving any response from his future self, he thought, "It seems like he fell asleep again, and can only rely on me for now." He took out a torch from his storage space, secretly scared. "Fortunately, the centipedes did not actively attack us." He suggested that we quickly find a way back. After walking a while, Bok Vai Vai screamed again. "Oh!" Tramon was also startled. "I forgot to say it." Continuing to exclaim, it turned out that the front was there too, and she was taken over by fear of insects, screaming to get out. She hid behind him, looking at the centipedes in disgust. Seeing that, he immediately comforted her. "Don't be afraid, I have a way." Immediately, he made a move, waved his hand, and flames appeared, roasting the centipedes. Tramon enjoyed smelling the smell. "Oh, it smells so good." Now in front of them was a delicious grilled golden orange centipede. Bok Vai Vai warned in horror, "Thamon, if you dare to eat them, I will never tell you for the rest of my life. Do you have one more sentence?" He turned back to look at her, smiling. "If we really can't get out, then we won't be able to stop eating these things." She's already feeling nauseous just imagining it. "Stop talking." Tramon didn't joke anymore. He quickly activated the locator to look for a way out. He felt it. There was wind. What appeared was a gloomy cave. The surrounding wind seemed to be sucked in. He showed the way. It was in the other direction. On the way, Bok Vai Vai kept looking around. Suddenly she cautiously spoke up, "Thamon, I feel like something is staring at us or something." Tramon was worried. Of course the positioning also discovered the problem. He exclaimed, "Really?" The positioning waves detected bats with bloodshot eyes waiting to look at them. He panicked, grabbed her hand, crossed his legs around his neck and ran screaming, "It's a group of bats, come with me, run quickly." She was startled, "What's going on again?" The two quickly scrambled to run away. Running non-stop under his guidance, they finally found the exit. He happily exclaimed, "There is light ahead, hurry up." As soon as they left the cave, light shone everywhere. Tramon and Bok Vai Vai could not help but cover their eyes. Appearing in front of them was a giant forest. They were surprised together as to where this place was. To his surprise, a grasshopper appeared next to him, as big as his body. How big was the grasshopper? While he was surprised, Tramon's voice from the future rang out. How did he end up in the animal world? He happily replied, Future, you're awake. You said this is the beast world. Future Tramon looked at the situation in front of him and explained, this is the transition area between the demon world and our world. We call it the entrance to the demon world. He hesitantly said, if it is really a demon world, I'm afraid this place has a lot of scary things. Hearing that, Tramon frowned, turned to look at her and asked, this map was given by K-Lao. He must have known this place. Bok Vai firmly shook her head. It can't be. The map this was because K-Lao at the Emperor's Hotel got it from a hunter. At that time, the hunter said that he had eaten the fruit that awakened his ability, so he was in front of the hotel door looking for someone to test his strength. Tramon was angry. That guy is really terrible. How could he find such a great gift from K-Lao? He gritted his teeth and continued, then I doubt your sincerity of cooperation even more. At the same time he was talking to Bok Vai and feeling angry about being tricked. In a small corner, a giant predatory eye was staring at them. He and she were hit by something flying overhead, causing the place to lose light, so they raised their heads to look. Startled and surprised, he said loudly, okay, this butterfly has really big wings. He and she heard the sound of something snorting, so they looked in the direction of the sound. He was surprised and said, wow, that's a really big squirrel. He excitedly climbed up a small mountain where there was a big rock, put his right foot on it, looked ahead, raised one hand happily and excitedly said, this place is like in the world of Jurassic Park, let's take a picture, I have a photo to post. She looked at him, startled. He immediately took out his phone to take a picture, but he immediately looked at the phone blankly and said, damn, there's no signal. She immediately climbed up and frowned at him and said, don't you think that in a place like this, if everyone knew about it, there would be a rush of people, if you just posted it, delete it immediately. The small mountain immediately shook violently. She was startled and screamed loudly. He was surprised and tried to stand still, looking at the mountain, wondering if there was an earthquake. The small mountain is the shell of a large turtle. It stuck its head out to look around, slowly stood up and moved, creating an earthquake. He and she immediately slid down from the turtle's feet and said in horror, be good, what are you eating here that's so big? The turtle immediately withdrew its head. He and she slid down to the ground safely and before they could rest, the small animals rushed straight towards him and ran quickly past. Both he and she were surprised. She looked down at the ground to see them running away and he looked at the direction they ran away and asked a little timidly, what happened? Immediately, a very large python with blood-red eyes appeared and looked down at him and her. Then it quickly rushed forward to bite him and her. He immediately reacted and jumped to the side to avoid the attack, while she was thrown away by it, her arms and legs entwined with her, screaming in fear. He immediately looked at it and smiled confidently, thinking, it's just the right time for me to test my muscle strength. She landed safely and looked at him worriedly shouting, be careful. He happily silently approached and grabbed its tail. Future Tramon saw him doing that and stopped him, saying, don't do it. He was hit hard by its tail, causing him to fly away. His head hit the rock hard, his body slowly slid to the ground. He was extremely scared and his head slowly developed a large lump. Future Tramon saw him become like this and said, I couldn't stop you in time, now you are no different from dealing with this level of demonic beast than mosquitoes biting stainless steel. She quickly ran to help him sit up and asked worriedly, how are you? Are you about to die? He immediately calmed down, wiped his mouth with his hand and said, it's okay. The giant python did not give the two people time to rest, so he used its tail to hit the rock. He immediately reacted and hugged her to avoid the attack and said, be careful. The two quickly ran away, and it turned around and quickly crawled after the two. He was sweating in fear and silently asked the future Tramon, hey, what should I do now? Without me there would be no you. Future Tramon said, with your current strength, you can't stay in the demon world for half a day, quickly get out of here. He and she immediately hid behind another rock. He observed it and told her, being chased by it all the time is not a good way. We should think of a way to leave here first. Go back to the cave. The exit is there. She looked at him and said, but if we go into the cave, we will be no different from a turtle in a basket. It immediately discovered where the two people were hiding and rushed over the rock. He and she immediately ran in different directions to avoid its attack. He said loudly, we can only bet one time. He ran back and grabbed her hand and said, on this side. She was startled when he grabbed her hand and pulled her away. He pulled her hand and ran into the cave. He told her again that he had to think of a way to stop it. Running into the cave, he immediately created thorny vines to block the cave entrance. She looked at the thorny vines and asked him if this was okay. He immediately said, I don't know, let's just observe first. 2 hours later, he still lurked on the cliff inside the cave entrance and told her, "It seems it's okay for now, let's go." He turned to look at her and sighed, then smiled affectionately and whispered, "How can I still sleep in this situation? I don't know if it's because of kindness or greatness or not." He gently picked her up and went deep into the cave. She seemed to feel something and slowly opened her eyes, startled, then blushed and looked at him awkwardly, stammering, "Famine, you." He looked at her affectionately and said, "Did I wake you up? I'm sorry, but maybe we can't leave here today, let's rest here for a while first." She turned her head and looked in front of her. There was a blue gas membrane that was blurry, she said in surprise. This is it." He speculated and said that it was likely some kind of toxic gas. "Wait until morning to tell." He went in quite deep, thinking it was safe, so he decided to rest there. He immediately took out firewood and lit a fire. He looked at her tiredly and told her, "You can continue sleeping, just let me guard first, then change shifts for me." She sat in the corner opposite him, folded her arms on the pillow and tiredly replied, "Okay, already." Not long after, he was so tired that he fell asleep. She slowly opened her eyes in a daze and said, "How long have I been sleeping?" Looking over, I saw him sleeping next to me and called out, "Tram." She suddenly woke up, looked towards the cave entrance and shouted in panic, "It's dangerous, the giant python is here." While she and he were so tired that they fell asleep, the giant python broke through the thorny vines and crawled into the cave and rushed towards the two of them. The giant python suddenly crawled closer to the two people. He and she slowly backed away in panic. He looked at it and said, "This is too terrible." He tensed up and immediately created a big fire to burn it. It immediately got a little scared and turned around to avoid it. He looked at it and breathed a sigh of relief, stepping closer to her and saying, "It's a pity we can't eat enough." Suddenly, the giant python was no longer afraid of the fire and aimed at him and her and rushed forward quickly. He looked at it and immediately stuttered in panic. I said, well. She looked at it in surprise and told him that fire had no effect on it. He immediately took a gun from space, gave her a gun, shouted loudly, took it, shot it. She was a little surprised, then took the gun and shot at the python. Very precise shots hit him. She looked at it in horror and said, "How is it possible? The bullet didn't penetrate its scales at all." He smiled nervously at it and said, "Look, we have to bury ourselves here." It opened its mouth wide and rushed towards the two people. Future Tran shouted at him, "Normal weapons are no good, use the gun Tran used last time to beat you." Future Tran angrily hit him on the head and said, "How stupid, I don't know who else to be like." As if enlightened, he said, "That's right, that bullet seems to be only used as a specially prepared material at the place where the mutation occurred. Why did I just think of it now? Use this." He immediately took out another gun and threw it at her, hastily saying, "Use this one." She grabbed it in bewilderment. The two of them joined forces to shoot it. And shot very accurately, hitting its head, teeth and scales. He shot and observed it, then told her that the bullet was effective. It was shot painfully. He immediately aimed closely. He shot it in the eye and shouted loudly, he had hit it. It was shot blind in one eye and broke a tooth, so it turned around and quickly crawled out. Wherever it crawled, rocks fell along with it. He and she breathed a sigh of relief and stood still, watching it crawl away. He was happy but he was very tired and sighed and said, "Finally won." She looked at him and said, "Saved." He approached the place where the giant python left and bent down to pick up the tooth he had broken. She walked over, bent down, looked at him and asked, "What do you want to use this snake tooth for?" He picked up the python's tooth, used the material from the black iron tree and the snake's tooth to refine the weapon, and the tooth immediately turned into a very sharp and beautiful short knife. She looked at it with surprise and happily told him, "It's so beautiful." He looked at her happily, then gave it to her and said, "Give it to you, use it for protection." She was surprised to receive it and exclaimed very happy. He looked ahead in surprise and told her, "While the fog dissipates, let's quickly leave this place." She turned her head to look in surprise. He approached the wall where the light opened up to a staircase leading up to the ground. An hour later, he and she climbed to the ground. He lay tired and panted as he said, finally arriving. She climbed on top of him and walked out of that strangely deep cave and said, "This cave must be over 1,000 meters high, my arm is numb." He crawled out of that strangely deep cave, lying on the ground, panting tiredly, saying, "Fortunately this cave was deep enough, otherwise if that monster had crawled up here, we would all be dead," and she would have sat on the ground, rest. He immediately took out his phone to look. She turned to look at him and said, "Boss Tham is really a busy gentleman. He disappeared one night and still doesn't know how many young ladies are tired of waiting." He casually glanced at her. Oh, she was so startled by being looked at that she blushed angrily and thought, why did I say something like that? I'm really stupid. He looked at his phone. There were many missed calls. You had 12 missed calls from Tu Mok Lam Thu. You had 6 missed calls from Vuong Mon. You had 3 missed calls from Ha Chu Chu. He thought in surprise. Huh? So many phones. What happened? He immediately called Mok Lam Thu. The other party immediately scolded him. Thaman, where did you go? I've been looking for you all day. He smiled wryly and said, Bok Vi Vi and I went to find some things. Something happened on the way and there was no phone signal. Something happened, Mok Lam Thu urgently said. Something happened. He worriedly asked again what happened. She stood in the room a little worried and told him, Ha Chu Chu, he's been kidnapped. He and she were surprised to hear. He and she immediately took a taxi home. On the way there, Mok Lam Thu recounted on the phone that yesterday, Ha Chu Chu's father suddenly came to the hotel to look for that boss. Even if he asked, he would not say anything, because he could not contact him, so just tell us. She held the headset and told him, Father Ha received a phone call yesterday afternoon. The person on the phone was Ha Chu Chu who was in their hands, but did not say anything about the ransom. Vuong Mon sent someone to search for him. Okay, boss, please rest assured. He secretly thought that with Mencius's pressure on the second-level experts, it would be easy to deal with, but with the second-level experts, low-level things like kidnapping would not be done. He said to her again, I understand, wait until I get back then tell me. As soon as the car arrived in front of the hotel, she ran out to pick him and her up. He got out of the car and said, You go with Lam Thu to change clothes, I'll go check out the situation. She closed the car door and looked at him and said, I know. She frowned and glanced at the outfit she was wearing, thinking, when did she seduce the boss? That's a quick trick. She raised her hand to show the way. Captain Bok, follow me, you wear the same size, how much is that? She blushed and covered her mouth with her hand, glancing at her bust and saying, Well, it looks a little smaller than mine, probably just right. She immediately blushed angrily. What? He went into the hotel room to meet Chu Chu's father. He bowed his head, covered his face and cried pitifully, saying, It's impossible, it will definitely be okay, definitely. He approached and patted his shoulder and said, Uncle Ha, what happened? Why did you come here? He cried until his face turned red, looked up at him sadly and said, Tremin, you're finally here. Chu Chu has only been back for 2 days. I want to go buy some things to cook for her a delicious meal. Who would have thought that when he returned from shopping, he could not find her anywhere? His luggage and phone were not with him. He bowed his head and cried. Then he received an anonymous phone call, the person saying that the baby was in their hands, not to report to the police, and the other one had to wait for their news. He tearfully looked up at him and said, I know that you can save Chu Chu with great magical powers, so I wanted to bother you. I found your phone number in Chu Chu's phone, but I couldn't call you. I'm worried. I was worried so I quickly went into the city to find my grandchild. I was about to sit down and say in surprise, but you've only been taking over the Emperor Hotel for a few days. How did Uncle Ha know you were here? He smiled bitterly and said, Maybe it was God's will. On the bus, he heard someone talking. The Tran family, one of the 4 great families, was defeated by a young teenager Tremin, and now the property is in his hands. Tremin, there's also the Emperor Hotel. There's a fake awakening or something, so I ran all the way here. He was surprised and thought, what a coincidence. I'm afraid this is not simple at all. Mok Lam Thu immediately ran in and said, Boss, Vuong Mon is back. He immediately smiled and said, I'm back, can I save Chu Chu? He and she were a bit stunned and surprised at his attitude. He looked at her and said, Uncle Ha, wait for me for a moment, I'll go see what's going on first. You can rest assured about Chu Chu's matter. He and she went out and closed the door. He asked her what was wrong. She immediately said that Vuong Mon was carried there. He asked in surprise, What? He went downstairs and saw Vuong Mon being carried into the hotel lobby by someone else. His body was covered in wounds. He seemed to be in a lot of pain. His hands were clutching his shirt. His face was grimacing. He came closer and asked, What happened? Who injured him? And why didn't he go to the hospital first? The young man carrying him was a little startled and turned to look at him and said, Tram, boss, we don't know. At that time Mon brother told us to wait at the door, but for a long time there was no movement. When I entered, I saw Monsieur like this. Monsieur told me to take him home first, and I still had something to say to him. He was stunned, bowed his head and said, The injury seemed very serious. His arm was also broken. The 2 young men laid Vuong Mon down and left to do their work. He held out his hand to treat his wound and said that his pulse was fine and his life was not in danger. He immediately opened his eyes and frowned in pain as he looked at him calling, Boss, sorry, I'm useless, I can't save you, Miss Ha. He smiled and comforted him and said, "It's okay, first you should heal your injury, as for the person who injured you." He frowned and his eyes were filled with murderous intent and told him, "I will kill him for you." He tried to sit up and look at him. "Boss, this is not simple. I called Uncle Ha's number again and asked someone to trace the signal, but the other person was very cunning and told me the address." He began to narrate. He followed the address and led a few other people to a place that looked like a very large research facility, and there were two large buildings close together. He told everyone, "The location was here. You guys wait outside. If anyone runs out, catch them quickly, and I'll go inside." A young man held a gun on his shoulder and confidently said, "Okay, Monsieur, even a mosquito won't let him escape." He went inside and saw someone standing there, so he shouted and came closer. That person turned around and shined a light on his face. He was blinded by the light and covered his face with his hands, asking who it was. He was immediately kicked in the face and cried out in pain. He lost his balance and fell to the floor. That person then stepped on his chest and said, "Too weak, you are not Tramin." He was kicked until he vomited blood and made a painful sound, coughing. He immediately grabbed the other person's leg and gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you and why did you arrest him?" The other person immediately said, "You have no right to ask who I am." Tong Chung Company showed a cunning smile and said to him, "Call Tramin here. If he was the first one, don't blame me." Mok Lam Thu asked him in surprise, "Did you say that person was from the Mediterranean? You weren't mistaken, right?" He immediately said affirmatively, "That's for sure, a middle-aged Mediterranean guy wearing Western clothes and glasses." He looked at her in surprise and asked, "Do you know that person?" She nervously answered hesitantly, "He is." Bok Vai Vai was led to the main hall by two young men and immediately said that she was the guardian of the Tong family among the four great families, Tong Chung Company. She immediately told what she knew about him. Tong Chung Company, this person was very mysterious. We only know that he helped the Tong family carry out a secret assassination mission that has never failed, and his ranking on the assassination list has stabilized at the top 3. She calmly looked at her and said, "It's not that mysterious, it's because your agency's ability is weak. The Shadow Organization has also investigated this person before, at least I know he's skilled, organ perfecting techniques." He looked at her thoughtfully and asked, "Top 3 of the assassination list, so Lam Thu, where do you rank?" She immediately answered him, "A good woman like me doesn't like death, so what's the point of going on that board?" She looked at her again and asked, "Organ magic is not a supernatural ability, so have you dark organizations investigated his awakening power?" She rolled her eyes and said, "The shadowy organization wanted to recruit him, but didn't want to treat him as an enemy, so they finally researched it thoroughly." She raised her hand and pointed to her chin, thinking, "But why does this character still do dirty things like kidnapping?" She crossed her arms and looked at her questioningly, clearly aiming at Tramin. Without seeing it, she immediately spoke and asked him. He said, "On the 15th day of the 15th day, Tramin, what did you do with the Tong family?" He looked at the two of them suspiciously and said, "I don't know people from the Tong family, but regardless of the reason, if you kidnap Chu Chu and injure Montu, this man must die." Future Tramin told him, "What the hell is your kid doing with these two girls? I'm also fascinated by this competition. This Tong Chung Company is valuable. You risk going over there, will definitely be at a disadvantage. The Tong family will not do anything disadvantageous to Chu Chu. Grasp this opportunity, improve yourself first." He doesn't have a knack for organ magic, but he also has the power to see through his opponent's awakening power. I've been tricked by him before. He's surprised. He looked at the two of them and said, "I need time to adjust. You guys go rest first. I'll think about what to do." She pondered without saying anything while she looked at him in surprise. He returned to his room, sat on the sofa, and went into another room. He put his hands in his coat pockets and walked around looking at the trees with fruit displayed, potential value plus 1,000. He suddenly saw his notice board. The talent value that could be used was 95,000, the talent of Spear City, penetrating I was 100,000, the spiritual power of the Nen Master was 500,000, and the mixed element body refining technique was 10000,000. He frowned and said, "The growth rate is not enough, it takes another 5,000 to reach 100,000 to exchange for the penetrating eye, but I don't have any more time." He suddenly looked up at the tree thinking and said, "That's right, just absorbing spiritual energy here, the potential value can also double, if you eat spiritual fruit." He immediately picked one fruit and bit hard. The notification immediately appeared, the potential value added 15,000, he was surprised while eating, 15,000, this spirit fruit actually had such an effect, the potential value had finally accumulated enough. The notification immediately appeared in front of him, piercing his eyes. Do you want to exchange 100,000? Yes, no. Without hesitation, he pressed the yes button. And he immediately learned that his eyes suddenly glowed and could see through everything, and he immediately returned to the real world. He was so happy that he raised his hand and clenched it and said, he must have stabilized in the middle world. Try penetrating his eyes and see. He then used his penetrating eyes to see everything. He thought in surprise, so the penetrating eye is like this. What the cognitive ability can perceive is the shape and breadth at close range. This is like a three-dimensional image of perception. He was surprised and immediately opened his eyes, his nose bleeding. He quickly covered his face with his hands, revealing his eyes, opened wide and said, "Oh my God." Mok Lam Thu immediately covered her nose in discomfort and sneezed. She took a towel and wrapped it around her body, looked outside and said, it looked like the weather had changed. He blushed shyly and smiled cunningly, using a towel to wipe his bloody nose, remembering the image of her wearing a towel. He immediately put his hands on his face and said, such a scoundrel, what are you doing? Choo Choo's whereabouts are still unknown. You have time to do this here, at least you have to wait to save Choo Choo first. He straightened his eyes and said, so that's it. Through his eyes he could see the arrangement of the organ. He felt a little dizzy, touched his face, and said, penetrating this eye consumes too much spiritual energy. I can't hold on for long when I practice now. He whispered, Choo Choo, wait for me. 10 minutes later he went down to the hotel lobby. Bok Vai Vai appeared behind him and said seriously, I'll go with you. He turned his head in surprise and said, Bok Vai Vai. He shook his head and smiled and said to her, there is no need. After all, you are a government employee, you have no contract with the Tong family, it is not convenient for you to take action on this matter. I accept your good intentions, already. She suddenly looked at him and said, but, can you go alone? Suddenly a loud voice rang out from somewhere, who said our boss was alone. Mok Lam Thu appeared, leading a group of agile young men, standing tall and confident, smiling at her and saying, our group, we will handle it ourselves. He stared at her and smiled, her nose bleeding uncontrollably. She was worried and quickly approached him, grabbed a towel and tried to rush him, saying, boss, are you injured? He was startled and felt guilty when he saw her raising his hand to stop her from coming closer, then wiped his nose with his own hand and said, it's okay, it's because of the fire. She then looked towards the young men who raised their hands to introduce and said, these people are all, since the second floor started registering awakened people, they have recruited quite a few people, knowing that the boss has something to do, so everyone offered to help. Bok Vai Vai suddenly realized someone looked at a young man in surprise and said, oh, aren't you the person who sold the map to Old K before? He immediately raised his hand to greet her, smiled excitedly and said, my name is Vuong Bao, I'm very hungry, my stomach is growling, I heard that the food here is delicious, that's why I came here. He looked at her scratching her head happily and said, my strength is so great that I can even wrestle that bear, but my gluttony is not small. He smiled wryly. He smiled and thought to himself, it seems that he has eaten the spirit fruit to awaken his ability, this person is a bit interesting. He looked at him and said, Vuong Bao, you said your strength is great, so do you dare to compete with me? He sweated nervously as he looked at him and said, boss, if I beat you, you wouldn't be angry and would still let me eat. He smiled cunningly and said, if you win against me, then this hotel belongs to you, and the chefs will all listen to you. He walked forward enthusiastically, rolled up his sleeves and said with bright eyes, that's it. He immediately approached and used all his strength to clench his teeth and hold his arm tightly, intending to knock him down. He didn't shy away and calmly looked at him and asked, is that all? He immediately braced himself and tried again. But he still didn't move. He smiled and looked at him thinking, this guy is a good guy, right? He knelt down tiredly, put his hands on the ground, breathing heavily and said, boss, your strength is really strong, I'm satisfied, I'm leaving. He smiled happily looking at him and asked, in addition to his great strength, what was his skill in tracking down ancestral traces? He turned his head to look at him and smiled happily and said, that goes without saying, holding a stick to beat a coma is a great skill of us hunters. He smiled cunningly and patted his shoulder and said, okay, you come with me this trip, later stay at this imperial hotel for one day. No, I'll let you eat your fill every day. He hungrily looked at him with bright eyes and asked, are you telling the truth? Then the word is settled. Mok Lam Thu approached and asked him, boss, could you take him with you? The opponent is the Tong family. He turned to tell her, because it's the Tong family, that's why we need to be careful of them moving tigers away from that mountain. Miss Lam Thu told everyone to protect this place. The poisonous snake will also be called to this place. He turned to look at Bok Vai Vai and said, if anything happens to me, I hope the government can show up and save Ha Choo Choo for me. I'm sure their target is me. Probably not. Make things difficult for a little girl. She paid attention to every word he said and asked him, if you plan to exchange 1 for 1, is it worth it? He laughed loudly and left saying, but these evil demons want to keep me. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. She worriedly thought to themselves, you have to be very careful, Boss Tramman. At night, he went to the place Vuong Man said. He immediately used his clairvoyant eye to look inside. Immediately seeing many people secretly setting traps, he thought to himself, this guy Tong Chung Company really has that skill. The arrangements are all related to each other. If you hadn't prepared in advance, you would have really fallen into their net. I looked around, where is Choo Choo? He had been using the eye of clairvoyance for too long, so he was dizzy, covered his face, and cried out loudly. Vuong Bao foolishly approached him and asked him, what's wrong with your boss? Are you having too much fun? He angrily scolded and went away. He regained his composure and sat on the rows of chairs in the large building, took out a pen and marked the map, then said, I will draw the locations of ambushers and give them to you. You go deal with them. I will rest. Let's rest for a bit. He looked at me in surprise and said, what a genius, boss. How did you do this? He said again, remember to wear headphones so you can keep in touch. He immediately put on his shoes. He crouched down, gingerly holding a baseball bat through the rows of seats towards the people who had already set up an ambush here. The ambush guy sat on the chair, holding binoculars and looking around, saying, when did he get here? Been watching all day. From behind, he held up a baseball bat and hit the ambusher's head hard. That guy immediately started bleeding and fell down, screaming in pain and not shying away anymore. He immediately took a pen and marked it and circled it on the map. He said again, good guy, there are a lot of ambushes. He put the map back and helped that guy onto the chair and immediately said, you return to your old position and sit kindly for me. That guy was dead and you helped him onto the chair and sat with his head tilted and his tongue out. Another guy heard the noise, shined a flashlight at him and shouted loudly, someone. The light shined on him and he turned his head in surprise and worry. The man in the gray shirt shined his light on where Chu Vuong was hiding behind the fainted guy, number 3, but he was holding that guy's sleeve to hide himself. He was sweating and worried. I'm done. He grabbed the hand of the guy in front and came up with a plan to lure him out. He took the hand of the guy in front and pretended to put it to his mouth and shouted, poof. The gray-shirted guy saw that and said, be careful, if you dare to fall asleep, be careful, mister, Tong will beat you. Chu Vuong breathed a sigh of relief and escaped. Suddenly his hand slipped, causing the guy covering the front to fall out of the chair. The gray-shirted guy saw that and shouted, why are you? Who's there? He panicked, I'm done. I'm about to ruin my boss's business, my food. The guy in the gray shirt asked, who are you? When suddenly someone behind him knocked him unconscious. Tramman appeared behind that guy and asked, how is it? Chu Vuong hugged his chest and cried, oh mom, boss, you scared me to death. Chu Vuong pointed to the paper and told him, 2 people in the control room and 4 people in the stands. A total of 6 hidden piles had been removed. Boss, what agency is this? He explained, the lights on the roof were corrected with lasers, which could cause people to lose their eyesight instantly. The controllers in the stands controlled a network of presses under the stadium. A person controlled the heavy object on the ceiling. The other person controls it in the dark recess. The last one is the detonator. Chu Vuong's sweat dropped and said, oh my god, anyone who has gone through something like that would not have enough lives. The person who set the traps must have been a good hunter, he said. Perhaps he is talented, but if he kidnaps Chu Chu and seriously injures Mencius, this person must die. My ability consumes too much spiritual energy. I still haven't found Chu Chu's location. He secretly went to look for me. I went to attract his attention. I must be careful. Chu Vuong pounded his chest and assured, just let me worry. Tramman jumped down from the grass outside and said, isn't he looking for me? I'm here, the person opposite him said. Oh, this time it's the deity, not some nameless little pawn who will die again. He replied, I don't know where I offended the Tong family, but now that I'm here, you can release Ha Chu Chu. Tong Chung Company smiled and said, Mr. Tham acted very well. You can destroy the Tran family single-handedly. I don't dare to underestimate you. Miss Han is in my hands, then I feel safe, but if my uncle is bound, I will feel more secure. He looked at him like I was looking at a clown and replied, your brain damaged because you don't have hair on your head so you can't protect your brain. Do I look like a fool? Now you let Chu Chu go. I'll just kill him alone if you don't. I will destroy your entire Tong family. He laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, Thaman, you really have a big mouth. Why do you think I'm here waiting for you? Because in my field, I am the king. After saying that, he waved his hand. Nothing happened and the atmosphere was filled with 3 dots. He turned around and scolded him. What are you doing? Do it. He smiled, sorry for wasting so many of his traps, back and forth, now it's my turn. Saying that, he jumped from where he was and rushed forward. He dodged his attack and laughed, he, I have never underestimated an enemy. I guess these traps may not be able to trap you, but let's see how you can fly out this time, ha ha. Suddenly a glass cage fell above his head, trapping him inside. There was a purple gas coming out that made him have to cover his nose with his hand. It wasn't good. He was proud outside the cage. This was a cage specially designed to resist body refining experts, give up resistance. He was sweating while covering his nose and thinking to himself, I don't know if this smoke is toxic gas or narcotic smoke. If I don't think of a way to break this cage, I'm afraid I will die here. The Tran family's specially made bullets have been used up since then, fought the python. I suddenly realized something, giant python, its scales, brother python, relying on you. Saying that, he raised his hand to summon that scale. He looked at him unable to do anything but continued to be proud, stop struggling, this cage is not even okay. Suddenly he took the scale and broke the glass of the cage. He was so surprised that his glasses broke. How could that be possible? He used his fist to break the glass and escape. Look at him, waiting to die. Tramman jumped quickly and flew towards Tong Chung Company. He saw that, so he held the remote in front of him, mysteriously praising him with his shiny forehead. He was indeed not simple. After he finished speaking, a large net fell down, making him startled and looked up in doubt. Was it still not over? Then Tramman quickly transformed into a sword. Cut the net into many pieces. After that, he rushed to Tong Chung Company and pointed his sword at his neck and asked if there was any more tricks. Seeing the sharp sword near his neck, he still smiled smugly and asked, you kill me, Ha Chu Chu will also bury me, can you bear it? Then he reminded him, if you don't put down your weapons, it's rude, really. No matter what he said, Tramman still responded coldly, I don't know you, but I have a million ways to torment you, but just threaten him a little, a sound, a sharp sound, along with the question, boss, did you hear that? Seeing there was a connection, he was suspicious. He found someone. The person on the other side immediately responded, he found it. The VIP room was on a different platform. There were 2 guards who were defeated by me. Seeing that everything had happened, he brought his sword close to Tong Chung Company's neck and threatened, now he could die in peace. His haste made him scared and raised his hands, but he's still smiling and talking. Don't rush, listen more. There is an exclamation in the ear. Ah, boss. After that, Vuong Bao announced that there was a bomb on Miss Chu Chu's body. Her image appeared in white pajamas and a time bomb tied close to her body. The bomb was counting down 2 minutes and 51 seconds. Tramman was worried but still reminded Vuong Bao and asked, don't panic, what kind of bomb is it? Tong Chung Company stood opposite and pointed at the person he was wondering about. It's better than asking me directly. His face started to become mysterious. He looked at his hand and said, originally it was just a bomb unlocked with a regular password, but I added a few layers of anti-bomb protection. He then added, but don't worry, the power of this bomb is not very strong. In the end, Tong Chung Company smiled falsely and said, at best, it would explode to death, but probably wouldn't explode into pieces. Seeing his complacency in each sentence, Tramman got angry and immediately reached out to strangle him and then angrily shouted each word. He said it again. The unexpected happened. He raised his hand. He raised his hands as if to say calm down and he stammered, appointment only 3 minutes. Hearing that, he lowered his voice coldly and led me over there. In Ha Chu Chu's detention room. Vuong Bao worriedly walked in circles wondering, what to do. Suddenly he felt happy when Tramman came and called out, boss. With Tramman in old Tong Chung Company, he was dragged around making him scared and said, hey, you're a bit slow. Vuong Bao turned to look and said, inside. Tramman looked after Vuong Bao and asked Tong Chung Company, what was the password? At this point, Tong Chung Company started to play tricks. He threw the lollipop wrapper on the floor and calmly replied, I have low blood sugar. If I don't add some sugar, I will feel dizzy and can't remember. Then he suggested, the password is my ID number, but when is my birthday? Tong Chung Company's act of wasting time made Tramman lose his temper. He leaned towards him and shouted loudly at him, I don't know where I offended him, but if you have any problem, just target me. What's the point of dealing with a girl like that? Seeing this, Tong Chung Company immediately turned away and mysteriously replied, "We robbed the Tong family, we have to pay the price." Then he softened and said, "The password is XXXXXXX. Then he warned, "No, next time, there are exceptions." Hearing something important, Tramon quickly ran to her and ordered, "Vuong Bao, watch over him." He quickly came to where Ha Chu Chu was tied up, startling her. Seeing him coming, she worriedly asked him and reminded him, "Tham, magistrate, why are you here? Please go quickly." Tramon sat down and looked up at her and said kindly, "That's right, I'm coming, save me, don't worry, nothing will happen." Having finished speaking, he quickly pressed the password to open the bomb jacket. But as soon as I clicked on it, I saw the countdown timer display from 2 minutes 7 seconds quickly reduced to 1 minute 10 seconds. Seeing that, he sat there absent-mindedly watching. From the door he heard a strong banging sound. Vuong Bao was worried outside, so he kept knocking on the door to call, "Boss." Seeing this, Tong Chung Company reminded him that this door is made of special steel, so don't waste any more effort. From his headset, Tramon's voice spoke with urgency, arresting him, letting him say the password. Hearing that, Vuong Bao quickly turned around and warned him not to run. Tong Chung Company still had the candy in his mouth, but now he had a remote in his hand and, while preparing to press the button, mysteriously said contemptuously, "Good luck to everyone." After he pressed the button, a mysterious door appeared from the wall. Vuong Bao was surprised, but he quickly ran after him, wondering as he ran, "Damn, secret door." In the room, Tramon was under a lot of pressure with the countdown timer. It gradually decreased. Now there were 59 seconds left. His mind was very tense right now. He urged himself, "Time is getting less and less, we have to think quickly." Seeing the anxiety and heavy pressure that Tramon was under, Ha Chu Chu looked down at him affectionately and quietly confided it as her last words, "Thamon, thank you for saving me. Honey, run away quickly, I know with your strength you won't be locked in this room." Hearing that, he raised his face, sweat running down his face. He asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Chu Chu heard that. She looked down in thought and from her eyes, tears of helplessness began to flow. She said, "I'm afraid that I won't be able to see my parents anymore. I won't be able to see you anymore, again." Then Chu Chu also gave him a responsibility that she couldn't do. "Judge, please go quickly, please take care of my parents. Let's just say, I'm going abroad." Her words of helplessness and fate made him even more worried, but he had to reassure himself and remind her, "Stop talking nonsense, just believe in him." Even though he said that, there was insecurity in his heart. The waves of my heart kept flowing out, wondering, "Hey, future, is there any way to quickly decode the code? I'm about to explode to death." Outside the house, Tong Chung Company stood against the wall and looked into the distance. A voice of a mysterious person asked if the judge was dead. Seeing that, he immediately replied, "Not yet, but soon, there will be fireworks soon." Tong Chung Company, while sucking on the candy, metaphorically affirmed Thamon's ability, but in reality, this judge was very strong and had many tricks. Then he began to talk and exclaim, "Not only did he see through it, even though I was able to escape from prison through my trap, it would be a pity to die." He added, "Fortunately you knew Thamon's weakness and were able to kidnap that famous girl on the internet." The mysterious person immediately replied, "This guy, it's not that easy. He single-handedly overthrew that entire Tran family." Old Tran also underestimated his enemy. Hearing that, Tong Chung Company turned around to look at that person and asked, at the same time, he also suggested to the other person, "Do you have any plans for the future, or should you join the Tong family, relying on your abilities in the Tong family?" The person in the darkness replied, "We are just people with a common enemy. If the enemy no longer exists, then we don't need to shake hands anymore." After speaking, that person immediately flew away, whooshing, startling Tong Chung Company. But he quickly returned to his original state. He raised his hand to greet the other person and exclaimed, "Okay, there's style, I like it." In the room where Ha Chu Chu was locked, Thamon glanced around thinking the worst. "I don't know what my future self will be like. The important thing is that at this time I can't find anyone. Wait until I die and you will regret it, then you will know what vanishing is." But the words in his heart suddenly seemed to open up a new way for him. He doubtfully thought, "Wait a minute, did it disappear? Why didn't I think of it?" Seeing the tense situation with the last 10 seconds left, Ha Chu Chu cried and spoke loudly, interrupting his thoughts. She urged Thamon, "It was about to explode. Run away, die with me, it's not worth it. Where?" But now he looks very pleased and happy. He said, "Don't open your eyes, I will show you a magic." He put his hand on the bomb and used it, successfully starting it. Suddenly a miracle appeared. The bomb began to be removed from Ha Chu Chu's body and disappeared into the air. Seeing that the bomb had disappeared, she looked down in surprise and disbelief. Where is it? Why is there nothing like this? Thamin smiled happily. He teased her and asked her again, what's wrong? You still want it to appear again? Why? Then let me change it back for you. Hearing his joke, she lightly hit Thamon's chest. After that, she leaned her head on Thamon's shoulder and trembled. With tears streaming down her face, she said emotionally, brother, I won't let you take risks for me. Then she turned around and hugged him and said, thank you. Seeing that, Thamin also patted her and reassured her, it's okay, let's go. Thamin walked to the rolling door. He held a sharp piece of metal and made a long cut on the door. Then, standing in that long streak, he punched it straight into it, creating a big hole that sent smoke flying out. When he walked out, in front of his eyes was Vuong Bao, who was kneeling down trembling, covering his head with his hands and saying, Boss, I'm sorry, I will try to let you know, please bless me in the golden stream. Seeing the humor in his words, he immediately stepped on his hat with his foot and cursed, bless the monkey, the old man is not dead yet, do you want to curse me so that you can admit it later? What's wrong with my money? The sudden impact caused Vuong Bao to just scream and vomit. But in a moment, he immediately turned back with sparkling eyes of joy, hugging Thamon's leg and flattering him. Hey boss, you're alive again, then my treasure is still there, see your face. I flipped it faster than flipping rice paper, making Thamon angry but unable to do anything while Ha Chu Chu just hid behind his brother and blankly looked at him. When he turned on the phone, Thamon saw that Mok Lam Thu had missed 8 calls and had missed 7 calls. He immediately called back and asked, Mok Lam Thu, what happened? The voice on the other side rang out in surprise. Boss, are you still alive? Thamon exclaimed in shock. Everyone is like that. Then you ask, who told you that I was dead? But before the other party responded, they announced shocking news. The hotel was surrounded. Mok Lam Thu later recounted. In front of the hotel there were many people gathered, including many top-level experts. Many conflicts broke out with our people. Everyone suffered casualties. Moreover, saying this, she began to hesitantly sigh. Their leader even thought that the boss had been executed. This was a strong blow to my morale. But after that, Mok Lam Thu quickly changed her state. She said, but boss is okay, then we can rest assured. Then she asked, can Ha Chu Tu be saved? Mentioning Chu Chu, he smiled and replied, I'm fine, thank you very much. After that, Thamon immediately gave a reminder, you guys try to hold on for a while longer, I'll be right back here. Mok Lam Thu quickly replied, boss, you can rest assured. Then she said, fortunately you had predicted that they might attack, so we were already prepared, otherwise. Saying this, suddenly a scream from Mok Lam Thu came from the phone, rang out. That scream made the 3 people Vuong Bao, Thamon and Ha Chu Chu scared. He immediately asked, hey, Lam Thu, are you still there? Tong Chung Company stood upstairs using binoculars to observe the developments. But then he was confused. Why didn't it explode? Maybe I connected the wrong wire. Then he proudly looked at the candy in his hand. I told him that hot air is not as good as cold weapons, but it will be more fun to keep such an interesting opponent. At this time, in the taxi, the driver wondered, what happened to this place? This road was never blocked before. Tramon saw this and immediately got out of the car with Chu Chu. These guys are blocking me. What is the hotel trying to do? Because in front of his eyes was a fire burning behind a crowded line of cars in front of the hotel. It turned out that Tran Tu Luong was holding a homemade bomb in his hand and threatening, friends of the future corporation, let me bring you something warm. Tramon saw the dangerous situation and immediately jumped out. He stabbed Tu Luong straight in the hand, causing him to scream "Aya" and drop the fire vase. Then burned himself. But not to let him burn for too long, someone used the water dragon fist to save his life. Tu Luong at this moment was both like a burnt chicken and as wet as a rat. Tramon saw this and thought to himself, there are indeed experts here. Vuong Bao quickly launched an attack, so it remains to be seen who can block my attack. He lifted the green car up with an audible sound. Immediately threw it to the other side. But the attack was quickly resolved by the other expert without any difficulty. Seeing this, Tramon became more tense. There seemed to be quite a few experts. This strength was not below 2nd grade. Does the Tong family have this much power? Then he ordered Vuong Bao, wait for me to open a path. You bring Chu Chu and follow me. Vuong Bao said loudly and clearly, boss. But suddenly gunshots rang out. Vi Vi held up her industry card and said seriously, the authorities are working, other people are not allowed to gather, quickly disperse. Immediately afterwards, the authorities also quickly arrived to suppress it. At this time, at the back of the crowd, a mysterious person gave an order, today's action is over, you will come here tomorrow. Immediately the crowd dispersed according to his words. Vi immediately ran to Tramon's side to ask if he was okay. Last time I heard the news from you, but before she could finish her sentence, Choo Choo's sparkling innocence attracted her, then she immediately drove away. It was fine. Tramon suggested, let's go inside first and then talk. Inside was full of people lying around. Tramon asked Han Lam Thu, are you okay? Just now the phone suddenly got disconnected. Lam Thu ran back to reassure him, it's okay, just now someone threw a gasoline bomb so I was a little scared. Then she looked at Choo Choo who was hesitating, oh lady, it's okay. Suddenly, a person hurriedly ran up to announce, Boss Mok, another group of people is coming towards us. Hearing that, Tramon and Lam Thu were immediately surprised, oh. When he saw that group of people, Vu Hai elegantly walked out. Tramon asked, Big Star so, why are you here? So Vu Hai got out of the car and quickly walked towards him worriedly asking, are you okay? I heard you. She left her sentence unfinished, breathing a sigh of relief, it's good that it's okay, there are quite a few spies in the So family right now, we received news that the Emperor Hotel was surrounded, so we quickly sent it to her, people come here. Tramon immediately frowned and asked, you brought someone here, does the So family know? So Vu Hai replied, my father, he knows about this, it's just that he had an affair with the old man in Song family, so it's not convenient to show up there. So Vu Hai smiled brightly, but my father will also take your side, that's why he told me to bring here all the top experts of the So family. Tramon happily smiled and said, I really appreciate your coming here, I have received all of the So family's good intentions. He patted Vu Hai on the shoulder and continued, you would like to thank the So family on my behalf, okay. So Vu Hai frowned, blushing a little shyly, she muttered softly, I didn't come here just to express the goodwill of the So family, this wooden guy. Suddenly a voice rang out, Vu Hai. Bok Vi walked over and asked, why are you here? Vu Hai turned around and replied, Vi. Are you here too? Are you worried too? Vi was startled, she was confused and immediately cleared her throat loudly, ahem. Both girls suddenly became clumsy and awkward, sweating profusely, so Vu Hai quickly corrected her words, are you also here to help the future corporation? Tramon, who was nearby, saw that scene and immediately thought, so Vu Hai must be worried about him, so he personally brought people here, so Dong Vuong will not break with the Song dynasty because of him. Tramon smiled wryly, while Bok Vi was worried that she was using her government status to help the future corporation quell this chaos. How could she not know their thoughts? The future Tramon immediately pouted and grimaced and told him, your kid is also very talented, right? These two girls will both become characters who call the rain and the wind in the future. Why are they both like this? I saw you and me. Tramon laughed happily and teased, I really don't want to brag, I feel like bragging will be convenient for you, making the future self angry. Tramon is now entering the hotel lobby with So Vu Hai and Bok Vi, smiling and saying, thank you two great beauties, I have kept their thoughts in my heart. Inside was Mok Lam Thu who had come before. The three girls looked a bit shy and awkward when they saw each other. Tramon seriously asked, Lam Thu, Tong Chung Company said we were robbing the Tong family's goods, what is the meaning of this? Mok Lam Thu shouted loudly, robbing their goods, how is that possible? I personally checked the Tran family's business that we took over, there was no overlap with the Tong families, there's no competition at all, let alone the theft of goods. Boss, why do you ask that? Tramon held his chin in contemplation. Before, when facing Tong Chung Company, I asked him where we had offended the Tong family. He said that the future group had robbed the Tong family's goods. Oh, that's right. Where did Doc Sa go? Mok Lam Thu immediately replied. I let him go investigate Chiton Pharmaceutical Company. Tramon frowned and said seriously, I think this matter won't be that simple. Night has fallen, in a one-story house in a remote suburb. A man is burning incense in front of the altar. Then a young man's voice rang out from behind, Master. The man in black spoke up and said, Is Tramon dead? The future group must have been swallowed up by the Tong family. The spiky-haired disciple stood close behind, a bit worried on his face. He replied, No, not yet. The man was surprised when he heard that. His red eyes filled with murderous intent glanced at the disciple. His voice was cold. What? The bald guy explained in panic that the Emperor Hotel was originally surrounded, and after just a few attacks, it was almost possible to take it over. But at the most important moment, Tramon appeared again, so not only him, but even Lady Iron from the government also sent people to maintain order, so the people of the Song family had no choice but to retreat first. Moreover, later, So Vu Hai of the So family also appeared again. The man in black angrily waved his hand and smashed the wooden table. He shouted angrily, "Tramman, I have truly underestimated you. Not only the government, but also the So family is also standing towards you too." At this time, a man with long platinum hair clasped his hands and bowed, gently saying, "Please calm down your anger, Master. Fortunately, Master told us to disguise ourselves as members of the future group to rob members of the Song family, then kidnap Trammon's confidant and handed it over to the Song family to incite war between them. Only then can we be sure of being invincible in this land. This guy Trammon is getting stronger and stronger. Episode in the future, the Tong family will be in a situation of both losing and losing. If that's the case, we'll just have to sit and be a profitable fisherman." The man spoke, revealing a somewhat familiar black beard. He said, "I don't care what the Tong family is like, but that guy Tramman must die. He must surely die." His face became as ferocious as a hungry tiger. His eyes glowed with murderous intent. It turned out that he was Master Ingheim, an ancient martial artist of the Tran family. After a while, he regained his composure and continued, saying that the trick of robbing goods and kidnapping people was not only decisive, but the plan of that guy Tong Chung company was also profound, and that of Tramman was not at all simple. It's not simple at all. Tramman didn't die this time. If both sides think carefully about this matter, I'm afraid it will be exposed. Master Ingheim's surroundings are still emitting deadly murderous aura. We need to do more, something to add fuel to the fire between the two of you them. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out from the next room, causing the silver-haired disciple to glance over there. He gritted his teeth. "This guy is awake again. The noise is dead." Master Ingheim calmly replied, "Increase the dosage, as long as he doesn't die. I want to use this wood to light a fire for him." The other two Tram Tong families. The white-haired disciple opened the door to the next room. Inside there was a person tied to the ground. A cloth bag was placed over his head. His hands and feet were tied tightly. The white-haired man held a bottle of purple medicine and said, "Dog, let's take some medicine." Then, he pulled the cloth bag off the other person's head. The captured person was Doc Sa, whose mouth was gagged with a rag. Now he could only make helpless sounds from his throat. Tramman asked with a dark face, "Future, what should I do about this kind of thing?" Future Tramman crossed his arms. "Why do I think you're boasting?" He looked at the four beauties in front of him, showing off his butt. "Tell me quickly, at least he ate more than me in 10 years. The future you shrugged your shoulders and ran away. "I'm just a very ordinary rookie. How could any girl love me? Otherwise, you tell them to play some mahjong games. Bro, if you get angry and have that fart, you really can't win." He looked at Ha Chu Chu confused. "Ah, Chu Chu, you're very scared today. Go back and rest. Ha Tuk Tuk is also very worried about you. You're obedient. Yes, thank you very much today." He dejectedly turned to Bok Vai Vai and So Vu Hai. "What about you two sisters? Are you planning on reminiscing about the past?" Mok Lam Thu burst out laughing. "Hey, I've never seen a boss like this before." He shouted in frustration, "Please stop making noise. This isn't over yet. You should go rest quickly to prepare for the upcoming war." After saying that, he sped away. "I'll go first." He entered the room and stood leaning against the door, panting. "Oh mom, girls are so scary." He seriously considered, today's situation is really very passive. It seems that his strength is still very poor. He almost caused the person he wanted to protect to lose his life. If spiritual power can support the use of if you can see through the eye for a longer period of time, you no longer have to worry about Tong Chung Company's treacherous organs. That's right, and Ling Kuei. Tramman landed on an empty space and quickly used the spirit fruit to level up first. His eyes widened as he looked at a piece of land and burned trees in front of him. "Here, motherfucker, what's going on?" The ground was full of broken objects. He gritted his teeth and tightened the electric wire in his hand. "Okay, Tong Chung Company, if the explosion doesn't kill my people, then go burn my tree to death. We're not done with you yet." He sadly walked to the sea. He could only use primitive cultivation methods. "After this is over, I have to go to Thamsun to bring back some spiritual fruit trees. My potential points, continuously added." An hour later, he sat upright on the bed, although there was no way to use spirit fruit to increase his potential 10 times. "But now that my energy was considered full, I tried to push the time, use the Eye of Insight to the limit, so that you won't be overwhelmed later on the battlefield." He began to develop the Eye of Insight. He saw in the next room, Chu Chu's father was asking about her. "You must be very scared this time, right?" Going to the next room, he was a bit surprised. Is this the friendship between girls or something?" He looked at Vu Hai massaging Vai Vai. "This is not something you can just spend money to see." The future Tramman suddenly appeared and punched him awake. "What did you see, brat? Tell me quickly. I couldn't synchronize with my seeing eyes. Rate it poorly. Rate it 1 star. He slapped himself on the cheek. Low class, shameless, future, this slap was definitely because of you, right? The visible scene changed again. I saw a truck parked in the basement. This is it. He looked at the delivery man who was carrying the box to the car. It was just a delivery. Why did he have to scream so secretly? This guy has a problem. He suddenly saw red wood stamped on the box. Was it the wood mark of the Tong family? The employee climbed the ladder and changed the direction of the camera. He watched him carry the box into the cellar. It seemed that this was the lost shipment of the Tong family. Someone was trying to trap us. Tramin opened the phone and called, Lam Thu, come to my room. She was immediately there. Boss, what's going on? Her outfit made him so shy that he blushed. Oh, you really? Children aren't allowed to see. There are her clothes. She looked back at him wonderingly. What happened to my clothes? He thought to himself. Damn it, I was in such a hurry that I forgot I was using my clairvoyant eye. He rushed to fix it. Cough, it was perfect. She approached suspiciously. Boss, you have a problem. He quickly deflected. Cough cough. I need you to follow someone. Lam Thu stood up straight. Who was it? Tramin said seriously. I saw someone secretly putting the Tong family's goods into our warehouse. You followed him to see who was standing behind him. Immediately after seeing Tong Jia's carpentry mark on the shipping box, Tramin ordered Lam Thu to follow the person who was secretly putting Tong Jia's goods into their warehouse to find out who was behind it, who was his back. The pickup truck was running on the road and the person in the vehicle was that mysterious man. In the car, his phone screen vibrated, showing the word Master calling. He immediately picked up the phone. Master finished it and I'm on my way home. Okay, you know. I don't know what was said on the other end of the line, but suddenly he drove the car around and turned around to the warehouse near the harbor where many shipments were hidden. The man kept running without knowing that Lam Thu had hidden behind the pickup truck to follow him. She leaned close to the car and thought to herself, it seems like this is the destination. I have to see who you are. Suddenly seeing the direction of the car, she suddenly reacted. Tan Hai Lo, isn't this the property of the Tong family? She followed the man down into the warehouse and saw him talking to the manager there. As expected, she threw stones and fingerprints. After saying that, she turned around and ran out, returning to report to the boss. To run faster, Lam Thu appeared so she could promptly report to her boss. But Thu's identity seemed to have been revealed. The mysterious man gradually turned back to look at her with a mysterious smile. He went out and called his master Ngheim, the ancient martial artist of the Tran family, and reported that the master was truly calculating like a god and promptly informed me to change the entrance route when the Song family's goods were not delivered, reveal the hidden person. Having said that, he thought back to the image of her pretending to be sneaky when following him, smirked and said, her stealth technique is top-notch, but in my place it's useless. On the other end of the line, Master Ngheim, wearing a suit with his hair tied in a high bun with a majestic yet cunning demeanor, was holding the phone and talking, originally wanting to bring the Song family's stored goods to Vilai Group. Then they brought the Song family to capture the thief, so the Vilai Group would have no choice but to deny it. But unexpectedly Tramin discovered it. After saying that, he spoke in an annoyed voice, saying it like that was even better. It's all because of that incompetent Tong Trung. His hands clenched and he punched the armrest of the chair, all because that incompetent Tong Trung wanted to solve Tramin once and save himself from future troubles. His voice became more and more frustrated. Those two people were not easy to mess with Tramon's identity as robbing the Song family compared to his status as you threatening the Song family. They were both two plans. I can't help but consider, there are too many things to deal with after this fails. When he heard that on the other end of the phone, he was equally worried and quickly asked, Master, what should I do next? Wait until Tramin comes to the Song family's house to ask about the crime, in case they reconnect and resolve the misunderstanding. We will. I'm not. Master Ngheim gritted his teeth and then smiled mysteriously as if everything was under his plan and under his control. It couldn't be because I had another trick. At Tramon's residence. It was already early morning when Lam Thu returned to report the news. Kong stood seriously in front of him and reported everything that happened last night. I followed him in and saw it. The situation was exactly like that. The cart seemed to be in the center of the Tong family's warehouse. That driver seemed extremely confused, familiar with the staff of the Song family. Hearing that, he frowned and explained, so it's not someone who is causing division, but the Song family, an old talking thief looking for a reason to deal with us. After saying that, he secretly thought for a while and said, is that really all? Let's go see what their products are. Immediately Tramon and Lam Thu went together to the warehouse where Mastering Heim's henchman kept his things. He sneaked inside with a very calm demeanor while Lam Thu crouched down as if afraid someone would discover him. She did not stand up straight but bent down to hide behind the box and told him, "Boss, how did you find out that it was hidden so well?" He did not hesitate to answer and answered, "Do you believe in laser X-ray?" After hearing Tramon's answer, Lam Thu immediately stiffened and immediately raised her hands to form it. Although Tramon was almost caught by what she said, he still denied it and said random things. She forcefully looked at him with suspicious eyes and said, "Boss, you are very suspicious." Tramon's face turned pale but he still kept himself calm so as not to be discovered by her and then distract himself from other matters, not making noise while doing official business. Having said that, he looked at the box and slowly opened it. Inside the box, besides, the price is too big. Lam Thu looked down at the box and asked, "What are these things?" In the box there is a model of a leafless tree radiating green light. Next to it is a beautiful iceberg shimmering with blue light. He looked at it and said, "The rich aura is something from another sea. This thing is used to make weapons or armor. It is all top quality." Having said that, he looked and thought again and again about his initial guess about the driver moving the furniture. This thing became more and more thrilling. If it was just a chess piece to plot against us, then these things are a bit strange, so precious. Lam Thu looked at that object and then turned to ask him, "So what should we do now?" He closed the box, stood up, frowned, looked into the distance, and said, without changing anything, "Let's go see what the Tong family's plan is." Night fell in Tong Chung Company's room. He was lying on his bed with his hands on his head and calling Mastering Heim. "Mastering Heim, seems like we still have to cooperate. That Tramon guy is not easy to deal with, deputy." Suddenly, from outside, his henchman ran into the room in panic and shouted loudly, as if someone had attacked him and called the police. Unlike him, Tong Chung Company still maintained a calm expression and smirked, wondering, "Why do you think my office is used for decoration?" After that, he went out with the henchman to the office he mentioned. It was a large block of jelly that emitted purple light. Right next to him, there was a person lying face down on the grass right next to the organ that Tong Chung Company created. He ordered his henchman, turning the person over. The henchman obediently obeyed. Yes. After turning over the person he was lying on, he was the poisoned snake who was in pain and couldn't move, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. Seeing him, Tong Chung Company immediately let out a sarcastic comment, "Dark Ancestor's single snake," or perhaps he should change his words and call it the single snake group. At the warehouse where the Tong family's boxes were stored, Tramon and the future Tramon were standing together discussing the events that had just happened. Tramon asked about his future. How did he see this later? Future Tramon crossed his arms and immediately replied without thinking too much, "My way of thinking and yours are the same. There is someone obstructing you from within. It is reasonable to say that you have just risen and want to use your hand to destroy him. The Song family might be too pragmatic, so there's only one possibility." Speaking of this, Tramon began to think about what the other person said, wanting to borrow the hands of the Song family to eliminate me. His future began to ask again, did he feel he had offended anyone? Hearing that, he started rubbing his chin and thinking, I can arbitrarily destroy the Tran family and then fight the big python mock Lam Thu. The other party seemed to read his thoughts, and there was also a dark ancestor. Tramon turned to Lam Thu, who was looking through the boxes, and asked her if Lam Thu had been looking for you guys to cause trouble lately. Lam Thu heard the boss ask him a question, arranged everything and stood up to answer. Without saying anything clearly, the dark ancestor still did not take any action. He frowned, furrowed his eyebrows, then said his guess. It was very strange. According to what she said, the dark ancestor's working style was very vicious. I dug her and the snake away. How could they easily ignore it? For you and the others, the snake's mission keeps stopping and calling him back. I have a feeling something big is going to happen soon. After the boss finished speaking, she immediately took out her phone to call her teammate, but there was no response from the other end. Strangely, the snake turned off the phone and he has never turned it off before. Chief. Hearing that, Tramon immediately felt uneasy and took out his phone to call Doc Sa and told Lam Thu, let me see if you can put your matter aside for now and focus your energy on finding Doc Sa. At the apartment building where Mastering Heim lives. With a confident and triumphant face, he put down his phone. Once he poured the gasoline tank into the fire between Tramon and the Tong family would not be easily extinguished. Tong Trung Company will definitely use Doc Sa to deal with Tramon's shipment, and now, Thamon actually has the goods in hand. Thinking so, he began to show a mysterious expression along with a smirk. If Tramon refused, he would not only lose his valuable assistant but would also make the Dark Ancestor miserable and rely on someone else. But if he exchanged goods for people, it would prove that Tramon's Vili Group's act of robbing Vili Group's warehouse was real. At that time, not only the big family would turn against him, but the state would also turn against him, don't protect him anymore. At this point, Master Heim turned to his right side where Hua Tianmin was sitting. Director Hua's strategy was indeed unusual. Hua Tianmin sat on his desk chair and comfortably put his feet on his lap. Even though Master Heim was no longer there, Tramon could single-handedly destroy the Tran family. That strength was a bit scary. He smiled brightly and said, "If we don't involve the Song family in the war, we won't be sure of victory." Hearing that, Master Heim clenched his hand and looked at his hand. "My swordsmanship has already broken through. If the Song family can block the other masters of the Vili group at the same time in a short period of time, to weaken Tramon's power, I will firmly grasp the opportunity to kill him." Hua Heim also followed him and burst out laughing. Then he pushed out a small rectangular box and gave it to him, saying that he hoped that this could help the Great Master break through the realm. He went to get it and pulled out a blue tube of medicine inside the box. This was an improved medicine. Director Hua leaned back in his chair and told him the effects of the medicine. There were no side effects and it was not a banned medicine that could increase strength in a short period of time. Although it could not increase strength as crazy as a banned medicine, but it can steadily increase cultivation, and this will also benefit the master. Then he took out a bright red fruit and held it out in front of him. Looking at this fruit, Master Heim immediately expressed surprise and exclaimed, "Level 1 spirit fruit." Hua Heim turned around and smiled and replied, "Yes, level 1 spirit fruit can awaken an unawakened person, allowing an awakened person to instantly upgrade their strength to a semi-grade level. I originally intended to keep it for myself, but my strength, even with the help of the spirit fruit, is no match for Tramon's." He gave his sweet words to the other person, so he should still rely on the master. Master Heim heard that and was extremely grateful. He clasped his hands and bowed his head, then solemnly said, "Take the spirit fruit and say, thank you." The conversation ended. Master Heim went home to do his duties. In the room behind Hua Heim, there is a person who has been standing behind observing everything from now on. He stood in the dark and shouted out, "Are you overvaluing Tramon?" Hua Heim didn't show his smiling face like before but answered seriously, "I saw with my own eyes how Tramon crushed Tran Long Hai and had taken banned drugs, and it was very obvious if he didn't come from a different background. In my heart, I still don't know what level his strength can reach. I won't do anything I don't know." From behind, a young man wearing a golden mask with silver hair walked up to him and said, he supported the remaining faction of the Tran family and came up with a plan to encourage the Song family to participate in this plan. Is now we are still looking for our Dark Ancestor. All three forces are dealing with Tramon alone. Is such a big price worth paying? Hearing that the Dark Patriarch's people were disagreeing with him, Hua Heim immediately explained that the remaining faction of the Tran family was a big grudge against Tramon. "Talented people, why don't you guys want to deal with him? Destroying Tramon's Tran family's property in his hands is also yours." Having said that, the other person still contradicted Director Hua's words. "I'm not interested in money, I just want to vent my anger, but I'm very curious about what hatred you and Tramon have, so I'll deal with him at no cost." Hua Heim turned his head to look at him then smiled and asked, "Do you know how Tran Long Hai started his career?" The side of Tramon's house. Bok Vi held a stack of papers in her hand and gave it to him and said, "Since the shared documents, there must be something in here that you are interested in." Tramon held a pile of documents in his hand, looked them over, and then asked her how Tran Long Hai got rich. She immediately reported what she knew. It was said that year, the Tran family discovered a method that could delay cancer complications. Since then, the Tran family quickly rose. Hearing that, he immediately asked curiously, "So Tran Long Hai used to work as a pharmaceutical researcher?" She crossed her arms and answered, "In the past, Tran Long Hai worked for Chiton Pharmaceuticals for many years and then left Chiton. Since then, anti-cancer drugs have come to the Tran family." At this point, Tramon seemed to realize something and his eyes became mysterious as if he had discovered some trick. "So standing behind are you guys, Chiton Pharmaceutical?" Since yesterday, after failing to contact Doc Sa, Lam Thu as well as Tramon have put aside all work to find a way to contact him. She hurriedly ran into Tramon's office. "I used all the secret contact information from Hakta before but did not receive any response from Doc Sa. Poison snake may have happened. It's happened." He heard her say that and thought, just talking about the background behind the Tran family is the Chiton Pharmaceutical Company that Doc Sa was secretly investigating and lost contact with this company. This matter is becoming more and more relevant. Come to Chiton Pharmaceutical Company. While he was putting everything together, Tramon's phone suddenly rang, interrupting his train of thought. The other end of the line said in a joking tone, "Boss Tram, good evening." This voice was too familiar to Tramon. Hearing it, he immediately gritted his teeth in displeasure. He was Tong Chung Company. He burst out laughing when he heard what he said. "Boss Tram still remembers a small person like me. It's really touching, but if he misses me, why would he send someone to assassinate me? This makes me a little interested." He still didn't know that Doxa was in the hands of Tong Chung Company, so he still couldn't understand what he was saying. Lam Thu, standing next to him, heard it and seemed to understand some problem and turned around. Tramon asked him, "Who was the assassin?" He smiled happily and replied, "The former Dark Ancestor's poison snake. Boss Tram, don't say he's not one of your people." When Tramon heard this, he lost his temper and spoke loudly into the phone. "What happened to the poison snake in your hands after him? First of all, don't harm him. I'm not interested in this matter." On the other end of the phone, Tong Chung Company was still talking in a mocking tone. "Boss Tram knows what I want. Take our goods and exchange them for people. I will inform you about the time and place." After speaking, he immediately hung up the phone, leaving Tramon frustrated. After turning off the phone, he put his hands on the table and thought about how everything was connected together. The person behind it hid the Song family's goods in our place, then sent the poison snake to Tong Chung Company. This move is truly amazing, very sinister. Bok Vai Vai quickly realized the problem as well as their intentions. If you exchange goods for people, you will openly admit that you were the one who stole the goods first. At that time, no one will help you. Lam Thu also agreed with the opinion, saying that this will indeed push the whole group into an impossible situation, but we cannot ignore and watch Doxa suffer. Having said this, her throat felt like it was choking and she didn't want to say another word. Understanding the worries of both Lam Thu and Bok Vai Vai, he slowly patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Rest assured, everyone in the future corporation is family. I won't let anything happen to him." "Where?" Lam Thu looked at him confused and asked, "But what should we do now?" Tramon was silent for a long time, then thought carefully and answered, "I think I need to go to this appointment." On the trading day, the location that Tong Chung Company chose was the warehouse at the port at dusk. He sat on a chair smoking, followed by two juniors along with Doxa whose hands were tied. He knelt down and his face was covered. Mastering Heim and his subordinates hid behind him. He looked at the situation and confidently said, "You guys did a good job. Wait until Tong Chung Company starts the Tramon agency and is controlled, then raise your hand and kill him." Standing high up near the trading area, the Dark Snake team stood there. The man wearing a mask with silver hair could observe all the situation. He probed around and then turned to tell his teammates, "If this guy named Heim can marry us, there's no need to reveal it." Outside, Tramon's pickup truck finally arrived. Behind the car are boxes of goods that he brought to trade. Tramon got out of the car and said loudly, "Tong Chung Company, your goods have arrived." He came out from inside and used a surprised tone towards Tramon's car and said in an admiring tone. He told Tram, "What kind of luxury car is this? It's a bit unique." He heard Tong Chung Company's words as if it didn't reach his ears and turned to tell Vuong Bao to give them the goods and let Doxa swing first. He immediately listened, clearly. The boxes of onions were carried one by one to Tong Chung Company's side. He opened it and checked it, then he was satisfied and said, "Well, there was no problem with the furniture," and let him go. Hearing him say that, Tramon as well as Vuong Bao were surprised and turned to look at him because they didn't believe that such a thoughtful person could let go of Doxa so easily. On the other side, Vuong Bao was holding Doxa on his shoulder and moving towards the car. Different from their attitude, Tong Chung Company still acted as if nothing was wrong and smiled, then turned to him and said, "Boss Tram's strength is too strong so we can't help but guard. We also hope Boss Tram will leave. Move to the middle a bit." Tramon heard him say so and moved towards the car, moving the furniture to the middle. He was walking when suddenly the sound of a crane lowered. Dropped a block of purple poison right at him. What? The toxic smell enveloped Tramon, causing him to immediately cover his nose with his hand to avoid inhaling the toxic gas. From afar, Mastering Heim and his subordinates each came out with swords in hand. He smiled happily as he looked at him in the sea of poison and said, "This smoke is the smoke created by Big Brother Long Hai. Even a big elephant can't handle it. Tramon, you're done." On the other side, Tong Chung Company witnessed this scene and satisfactorily picked up the walkie-talkie to talk to Mastering Heim's group. There wasn't much time. Hearing the order from the other side, he gathered all his subordinates, more than 6 people holding swords and waiting for Tramon to appear to kill him. Suddenly Mastering Heim looked into the smoke with a panicked expression. How could this be possible? Inside, Tramon was wearing an anti-gas mask and sitting calmly as if nothing had happened. Surprisingly, he wasn't happy. From Tramon's side, those poisonous difficulties began to spread to Mastering Heim's side, making him and his subordinates unable to understand how his technique had achieved this. Tramon, after completing his plan, smiled triumphantly and took off his anti-gas mask. Standing from above, Tong Chung Company seemed to have colluded and knew in advance everything that Tramon would do. He picked up a megaphone and told him, "Boss Tram, what's behind the matter? Leave it to him to fight, isn't it? Is my forte." Mastering Heim stood below, looked up and shouted angrily, "Tong Chung Company, what are you doing? Are you selling us out?" He stood above and looked down at Mastering Heim's position with an innocent expression. "You villains dare to plot against my Song family using my Song family as a pawn, waiting for Boss Tram to deal with you, you go." Tramon received the signal, looked at him and replied, "It was just a small matter." Back in the previous days, after receiving Tong Chung Company's appointment, Tramon proactively made an appointment with him to have a talk. In the office, Tong Chung Company sat with his feet in his lap and asked, "What is it that Boss Tram wants to meet me on?" Tramon sat opposite with a serious face. "I want Mr. Tong to agree that this meeting will probably help you guess the problem and then leave." After asking, he started to get straight to the point. "Your goods were indeed in my hands, but they were not robbed by me. Someone had secretly delivered them to the Imperial Hotel." Hearing that, Mr. Tong just smiled and asked as if he wanted to know more about why Tramon said that. "Why did Boss Tram think that I would only believe a few of his words?" He calmly answered, "Because there is no person or force in this world that makes me lie out of fear, and Tong Jia is not qualified." When he heard what you meant, he burst out laughing. "So you think it was our Song family who set you up? Is this calling for a thief to catch a thief?" Tramon kept his attitude and continued, "That's what I thought until I saw that goods, then I gave up the idea. If it was just used as bait, then it would be taking advantage of the changes in heaven and earth. To obtain something filled with ore would be too expensive." Tong Chung Company didn't laugh anymore. He put his foot down and looked at Tramon and said, "That's right, because I'm such a stingy person, so you can guess why I think this problem is not simple, right?" He implicitly guessed what he meant. "Because of Doxa." He nodded and said, "Yes, I have researched the positioning of all subjects and other forces. All the assassinations that Doxa previously carried out were done with poison, but people were not. This person who is good at fighting chooses to attack head-on. If anything happens, there must be something strange." After listening to his analysis, Tramon put his hand on his cheek and left. "Well, there aren't many people with brains. You're one of them, so can you tell me who's behind it?" Tong Chung Company laughed and said, "Wait until then you will know, but we have to cooperate together." Back in the present time, Mastering Heim was furious when he learned that he had been played a trick. He gritted his teeth to control his anger so as not to overwhelm his rational side and focus on fighting back against Tramon. He looked at him with hateful eyes and said, "Do you think we are just sheep to be slaughtered? If we want to deal with it, we have to see how many pounds we weigh first." Tramon didn't say much. He directly held his sword, but slashed straight and decisively towards Mastering Heim. Even though he was slashing in the air, the purple power emitted caused him to panic and fall backwards. Seeing that, he smiled and said, "Mastering Heim, what do you think about this knife of mine?" The knife had not yet reached him, but he fell back, causing his self-esteem to be lost. He became even angrier and shouted at his brother, "You dare to insult me? You killed my disciple before that was my brother. I have to kill you." Then he stood up, grabbed his sword and ran straight towards Tramon. Both sides launched fierce slashes at the other. Mastering Heim is very confident in his abilities and skills. "Tramon will see if you die this time." While he was at full strength, suddenly his sword could not move. Looking for the reason, he gasped because Tramon only needed to use both hands to grip his sword to control it and keep it in place. Mastering Heim's face darkened. "You are like that?" He turned to him with a calm expression and asked, "Do you only have this little bit of bravery?" Very quickly, Mastering Heim returned to his arrogant face. If that was the case, he pressed the diamond-shaped button on his sword and released a small sword pointing straight at Tramon's face. He also didn't imagine this situation. "It's dangerous. This is from the mother's sword." The battle gradually became more tense when Tramon was suddenly attacked with a sword. With his agile body, he was able to immediately dodge a move from Mastering Heim. Then run far away from him. "First keep your distance." Seeing that he couldn't hit the target, Mastering Heim got frustrated and shouted, "Tramon, you only know how to run away." He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, but the ultimate move from the mother sword didn't hurt him at all. "It seems like the distance between us is getting farther and farther. Big brother, I'm incapable of taking revenge. There you are. If the pearls and rocks melt together, who else is there besides me?" He bent down and slowly picked up the sword for a one-on-one duel with Tramon. It seemed like this move could no longer be hidden. Holding two swords in his hands, he ran quickly towards him. Tramin, you quickly accept death. He seemed to know what he was thinking and what he was planning to do. Tramin started his body to use his strength to create a purple vortex around him, and finally had to use a killer move. On the opposite side, Mastering Heim also created a strong vortex that surrounded his body. Seeing that, Tramin smiled disdainfully and looked at him, wanting to learn my electric light poison dragon tone move. Why is it still so late? Saying that, he kicked his feet and flew out of the whirlwind that Mastering Heim created. Then he stepped down and kicked him in the stomach, causing him to lie flat on the ground. Indeed, destroying him was not easy. After he had launched his attack, he immediately turned around and returned. It seemed like it was over, but from behind Tramin, a sharp iron weapon flew towards him. His sixth sense told him that there was a sneak attack. But he was still a beat slower and that sharp iron thing stabbed into his back. Sweating to control the pain, he tried to turn his head to look behind him and discovered that this was a dangerous weapon made from a mutant product. The masked person in the black shirt standing from above and lowering that weapon was none other than Dark Ancestors' men who were standing guard up there, guarding Mastering Heim, and successfully achieved it. However, when he pulled the rope up, he couldn't see where the weapon he attached was missing and widened his eyes. How could that be possible? His hook and sickle were a gas that not even a chainsaw or gun could destroy. Broken, how can you hum? Having just finished dealing with that troublesome weapon, Mastering Heim still had the fighting strength to continue attacking Tramin. He turned to look at him and then got angry and cursed, "Fuck it again. If Mastering Heim still refuses to let me go, then let me finish you off first." Saying that, he used all his strength in his fist and hit him in the stomach area. The force of the attack was so strong that the surrounding bricks also shattered. Perhaps because of that mutant weapon, Tramin lost some of his body's strength. The man in black saw this and took the opportunity to tell his accomplices that he was poisoned and take advantage of this moment to quickly finish him off. Having said that, he simultaneously ordered the entire team to jump down together, everyone to avenge their master. Go and die. Tramin saw the situation was dangerous. Then create for yourself a circle of self-protection. Seeing the group of men in black jumping down from above made him surprised. What? Are you a top-notch player? He silently thought and considered the situation. There was no way to catch these movements. Suddenly, from the opposite side, someone ran past him with a sword emitting light, trying to cut his neck. In just a second's delay, he would have been slashed across the neck. The guy in the black shirt saw that he missed his attack and suddenly turned back to look at him. After being hit by my poison, the speed of the poison was still so fast, but it was only for a moment. Because of being poisoned, Tramin staggered and couldn't stand up. Who are you? Tranjia's old friends. Before he could finish his sentence, the people behind him told their commander that he was wasting time. The commander frowned and held the knife defensively, saying, "The longer we are poisoned, the deeper the poison will penetrate. Even if we don't do it ourselves, he will die on his own." After saying that, he put on a sinister face, sticking out his tongue, showing a perverted action of licking the knife, staring at Tramin and smirking. "The evil ancestor Lun Yao wants to take your life." Tramin slowly stood up. "It turned out to be M2, knowing that it was you." I breathed a sigh of relief. Trongvai looked contemptuously. Could it be that he saw that he died at the hands of Dark Patriarch and felt unjustly? Tramin calmly replied, "After all, robbers like you, although abnormal, cannot be as brazen as you. But now, you dare to attack me," he said as he pulled out the sword from his body, "so don't blame me." Trongvai and Honvu were shocked. How could this be possible? Weren't you poisoned? Tramin swung the magic sword at Trongvai. He took out his knife to block it, and the knife broke in half. His hand holding the hilt of the other knife trembled. It was a dagger made from a mutated divine object, and yet. Tramin replied that since he was a child, he had read in martial arts novels that if the knife was very fast, the person hit by the knife would not know that he was a dead person. "Do you feel cold yet?" Trongvai tried to cover up his fear. "What are you talking about?" Tramin turned to look at Honvu. "Next was you." But Honvu was not there. Tramin panicked. "Oh, where are you?" It turned out that while Tramin was talking to Trongvai, Honvu moved behind, intending to secretly attack Tramin. He threw a palm at Tramin. But he quickly raised two fingers to create a source of purple spiritual energy, pressed on Honvu's hand. Seeing that, he immediately withdrew his hand and panicked, saying, "What do you want to do?" Tramin calmly replied, "I am a handsome man with such qualities, so if I take something from someone else, of course I have to return it." His hand began to crack, his fingers seemed to be broken. It made him sweat so much that he had to beg, "Please don't." But then he screamed loudly and endured the pain, raising the knife to cut off his own hand. Not letting him do that, Tramin grabbed his trembling arm and teased him, saying, "Oh, what are you doing? Your body was given to you by your mother and father, and you cut off your hand like that. Do your parents know?" He was in so much pain that he trembled and cried, grinding his teeth and looking at him with wide eyes as he uttered each word, "Tramin, you are very cruel." Then his whole body suddenly crushed in the air. Tramin immediately closed his eyes, not wanting to look, but his expression was still very calm. Then he turned back to look at the remaining group of confused people. At this moment, they heard the call coming towards him and were also trembling in fear. Seeing that, he was also depressed and said, "Well, you all should disperse. Old guard, let's get rid of it." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately felt something was wrong and looked down warily. The ground was suddenly thrown up and shattered, making Tramin a bit surprised. A big, ferocious old man appeared, his eyes bloodshot. "Looks like a crazy animal." Tramin looked at him with some surprise and thought, "This guy is also very strong, but it looks like he swallowed a banned drug. If compared to the strength of Tran Long Hai, he is much stronger." Suddenly, he held two swords and rushed towards Tramin, making him a bit surprised and unable to prepare. Immediately, two swords passed through his body, tearing two lines of his shirt right on the side. He struggled to dodge while thinking, "Too fast." Then, seizing the opportunity, he pushed hard, making him jump away. Even though his defense was carelessly passed over, Tramin still excitedly laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha, you are a double swordsman, right?" Then, taking out two shining swords with two different colors, he continued, "Then let me finish giving this to you." A fierce double sword display took place right in the air. He was a bit defeated and couldn't block Tramin's attack, so he coughed a few times and vomited blood and fell down. Tramin raised the two swords and smiled happily and said, "It's over." Then he decisively swung two swords and slashed straight down at the other guy's body, splitting him into 8 pieces. After that battle, everything was quiet again. Tong Chung Company immediately stepped forward, clapped his hands and smiled, saying, "Boss Tram is indeed very strong. This kind of power, even if it looks different from Hoa Ha, must still rank first." But he immediately panicked and turned around shouting, "Be careful." Tramin quickly threw the knife across Tong Chung Company's body. Blocked the bullet being shot at him. Tramin looked at General Chung Company lying face down on the ground and said, he was about to lie down on the ground. How could he see him? It would be better if he saw those traps arranged again. He stared at the bullet. "This is an SVD sniper rifle. It has a range of up to 1,300 meters. The time from the time I heard the small gunshot until you released the bullet was the location of the killer. Cause is," he said loudly, "we were very far away." He said helplessly. His explanation was too sublime. Tramin reflexively dodged to the right when a bullet was coming from behind. His eyes lit up and he zoomed to a distant clock tower. "Found you." A man with long white hair wearing a mask is holding an SVD and a man standing behind him looks on. "I'm here and see everything. It's Hua Tian Min of Chi-Tan Pharmaceutical. It's really you." Tong Chung Company, Uncle Tram was previously separated by someone, so he held a grudge against you and almost harmed your friend. "I'm really sorry and now you're helping me, but I'm..." He frowned. He really didn't like men. After finishing his sentence, he took a punch from you, so go away. In the residential area, Choo Choo is lying on the floor painting cotton. "Stay, leave, stay or leave, stay, leave, stay." She pressed down to the last flower, but still had to leave. She sat up happily. It was better to leave the flower petals alone and just stay. Choo Choo turned on the live stream. "Hello everyone, long time no see. I'm here to say goodbye to you all." There was a comment asking, "Why Choo Choo, what's wrong, why don't you go?" She looked a bit sad and said, "My life has changed a lot recently. I don't know what to do anymore. I've been thinking for a long time. I know I can't continue live streaming forever, so I hope everyone can understand my decision. I sincerely thank everyone who has cared and supported me for so long." She came back happily. "Later I decided to work at the company. I heard they were recruiting people there and I myself also majored in that management major." Meanwhile, Tramin was sitting on a boat in the room. Future Tramin said, "The good breathing method seems to have helped him a lot, considering how his strength and physical condition is now." He replied that the mid-level 3rd grade physical consciousness had also been greatly enhanced, but the aura points increased very slowly. The future brother sighed. It was true that without the blessing of the spirit fruit, the speed of cultivation would be very slow. He blushed and said, "Oh yeah, I went to the deep mountains to get some fruit and then came back." Tramman walked out the door and told Mok Lamthu that Chiton Pharmaceutical Company, which is under the control of the Song family, will not cause any more trouble in the short term. The snake's wound must find the best resources to cure me. She interrupted, "Boss, what are you going to do? You're in love with a cute girl, right?" He confusedly explained, "How could I be such a person? Don't slander me for wanting to do official things." Bok Vi Vi, isn't Boss Tram's main job just being a prostitute and catching butterflies? Otherwise, would you dare tell me where you're going? You are powerless to give up. You too, boss, I surrender. I want to go deep into the mountains to pick spirit fruit. She was surprised. Did he still want to go to that terrible place again? He sighed and nodded. On the one hand, the spirit fruit is really useful for my cultivation. On the other hand, I am always a bit worried about the stability of the barrier. Bok Vi Vi agreed. Then I will go with you. Tramman reminded, then this time you have to wear tear-resistant clothes. She shouted embarrassedly, don't say those words. Mok Lamthu opened her mouth and said, I want to go too. He asked, where are you going? She clenched her hands and confidently said, if she can go, I can go too. I can protect you too. Tramman, Bok Vi Vi and Mok Lamthu set out for Thamsun. The two girls sitting on his left and right in the middle were helpless. Do you two really want to be bodyguards? Mok Lamthu, I have to make sure that the boss doesn't bring any more debt to the company. The company has made a lot of enemies in its early days. Lao Doi was driving and looked up at the car mirror and said, Boss, you are truly blessed. He was angry and worried and drove away. Suddenly his brother suddenly won. Causing him to fall forward, he covered his face and shouted, oh. What's wrong? What are you doing? He said with wide eyes, what is this? Before their eyes was a large fire blocking the path. Bei Wei Wei, it seems like someone doesn't want to let us go up the mountain. Mok Lamthu, who could it be? A group of people came out here holding picks and sticks in a very dangerous situation, he said without fear. Everyone had come, just go directly and ask. One man among them spoke up, who are you and what do you want to do here? Both of them had serious faces as if they were preparing to fight. Tramman spoke up to explain, let me tell you that doing this is no different from telling me where Tu Bok Kiem is. Hey, what happened? Why are you blocking the way like that? The old man, who looked middle-aged, asked with white hair and asked, this road leads to the top of the mountain, do you want to go up there? Tramman, that's right, us. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, the old man asked, what are you dreaming about in the mountain? Last time someone went up the mountain and brought a monster with them after coming down. He asked seriously, old man, what happened? We came to investigate. Bok Vi Vi showed her business card, we are government people so please feel free to let us know what's going on here. The old man with a somewhat sad face explained, a few days ago a group of people dressed in black also went up the mountain from here, and then a loud noise was heard on the mountain when the man dressed in black left. There was a monster that appeared on the mountain. The cattle we grazed on the mountain are now gone. The old woman burst into tears. My people took people up the mountain to check, but no one came back. Bok Vi Vi, we will go up the mountain to investigate. Please return to the village first to wait for our news. When they got there, the three saw a desolate police scene. Not only were the trees without flowers or leaves, the grass was also withered. Bok Vi Vi reached down and touched the ground with her hand. The ground here is relatively soft. Have you two noticed any clear marks on the ground? Tramman heard that and immediately flew up. I went to a higher place to take a look. From above you see something underneath, is that it? Bok Vi Vi was worried. Could it be a giant bamboo shoot? He frowned. Theoretically there was no way the cave entrance's barrier couldn't disappear. He said I ran away. Quickly go and see. They ran forward and stopped before a deep pit. His eyes glowed. It analyzed each component inside the hole. It was the explosives that someone intentionally wanted to destroy. The poison in the barrier had already dissipated a lot. While casting the spell, they heard a strange sound and all three turned around in panic. Because there is a huge green snake in front of them, isn't it? That snake started to attack. Tramman quickly shielded Mok Lamthu. He shouted loudly, it's dangerous, Vi Vi. That big snake approached him. Bok Vi Vi, not far away, said, Tramman, why don't you pay attention to me? He panicked and quickly explained, she is strong but Lamthu is weak. That's not what I mean, she should be strong and strong. Bok Vi Vi could not accept that answer. She angrily shouted, he said again. She attacked the monster, making it move away. Tramman worriedly stood up to cover and said, Lamthu, remember to hide well. Vi Vi, let's split up and run. He flew over him and loudly provoked him, "Follow me, you idiot." It quickly chased after him. He used his ability to create a fireball, then rushed straight into the python's face. He laughed and thought to himself, the fire of Van Wind Mountain didn't cause any damage to it, why weren't you afraid at all? Tramin continued to run forward, and behind him was a row of sharp teeth approaching him. If that was the case, then he would have to use your weapon to deal with you. Tramin immediately deployed his ability, causing the beast to dodge aside as the thing exploded. He laughed, "How the hell do you even know how to level up?" He launched 2 or 3 more cannons. Its tail attacked him, but he dodged it in time. It was really fast. He launched more explosives to avoid the huge tail that was attacking him. The strength of this giant python that had left the demon world had been reduced, but even at this moment I could not deal with it, damn it. It flew forward and opened its wide mouth. Then Bok Vai Vai stepped forward and hit her, sending her flying far away. I saw it from below. Vai Vai, it's very dangerous. The snake looked at her carefully. He thought to himself, it seems like the snake really hates him, so he has to get rid of it quickly. Lam Thu grabbed his hand and pulled him away quickly. Its tail hit her back, causing her to fall to the ground. He was worried. Lam Thu, she coughed and said in a weak voice, "Cough, cough, cough, don't stop, cough, cough, I can still walk, let's get out of here quickly." He used his ability to infuse her. "Okay, don't talk anymore, I'll give you some spiritual energy, so you can relax." Bok Vai Vai was standing nearby and immediately ran over. He grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Lam Thu immediately said sarcastically, "You really care about her, so you asked me if I agreed. Tramin, don't be like that and we're all alone." The snake suddenly turned around and left. He was startled. Oh, where was it going? It's dangerous. It quickly crawled down the mountain. He hid and approached the place where it left, looked after it and said, "It's moving along the road we took up the mountain." He seemed to think of something, so he let go of his hand and ran after it, shouting loudly, its final goal would be the village at the foot of that mountain, don't let it go down the mountain. She was surprised when he let go, then appeared. He frowned and shouted, "Big Loach, your grandfather is here." It immediately turned its head to look at him. He looked at Bok Vai Vai's apparition running behind, surprised as she looked at her and said, "Why are you?" She immediately ran closer to him and said, talking loudly, "I am a member of that government, protecting citizens is my responsibility." She also appeared and chased after the 2 people, sighed and said, "These 2 idiots." He immediately grabbed the 2 people's arms and smiled cunningly, saying, "With you girls by my side like this, even if I die, I won't resent you at all." She was startled and blushed looking at his hand while she glanced at him and said, "Why are you still talking nonsense?" He immediately used force to push the 2 people back. The 2 people were pushed back and screamed loudly in panic. It opened its mouth wide and quickly rushed towards him. The 2 of them immediately tried to stand up. She was pushed down and looked at him a little angrily, shouting, "Tramin, that bastard." She looked at him worriedly and shouted loudly, "Boss." It immediately raised its head and looked up at the sky, sticking out its tongue and hissing. He looked up at it in surprise and bewilderment and said, "Oh, why did the snake stop like that?" He thought a little worriedly and whispered, where it was looking, perhaps there was a more terrifying monster. He looked in the direction of the giant python and saw Hon Tu, who was smaller than him. He thought to himself, why? He frowned and looked at it, bored and not wanting to talk. Then it suddenly became several times larger. Its bloodshot eyes bared its teeth and snarled at the giant python. He opened his eyes wide and gasped as he looked at it, stuttering, This, what kind of joke is this?" It ran quickly towards the giant python's place. The giant python immediately swung its tail and hit Hon Tu. Hon Tu immediately hugged its tail tightly, then hugged it and threw it away. It was thrown into the rock where Bok Vai Vai and Mok Lam Thu were standing, causing the 2 of them to run away in panic. Hon Tu immediately jumped up and kicked it with his foot. It immediately wrapped its tail around Hon Tu's other leg. Hon Tu was startled, bared his teeth and raised his claws. The python immediately used its strength to wrap Hon Tu's leg tightly. Hit the ground hard. Hon Tu fainted and opened his mouth wide. He panicked and worried, looking at Hon Tu shouting loudly, "It's dangerous, this snake is trying to swallow him alive." He immediately opened the space and took the gun and shot it into its mouth. It was painful and blood splashed. It angrily aimed straight at him and rushed towards him. He immediately took out a grenade and frowned as he watched it approach. When the opportunity came, he jumped up, held the grenade in his hand and threw it at him, shouting loudly, "Let's eat this grenade." Mok Lam Thu looked at him worriedly and said, "It's dangerous. Could it be that the boss wants to go down with the giant python?" She looked at him worriedly and said, "Tramin, don't do it." He was bewildered and surprised, still holding the grenade, looking at it in his head and saying, "Eh." He landed safely on the ground, turned his head and looked back, not believing his eyes and said, "Why, jumping over its head like this?" Hone 2 woke up and sat on its head, angrily exhaling. Hone 2 immediately opened his mouth wide. "Bite it hard." The giant python writhed in pain as Hone 2's teeth had just bitten him, blood spurted out like rain, then fell down and lay still on the ground. Mok Lam Thu shouted happily, "We have won." Bok Vai Vai stood there looking on in surprise. He excitedly looked at the giant python lying on the ground and thought to himself, "The giant python's flesh is too sturdy." After gathering it into space, then making a set of armor for each person in the group, wouldn't that be a mistake? Become a champion or what? The giant python suddenly shrank. He opened his mouth and widened his eyes as he looked at it and said, "Why did it suddenly shrink like this?" Hone 2 suddenly raised his hand and stood up, shouting loudly. Hone 2 then became smaller and fainted on the ground. He was surprised and sweating as he looked at Hone 2 and said, "Why are you also shrinking?" He calmly looked at it and said, "Fortunately, it was probably just due to exhaustion and coma." He walked over to where it was and quickly treated it with his hands. Then he told it, "My lord, don't let anything happen to you." He took out his backpack from space. Putting Hone 2 inside, he secretly happily said, "There are many monsters here. When you get better, I will take you back there." Bok Vai Vai was angry and hot-blooded, standing behind him. She raised her foot and kicked him hard. "It's okay. What's wrong? It's you." He arched his back in pain and screamed loudly. Then Mok Lam Thu threw something at his head and screamed in horror. She looked at him angrily and said, "If you dare push us away, I will kill you." He sadly rubbed his back with one hand and touched his head and said, "Because I also hope you two don't die with me." The two of them shouted loudly in anger and shut their mouths. He was shouted at to stand up straight. He then smiled wryly, pointed into the cave and said, "By the way, when I looked down at the bottom of the cave just now, I vaguely saw what seemed to be the remains of explosives. I want to go down there and explore." Bok Vai Vai looked at the hole in surprise and said, "That hole was at least 100 meters deep. How can you see the bottom?" He smiled at her and said, "It's only 100 meters away, but my clairvoyant eyes can see thousands of miles." Two people with black faces and murderous eyes asked him, "What do you mean, what clairvoyance?" He was scared and didn't look at the two stammering explanations. Throwing stones to find the way. The word clairvoyance in the first word meaning throw are homophones. What is clairvoyance? Who sees what? She immediately returned to normal, looked at him and said, "Are you sure there's nothing wrong?" She glanced at him. He immediately went down the hole and turned around and said, "There are too many dangerous monsters down there. You guys wait up there." Bok Vai Vai immediately ran after and said, "Do you still want to leave us behind?" Mok Lam Thu also followed and said that she was really useless. She only had a stick and couldn't find it. She immediately turned her head to look at her and said, "What about you? What's so good about you? You're as fragile as a piece of paper." She immediately angrily said, "I can hide myself. Don't forget that I just saved you from death 100 times. Bok Vai Vai and Mok Lam Thu angrily looked at each other with murderous intent and stood still without blinking. He panicked and raised his hands, looking at the two of them, smiling and trying to reconcile, saying, okay, all of you can be a lot of help. Be careful and follow me down there." The two immediately hugged each of his arms tightly and then looked at each other with murderous intent. He immediately led two people and jumped into the hole. 3 people landed safely on the ground. He looked at the ground and saw broken pieces. On the broken pieces, he couldn't find any traces like symbols. She looked at the fragment and told him in surprise that this was a type of gunpowder specially made by the Black Group 3. It could explode 3 times in a row, with several times more explosive power than regular explosives, same quantity. He frowned at her. According to what she said, people from the Dark Ancestor had destroyed this barrier. Suddenly there was a loud noise coming from somewhere. Bang! The 3 people looked in surprise and horror in the direction of the sound. Bok Vai Vai saw someone shooting firecrackers down, so she came behind him and extended her arms to block him. He looked at her in surprise and worry and said, "Vai Vai." Another blow hit her and she screamed in pain. Then fell down in so much pain that he was shaking. He hugged her angrily, gritted his teeth, turned his head to look up at the crater, and thought to himself with one eye open, "The bomb exploded 3 times in a row. I've located that guy." Secretly said, "It is indeed your haunted ancestor." Tramin was tense, gritted his teeth and said, "It was Dark Patriarch. It was indeed because of these guys that they broke up." A series of missiles were launched from above. Tramon immediately turned his back to block Mok Lam Thu and Bok Vi Vi, opened the space door and urgently, Lam Thu, help Vi Vi go inside, remember not to go too far. She helped Vi Vi along and reminded him that he also had to be careful. Tramon quickly gained momentum and rushed straight up. Face to face with the missile, I could only say, it's dangerous. He quickly jumped back and thought to himself, even though the barrier had been destroyed, the restrictions on his abilities still remained. It took me 4 breaths to reach the cave entrance, but with the intensity of the artillery fire, if I get out like this, I won't have a chance to escape. The explosion from the rocket caused Tramon to use his backpack to shield himself. He was worried. Big honey badger, you have to try harder to avoid being blown to pieces. Below, Lam Thu reports Vi Vi's condition. Boss, her breathing is very fast, I don't know if she has any internal injuries. He raised his eyes and looked confused. What to do now? He couldn't leave her like this forever. Looking around, the space seemed so quiet that the male protagonist wondered, have they finished firing artillery shells? Until something falls, you're ready, so how dare you come here, then? Yet, I only saw Tramon looking bewildered at the group of corpses. What is this? Is it a human flesh bomb? Seeing the arrow sticking straight in their back, he realized it was an arrow. His triumphant smile and sharp eyes burst into laughter. Ha ha! Only Ha Chu Chu appeared with Vuong Bao holding a bow. He looked down into the cave and asked, what were they bombing down there? Were they trying to catch rats? She wondered if Brother Thamon was down there. Perhaps they were attacking him. The 2 people who were paying attention were suddenly startled by the jumps of Tramon, Vi Vi, and Mok Lam Thu. Ouch, they were startled, but then were surprised when they saw it. He happily said, Vuong Bao, Chu Chu, why did you come here? She asked, Brother Thamon, are you okay? But then I stopped when I saw him hugging Vi Vi and immediately said in confusion, ah, he just replied, he's okay, but Vi Vi was injured, her condition is now relatively stable. The boy behind her spoke loudly. Miss Chu Chu said she wanted to talk to the boss about applying for a job, but she discovered that neither he nor Miss Mok were there. I heard that you were about to go on an adventure. I was afraid something would happen to you, so I advised you to contact Mon Ca and come here to find you. Ca said. He described the fighting action with an angry expression. As soon as we got up the mountain, we encountered these guys. They just opened fire on us without saying a word. I couldn't help it. No way, just shoot them dead. Faced with that scene, Tramon expressed that it was fortunate that he was present in time, otherwise we would have been roasted down there. It's just that the barrier has been destroyed. More powerful strange beasts will be able to overcome the barrier and enter the human world. It's only a matter of sooner or later for them to harm the villagers at the foot of the mountain. Only, we have to find a way to repair the barrier, but for now. He paused as if frustrated. Suddenly his face lit up. The idea popped up. Oh yeah, isn't that guy good at making lids? Until about an hour later, a helicopter slowly descended. Tong Chung Company walked out and said hello to Boss Tham. Why are you looking for me? Tramon smiled and replied, Mr. Tong, can your big hood cover this hole? Hearing that, he turned around and signaled, people inside, don't turn off the engine, let's go back. He stared at him uncomfortably. Old Tong, are you treating your savior like that? Do you want to be beaten? Quickly throwing a hateful object like a block of jade into his hand, he threw the words, give it to you, you are truly a tyrant. I also quickly grabbed the ball with the hook, thank you. And immediately threw it into the mouth of the cave, forming a barrier around that place. He only had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. Then the future Tramon suddenly appeared and praised him. You are truly a genius. Are you planning on using this mortal thing to replace the sealing barrier, if the sealed object cannot be found? His face now darkened as if predicting something serious. This would be the gateway scene for demons to invade the human world. Tramon turned to his future brother and asked, if this place becomes the gateway to the demon world, then Angan City will be the first place to encounter that disaster. How can I restore the barrier? Do I have to use spiritual energy? The brother from 10 years later calmly replied, you wanted to use a little bit of your spiritual energy to repair the mechanical barrier, just like you intend to use 10 yuan to buy a Ferrari. Do you remember the sealing stone pillar you saw at Tranjiabao before? He said, I remember. So is the sealing stone pillar the source of the barrier's energy? To answer Tramon's future explanation, it's right but also not right. Sealed objects are not only stone pillars, but there are also other types. We all call them holy objects. He must find a sacred object to repair that barrier. Hearing that, he felt very relieved now. He let out a sigh of relief. He threatened me to death, so the search for the sacred object is over. What you said sounds like the end of the world. The other side replied that the sacred object was only a few pieces. If he took a sacred object to another place, the barrier would be weakened and destroyed. Hey, why aren't you worried anymore? He looked like he had his hands in his pockets and seemed to leisurely ask back, I really don't understand your way of talking. That kind of thing, pretending to be a god and pretending to be a ghost, is the type of person that I hate so much. Then what should I do in the end? The future male lead just walked away leisurely. I couldn't think of a way. For now, we can only temporarily borrow sacred objects from the wilderness. Wait until I think about the specific location of the sacred objects, and I will give you a map. But you also have to be ready to lead humans to fight against that demon race. Having said that, he dissipated, leaving only a faint pink smoke. Now, Tramon was worried. His expression became serious. He muttered, fighting His heart reassured himself, don't let yourself scare yourself. Then suddenly I gasped, my eyes widened and I realized, oh, I forgot that I had just used my backpack to block many missiles with high explosive power. I wonder what Badger is like. Don't say it's too bad. He quickly checked his backpack and discovered Chu Hon Tu lying motionless, his face bruised. The male lead could only breathe a sigh of relief. Wow, Badger brother. The cry seemed to make its crazy blood boil, its red eyes opened wide, screaming and squealing. He suddenly panicked and quickly said, Badger brother, it wasn't my doing, it was possession. Before he could finish his sentence, his huge body pounced on him. As he ran, he screamed loudly, run quickly, Badger brother is going crazy. At that moment, Hon Tu jumped over Tramon's head and rushed to where the remaining 4 people were. Mok Lam Thu immediately asked angrily, why did it happen? What did you do to it? At the same time, Vai also chimed in with a few words of concern. This guy could even kill a giant python, just relying on us. Contrary to the confused mood of the 2 people, he scratched his head foolishly. I didn't do anything, I just used my backpack to block the missiles fired by the Dark Ancestors but forgot that I was carrying Big Brother. This is just behind my back. On the other side, Vuong Bao was ready for the arrow to shoot, his mouth proud. Wow, this badger is really big, it sounds like it could eat several meals. I haven't had a chance to eat yet, and Tramon jumped up from nowhere and yelled at me, what are you doing? It's my life-saving grace. Having said that, he turned his head and looked worried. That's dangerous, young lady. The scene of a giant monster angry, baring its fangs at the little girl. Makes me even more confused. Chu, don't move, a million times don't move. Seeing that, Vai immediately said, wait, look. I saw Hon Tu over there closing his hands and bowing before her. He stood still so she could gently touch his nose. At this point, Tramon's side dares to breathe, sigh, to dispel worries. It also gradually became smaller for Chu to pat its head and caress it. Seeing its cuteness, she burst out laughing. It turns out you are just a small honey badger, so adorable. Witnessing that scene, he must have realized, and almost forgot, that the demon beast seemed to really like Chu. He walked up to where she was hugging Chu Hon Tu and asked, Chu, do you want to raise it? She asked in surprise, seemingly confirming, is that possible for me? Because he thought to himself, there are many enemies against him right now. Besides, Chu has no physical ability and I can't protect her all the time. If I had this ferocious beast as my bodyguard, no one below the 3rd rank would be able to get close to her. The male lead immediately responded to her. He intended to take it back, but this monster is not liked by everyone like you. If you take care of it responsibly, this is considered the first mission after joining that group. Chu also understood the problem, smiled and accepted. If you say so, then I will willingly accept this mission. Thank you, Thamon brother. When he finished solving the problem, he turned back to him and asked, Vuong Bao, can you show me your bow and arrows? Looking at it, he wondered if this was made from the tendons and bones of a strange beast, right? He happily continued talking about his weapon with a laugh. The last time I went hunting I encountered an ugly but powerful blind bear that destroyed my bow and arrow. After killing it, I used its parts to make another one. Not to mention this bow is much easier to use than the previous one. Looking down at the bullets at his feet again, he wondered if he had shot these bullets with a bow and arrow, right? Vuong Bao looked disdainful. Yes, their bullets fired very slowly. This answer made Tramon's eyes widen in surprise to the point of praising him for both his actions and thoughts. I really saw it wrong. He is truly the strongest remote assistant I have ever seen. Know that. The scene changes somewhere in Hua Ti group. The transaction is taking place. A guy wearing a mask with long platinum hair revealed to Hua Tianmin the story. I already knew Thamon's secret to becoming strong. Returning with the big harvest, the masked man with platinum hair reported, I already know Thamon's secret. Hua Tianmin was quite surprised. Tell me. That guy said what he knew. I used to wonder how a person of Thamon's age could cultivate to such a state, in just a short time when mutations occurred, so I sent everyone to pay attention to his actions. Not long ago he came to a deep mountain. Do you think there is anything there? Hua Tianmin is impatient. Stop beating around the bush, just say it straight out if you have anything. The guy with the white face was proud. In his hand he held a spirit fruit. It was a forest of spirit fruit trees. Suddenly Tianmin suddenly shouted, "A forest of stars." His expression had a bit of arrogance. I once asked him what kind of genius he was. Did he turn out to be a person with resources? I collected the spirit fruits. Our dark ancestor subordinates also has increased its strength. This operation has lost a lot of people, but it is quite worthwhile. He asked in confusion, why was there such a loss of manpower? Did Thamon's side ambush people? He calmly replied, my people discovered a strange deep cave outside that Ling fruit forest, fearing an ambush, so he threw explosives into the cave first but did not expect a giant python to appear. The size of a train burst out. In my opinion, the spirit fruit in the cave must be more mature to be able to turn the python into such a giant beast. Unfortunately, this giant python is too strong. Our people can't hurt it at all, so we can't go down to the bottom to explore and guess the intentions of the guy wearing the yellow mask. Hua Tianmin asked, so did you come to me for people or resources? He and his brother looked out at the city and said, dealing with famine is not a unilateral action of our black ancestors. We cannot let each of us sacrifice. Is that right, Boss Hua? But black our ancestors are also not vegetarians. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Famine first cornered me, then killed 2 of my generals. This hatred is unmatched. I only hope that Boss Hua can restrain their family. Tong, I don't want to start a war with the future group and create the Tong T group at the same time. Hua Tianmin immediately asked, so that giant python, how do you plan to deal with it? He laughed loudly. What does it have to do with me? It's just that the villages below will face disaster and die like a bunch of people, only grass ants. He was bored by his answer. It was better to respect human life a little, but isn't Thamin self-righteous? He certainly wouldn't let those monsters go free. Where they grew up, it would be good if they could compete with Thamin. As for Thamin, an arrow shot right at the can. He trained with Vuong Bao. He was excited. Great, this long-range attack power is already at its maximum, right? At the top of a high mountain, Vuong Bao is proud. It's just a small matter. Suddenly the male lead's phone vibrated. This was sent by Thamin in the future. I drew a map to help you mark the locations of the holy objects. Looking at my own drawing, I couldn't help but feel depressed. Even though I'm very bad at drawing, why haven't you improved at all after 10 minutes? Hearing the criticism, the future Thamin didn't ask and anger arose in front of the drawing. It wasn't because he refused to build the foundation since he was young. Why is he blaming me now, after criticizing him? Once he's bored with each other, he'll get to the main issue. I've already seen it. This small island in the Pacific Ocean is the most suitable target right now. Even if the sacred objects there are taken away, there will still be there is an ocean in the middle. Then the demon beasts will not be soon become a threat to humans. After listening, the male lead understood and made a decision. Understood, it seems like I need to form my own suicide squad. He gathered everyone together including Bok Vai Vai, Mok Lam Thu, Vuong Bao and Chu Chu and presented his opinion. Everyone here is my acquaintance, so I want to say these few words directly. This cave is the door to the demon world. The situation is like this. I need to form a team and go to the island to retrieve the sacred objects and rebuild the barrier for the cave, but this journey will be very dangerous. After listening, Vuong Bao took the lead. Boss, I want to go. My house is in a nearby village. If something happens here, my family will definitely be in trouble, so I will definitely go. Thamin welcomed the new member to the team, patted Vuong Bao's shoulder encouragingly. With you again, I will make a more perfect long-range weapon for you in the future. Vai Vai and Lam Thu said in unison, I'll go too. But it seems like the 2 of them don't like each other at all. He hesitated, worried about the 2 girls. Vai Vai, you're an official. I haven't thought about letting my stepfather know about this soon. You need to find a reason to tell him, okay? As for Lam Thu, she will be responsible for all problems of the future corporation. If she leaves, the other 2's faces darken. Lam Thu helplessly interrupted him. If the whole human race is bad luck, if something happens to your boss, then what's the point of keeping the future corporation? Her convincing words made him laugh, which was true. Suddenly Chu Chu raised his hand. I also want to go. The male lead was confused by her decision. Chu Chu, but until then, we have no way to protect you. The trip is dangerous. It's best if you don't go with us. Don't you want to join the future corporation? Wouldn't it be better for you to help me manage the corporation? Chu Chu hugged the little girl happily with a firm will. Have you forgotten Miss Mok's words? I must go. Under the threat of Tu Hon Hon, the male lead had to agree, "Oh, you forgot my war beast, so it's okay." Returning to a ready state of mind, the male protagonist began to equip his member. The giant python's skin was so hard that regular hot weapons could not hurt it at all. Like this, I will do it. Each person has a set of armor. He then created a blue vortex and revealed the spears for the members. Holding the shiny and rare armor in his hand, Vuong Bao was delighted. "Boss, you are really too generous." But it seemed like the girls' armors had a bit of trouble. The 3 armors scattered on the ground were quite skimpy. Vai Vai was annoyed. "Did Thamin, you, have to be exposed like this?" The male lead was a bit confused and embarrassed, scratched his head, and explained, "That is, because the giant python was killed, its gas had shrunk, so with that much skin it could only do this." Mok Lam Thu confidently said and looked at Vai Vai, who was complaining about her outfit. "I'm a capitalist, so I'm not afraid of wearing less clothes. If you pay attention then don't go." Bok Vai Vai felt like she was being told to the heart. Black angrily retorted, "My figure is inferior to yours." As for Chu Chu, she shyly said, "If Brother Thamin likes it, then I have no problem at all." Finally all the preparations were completed. The male lead immediately announced, "Great, so our suicide team has been successfully established." On a busy street, Thamin is with Han Fan. He is pouting, sulking. "Boss, you think I am too weak so you don't want to take me along? You are helpless," gently admonish Han Fan. "His ability is only you've just awakened, and you still lack combat experience. This action will most likely deal with mutant beasts. If your ability can't be used, it will be very dangerous. Furthermore, my company also needs people that I trust to help me look after it." Hearing the male lead's coaxing words, his eyes lit up and eagerly received instructions. "Boss, you can rest assured, I'm not good at business, but domestic matters are my forte." At a place with large and magnificent buildings, the male protagonist got out of the car. "Welcoming you are So Vu Hai and Uncle, Thamin." She walked over and took his arm and teased him. "Come here, officially introduce yourself to your family." The first time the male lead was teased like this, he was very confused about this. The old man shyly spoke up, "Mr. Tham, please understand, my daughter is spoiled so she doesn't know any rules." Still quite embarrassed, he stammered, "Haha, it's okay." Feeling the unfriendly gaze from Lam Thu, the young lady immediately urged him, Tham, my father wants to find you to talk, let's go quickly." In the reception room of So's house, which was decorated extremely luxuriously, the old man and his brother sat in the room and talked. "This time I was looking for you to hear your opinion on the future situation. What day is it like outside now? Likewise, it makes people feel insecure." The male lead is serious. "I'm afraid that uncle has asked me this. With my little morality, with almost zero social experience, I don't dare to judge. It's not arbitrary to look at the situation. However, my point of view is towards people." He doubted what it meant to look towards humans. The male protagonist is confident. If he can practice, then why not let everyone practice together? If there is already a practice, why not let everyone know? Cultivators don't just focus on cultivate yourself, and also think about increasing the strength of many subordinates below. The old man deeply admired his way of thinking. What a young man, he thought to himself. Thamon's broad mind and vision were commendable. If he had such a broad mind when he was young, then my achievements don't stop there. It's just easier said than done. On the outside, he silently agreed with his opinion, perhaps, but in his heart he was the opposite. Anyone who heard this opinion would probably find it funny. But if humans cannot increase their strength, then humans will not exist when the demon world invades. When that time comes, will those secret methods still have any effect? After finishing talking, he and the old man went out. Here he met Miss Vu Hai. She resented him. "Thamin, you really know how to deceive people." Hearing that, he was surprised, sweating. "What should I do?" Vu Hai was sad. "I heard Vai Vai say, you guys want to go on an adventure, you even prepared combat clothes for them." She hesitated. I want to go too. He had a hard time explaining the problem clearly. "Vu Hai, this activity is not to fight with the gangsters in the city, but to adventure across the sea. A big star like you, how could there be such a thing? I can't go. I remember Director Trong is asking you to film a movie." After hearing that, she felt even more sad. "In fact, it's okay to film or anything. I don't know if I can't do anything to help." To appease the young lady, he had to promise her, "Let's do it this way. I just won't take you with me in this action. Later, I will call you before I have a mission in the future. Come on, I'll be gentle, and about the combat outfit, if you don't mind. If you summon 2 parts of the outfit, the materials are limited, so I can only do this." Vu Hai excitedly received the costume and put it on her body. It's not just a short material, there's nothing difficult about wearing it like a movie costume. At best, let my dedicated costume designer fix it, change it, and next time I can put it on and help you fight. The male lead was bewildered by her turning face faster than flipping rice paper. Am I dizzy? She was still angry just now. In contrast to him, the old man seemed so used to it, he pretended not to notice. After saying goodbye to father and son, he went to the hall to meet him and took out an improved crossbow. Vuong Bao, I have made a special weapon for you. Later I will need you as a long-range auxiliary gunner for the next operations. It can help you save the process of bending the bow and arrow, and at the same time the shooting range is longer. You should practice with this well. Vuong Bao excitedly held the crossbow in his hand. Very good, this is also very cool. Mok Lam Thu asked, Boss, when will we depart? The male lead was serious, his face stiffened. There's no need to rush, I still need to find someone to settle the score, Dark Ancestor. This time I will destroy their stronghold in the Silver City, he said while thinking. Song Dynasty can control Khitan medicine, but the Song Dynasty will not be easy if there are more hidden ancestors. As for the So family, I also don't want So Vu Hai to be dragged into this trouble. The government is currently just watching the show, still relying on myself. Lam Thu was startled by his somewhat reckless decision. Do you want to start a war with all the hidden ancestors in Silver City? They are not simple, they cannot be compared to the Tran family. There are 6 main parts, belonging to the underground group in the city. In turn are the departments such as security, drugs, public opinion, interrogation and intelligence. Most of the Dark Ancestors assign tasks very clearly and are not easy to deal with, he said seriously. Do you think if I don't deal with them, they will forgive us? I don't like being passively beaten. Moreover, if I don't destroy them, I won't either. Can't go to sea with peace of mind. A voice cut through the tense atmosphere. If you want to play the hidden ancestor, count me in too. Lam Thu was surprised. Doc Sa. He was angry, threw away the crutch he was holding, and affirmed, Boss, I have recovered. If you want to fight the Dark Ancestor, you must include me too. Hearing Doc Sa's words, he was excited. Okay, with this tone, let's go together. Lam Thu was helpless. Sigh, okay, in terms of familiarity with the hidden ancestor, no one can compare with him. Where are me and Doc Sa? You made a decision. I am the trump card of 5 assassinations, and Doc Sa is the elite of the 3 departments of medicine. Let us direct this action. The male lead responded enthusiastically. Okay, this action is the first time our team fights together. Scene changes to a black Maybach on the road. The guy in the yellow mask is listening to intelligence. The Deep Mountain action team has not yet been contacted. The subordinates were confused. Sorry, boss. He was upset. Is there anything I should know that you haven't told me yet? That guy immediately reported it. Yesterday, the operations team reported it. Saw a number of people entering the Deep Mountain. Inside there was Mok Team, Mok Lam Thu. The suspected leader was Thaman. Hearing the male protagonist, he was angry. Why didn't you report this information to me as soon as possible? Seeing your boss angry, the subordinate was scared. I'm sorry, I intend to deal with them, and then report to you. After hearing the guy wearing the yellow mask, he became even angrier, and he prepared to wait for death. He got upset thinking about Thaman, crushed the phone in his hand. Thaman, it's you again. Waiting at the red light, behind his car was a red sports car belonging to a couple. The girl cooed at her boyfriend, telling him to look at it. The Maybach is my favorite car. The boyfriend was cocky. What a broken car, look at him closely. As soon as the green light came on, the camper's name immediately stepped on the gas pedal. Pulled over his car. The guy wearing the yellow mask was getting angrier and angrier. What the hell was he planning to do? The driver quickly explained, sorry boss, it was the car in front. Seeing the person in the car sticking out a friendly finger, he gave the order and jumped up to me. When walking in line with the vehicle, the boyfriend was surprised. What's going on? If not, then. That guy didn't know his strength. When he poked the masked guy's itchy spot, his car window gradually rolled down. He held a pistol and sent the couple off to the ecstatic west. When he finished, he put the gun back in his body and said, go back to headquarters. In a remote countryside, the base of the Dark Clan was built underground. As soon as he arrived, he immediately let his subordinates increase their strength. The members of the group from level 2 and above each received a spirit fruit, and the spirit medicine for the members of the group from level 3 increased their spirit. Indeed, immediately arrange for me, his henchman, sir. With his feud with the male lead, he can't easily let you go. Thaman, if you stick around, then I will leave you without a life to go back to. On the male lead's side, he sneezed repeatedly, perhaps because the guy wearing the yellow mask missed him so much. He silently said, someone scolded him. Finally, the male protagonist team arrived at the Dark Clan's residence. He asked Lam Thu, "Are you sure that the Dark Clan's headquarters is here?" He was extremely surprised by her assertion that we were indeed standing on the land of the headquarters of the Dark Clan. Heading towards the farm, Lam Thu explained what she had found, that the village was the entrance gate, and the floors below were all the area of the hidden ancestor. The male lead was still quite surprised. "Oh my, what a surprise!" Doc Sa seemed to despise the Dark Clan, indeed the Dark Clan, not knowing what light was. To the surprise of the boss, he remained calm. "Then they hid down there, boss." He wondered about the Dark Clans guarding the entrance, but why was there no one guarding this place? Not even a dog or cat could be seen. As they approached the entrance, suddenly a group of black-shirted men rose from the ground and surrounded the main male group. "Lam Thu is helpless in the face of your bad luck, my boss. Your mouth is too sacred. What should we do now?" They were all members of the Dark Clan, simultaneously raising their guns towards his group. The man wearing the yellow mask shouted through the microphone from underground, "Famine, my ancestor does not want to be your enemy. As long as you hand over the two traitors Mok Lam Thu and Doc Sa, I will release you. Go." Faced with the tension of Lam Thu and Doc Sa, "Boss." Then you calmly stand and count each enemy and calculate something, up to 10 enemies, on average each enemy takes 0.7 seconds, as for the speed of bullets. The masked man shouted. Did you listen carefully? He stood proudly in front of dozens of enemies, calm as if he knew he could win. There was still enough time. He raised it into a gun shape and shot it at them, sad. Whoever he shot, they all fell down one by one. The soldiers were extremely confused. What was going on? He kept shooting with an expression that angered them. One by one they fell down with the helpless voice of the man wearing the yellow mask. "What happened? What's wrong with you? This is not the time to go to sleep." There are several arrows behind them. It turned out to be a combination of Vuong Bao and the male lead, from a place quite far away. He was pleased. "Call me Gunner Vuong." Bok Vai Vai and Chu Chu were also there. She praised him. "Oh, that Gunner Vuong is really powerful." He immediately rebutted, without that tone. Looking straight at the camera, the male lead spoke directly to the guy wearing the yellow mask. "This is the response. Are you satisfied?" He was angry. "Famine, are you doing this without completely showing respect?" He calmly replied, "When mastering High Mask for a fight, you guys secretly attacked him. That's it. Is it considered disrespectful?" He justifies that this is the thinking of the experts in the organization. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "Of course you can say that this is not your order. I also have no proof, but..." His face was full of satisfaction with his insulting words. "Since you pulled the trigger of your long sniper rifle at me from the tower, does that count as respect?" He thought to himself, "That's unexpected." The way to return it was exactly the way he did it. His surveillance screen was covered with leaves. He wondered, how, that? He replied confidently, "You asked how I knew, right? Why didn't you go find out the relationship between Director Hua and me?" Seeing that he wasn't satisfied, he scolded him. "I don't know what are you. Anyway, you like to wear yellow masks, so come out and call you Mask. Mask, just wait down there for me." Being treated by a male politician, he was extremely angry and broke the tabletop. Thinking back on the words he just said, the male lead realized, "Oh my god, these words are really unlucky." In an old wooden house, Mok Lam Thu and the other two went to change clothes. "It's time to change into combat equipment, follow me." After changing clothes, all three of them looked attractive. Mok Lam Thu took the lead in opening the entrance to the headquarters of the Dark Clan. There was not a single person inside. The male lead walked in. "Oh, isn't there anyone waiting for us?" Lam Thu immediately explained. "The first door is the office, so of course there's no one. This place is dangerous. If you're not careful, we'll end it right there." The unique snake quickly entered. "Boss, let me lead the way. We will definitely pass quickly." Lam Thu stopped him, but there was no time. "Wait." He stepped on the agency. Red laser beams shined straight at him. Doc Sa thought to himself, "Oh, it's gone." Luckily, the male lead pulled him back in time. He seemed lost. "Thank you, boss." Mok Lam Thu is worried. "We betrayed the organization. Are you sure the Dark Nest will still keep breaking the previous formation?" He gave his opinion. "The mechanisms only activate when touched, so what if we don't touch the ground?" Looking around the room, she was helpless and denied that idea. It was useless. This place was filled with invisible rays. You could try it and see. He turned into a tree branch and grabbed it into the air. Invisible laser beams appeared, cutting the branch into pieces. He was shocked. "Oh mother," Doc Sa was worried. There was no way to destroy this organ other than opening it from the inside. Suddenly he had an idea, the way to destroy the organ. Of course he had to call the master to destroy the organ. After saying that, he immediately called Tong Chung Company. He picked up the phone. Boss Tham had something to ask for. Seeing everyone wearing combat uniforms, he didn't ask unexpectedly, "Oh, what are you guys wearing? Hey, it looks like going to the theater." Hearing that, Vai Vai hit the male lead's shoulder hard, embarrassed. "It was all your fault, making this kind of clothes for us." He winced in pain, then returned to the main issue. "We are in an opportunity. Formation officer, aren't you the agency's Grand Master? Please help us figure out how to break the battle." He focused on looking at the surrounding scene on the phone and said seriously, "Don't tell me you're in that hidden ancestor's office." His face was still smiling brightly and firmly affirming, right, stop acting, quickly tell us how to break this battle." Chung Company was angry at his calm attitude, breaking the fart. He explained with a serious face, "This is the design of Master Ket Duong from my pedagogical school. The old man's design has no way to live. You guys, you can't go." Thamin still thought Tong Chung Company was joking with him. "What kind of habit is this? It's all about scaring people. If we can't break this battle, we can just turn around and leave." He said seriously, "There's no way left, meaning you guys can't escape. There's no turning back." Looking back, he was startled. The entrance was really gone. At this point, the male protagonist feels worried about the current situation. What to do now? Even a little chance is okay. Tong Chung Company replied, "Strictly speaking, Master Ban Ket Duong's killing array does not actively attack people, so if you guys just stay there, there will definitely be no problem, but the bad news is, you will starve or suffocate." The male lead was bitter and wanted to pull him out of the phone and punch him to pieces. He threatened, "Do you believe that I will beat you to pieces? Elder Shen has great magical powers. If he can find the formation eye and destroy it, he can destroy the formation." He pondered, but the eye could be hidden in any corner of the wall. If it wasn't broken directly, the self-destruct system would start, and by then you'd all be done. He seriously asked, "What does that vision look like? Please describe it to me in detail." He immediately explained that Grandmaster Ban Ke Duong's eyes had a special characteristic. It looked like the head of a spinning top. In addition, he also said that it was as if the male lead's group had lost all hope. But what do you know? Unless you have eyes that can see through walls, then... Before he could finish speaking, he turned off the phone and complained, "So many useless words." He looked at everyone and assured everyone, "Don't worry, I will definitely get everyone out," but it was left to his imagination. Everyone was strangely calm. He wondered, "Did you guys listen to what Tong Chung Company said? Why were you so silent?" Chu Chu with steady eyes, "Because we all trust you." Thamin was surprised by everyone's action. His eyes sparkled with blue light, with confidence. "Okay, I won't disappoint everyone." He activated his celestial eye and began searching for the eye, the tip of the spinning top, somewhere. After searching diligently, he saw a bright spot and just like Tong Chung Company's description, a yellow spinning top, found it. He showed Vuong Bao the position, in confidence. "Bao, I give you the position, you shoot accurately and then hit hard, it must be accurate." He held the bow in his hand, announced, "Look at me." Vuong Bao stopped his bow and aimed at the designated direction. A powerful hit, creating a huge explosion. As the smoke filled the air, Lam Thu asked him doubtfully if this was okay. His eyes lit up, his face looked triumphant and successful. He gently entered the office. The three girls panicked. Thamin was careful. He turned back to reassure everyone, it was okay, the agency had been disarmed, but the girls' actions made him confused, their expressions were the same. "Body, just now Tong Chung Company said that unless you have penetrating eyes that can see through walls, you won't be able to find eyes." Mok Lam Thu cast a suspicious look at him, "So it's difficult to think you really do." Both of them labeled him as a scoundrel, a pervert. The male lead's face turned dumb. He awkwardly explained, "Hey, you guys listen to me and explain." Chu Chu came over and innocently asked everyone, "What's wrong with you guys?" The two girls quickly ran out to cover Chu Chu, giving him unfriendly eyes. The male lead couldn't do anything, tears fell from his eyes, he could only complain, "It's really not what you think." Suddenly he felt dizzy, broken. Vuong Bao was worried, "What's wrong boss?" He couldn't stand, he fell to his knees, a little uncomfortable. He said, "It's okay, I'm a little exhausted, let's go." Realizing that his body was not okay, he thought to himself, his piercing eyes were too consuming his spiritual energy, hoping that the next level would not be as difficult. Everyone came to an extremely magnificent place. In the middle there was a large statue. And there were 6 people wearing black armor standing there in a fighting stance. Lam Thu was surprised and scared. "What? 6 martial artists?" He was confused. What happened to 6 martial artists? Why was she so scared? Her face turned pale. The 6 martial artists were originally the guardians of the 5th floor. Why did they appear here? Faced with the fearful reactions of Lam Thu and Doc Sa, why did they appear here? You don't respect them at all. What's wrong? Are they so powerful? They just look like young teenagers playing motorbikes. Mok Lam Thu trembled, fearfully recounting their heroic past. The 6 martial artists were one of the hidden cards of the Dark Ancestors. The 6 martial artists were originally 6 brothers from the same mother. There was no father, and when she was born, her mother died due to difficulty in giving birth, but their strange events began again. It is said that the thing that raised them was a large female ape, so their limbs are more strange than normal people, and their speed is also faster. Later, they met a master who instructed them in martial arts as well as combined attack techniques, and from then on their martial arts became great. After that, they went to work as bandits, attacking on the commercial roads. No one could stop them. This attracted the attention of the 4 great families. They joined forces to create a siege by first-class experts, thereby successfully solving them. But in fact, the 6 brothers were not dead, but were secretly brought back by the leader of the hidden ancestor, constantly using medicine to help them heal, and strengthen their defense and attack power, and also gave it to them. They used rare attribute needles to create this equipment body. Poison Snake was so scared that he was sweating profusely. Simply put, they are very strong. After hearing about them, Thaman thought about his group's current situation. Because of the consumption of his penetrating eyes, in a short time, he might not be able to use his spiritual power, thus winning. Less than a city is certain, but on our side, Vuong Bao has not undergone close combat training, Mok Lam Thu is hiding rather than attacking, and Doc Sa is seriously injured and needs treatment. While he was confused, a voice came, "I'm coming, it's Bok Vai Vai." He was surprised and worried. Vai Vai turned around. "You." She walked forward boldly and clearly declared, "It's okay Thaman, you said we need to form a team, so each person needs to show their own value. I don't want to always have you standing in front of me to protect me. Guys say right." Hearing Vai Vai speak, everyone was surprised and worried about her. Thamon is ready to support her. "Okay, you can rest assured to fight. I will help you strategize the battle." Bok Vai Vai rushed towards the 6 warriors preparing to fight, shouted loudly, and galloped over here. One of them threw a string of large iron plates at her. Vai Vai used her arm to block the attack. She swung her fist at him. But she didn't expect him to easily dodge. She was surprised. What? When she hesitated, he took the opportunity to punch her and fly her to his accomplices. A guy kicked Vai Vai in the back. She was caught by another guy, strangled, and beaten to the ground. They each held Vai Vai's arms and legs. Her body is controlled and hateful. Lam Thu worriedly realized that their moves were not good. This was their ultimate skill. They were trying to tear Bok Vai Vai into 4 parts. The male lead is tense and broken. An arrow shot into the knee of a man holding Vai Vai's feet. Vuong Bao was angry and raised his bow to shoot more. "I'm not used to seeing so many people bullying the weak." Thanks to his arrow, Vai Vai successfully escaped. She's confident, but thanks to that, I still have it. Her hand held a knife hidden behind her back. Seeing Vai Vai's determination, he stopped Vuong Bao. "No need to help, I believe she can." Chu Chu looked at Bok Vai Vai worriedly and said, "But they are very profitable, can Vai Vai please?" Vuong Bao looked proud, gave a thumbs up and said proudly, "Haha, surely there is no problem. How could the boss's woman be weak?" Tramin hit him hard on the head from behind and scolded him, "You're telling the truth, give me your attention." At this time, Bok Vai Vai stood in front of 6 or 7 tall men, looking at them with sharp eyes. The sharp iron chains they launched continuously flew towards her. They moved flexibly past her like ghosts. "Quickly stand behind her." Surprised by her strategy, she said with a sweat, "It attacks from the top and bottom directions while blocking the dodges to the left, right and back. It seems like the only way to dodge is to jump into the air, but once you lose initiative in the air, your limbs can be grabbed and then." Tramin, on this side, was not worried, observing the battle and said, "The coordinated attack formation is indeed very interesting and we can learn from it, but this attack method will not work against our Vai Vai, where she is anyway." Looking at her rushing towards them between the iron chains, he continued, "It's strong and strong, but strong and strong." That guy heard that and said contemptuously, "I'll do it later, but can I still penetrate my special armor?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was suddenly attacked from behind. In less than a second, he collapsed to the ground, behind which she stood proudly holding a knife, her face filled with murderous intent. Seeing that, his accomplices rushed forward in disbelief and shouted, "No!" a chain flew towards her and she grabbed it. But suddenly a thread wrapped around her leg and tugged. She immediately fell to the ground, making a painful, gurgling sound. One of her legs was still chained tightly, the other two flew towards him with a malicious voice, "Go and die." Vuong Bao on this side rushed over screaming, "Boss, they knocked down your woman." Then he was startled, pulled your shoulder and shouted loudly, "Shut your mouth, tell me what nonsense you are talking about." When one of the guys flew close to her, she was kicked hard in the stomach. Then the sharp blade cut the chain. She sat up and provocatively said, "Are you still coming or do you want to go down and keep company with them?" They once again simultaneously attacked her. Their chains quickly controlled her arms and legs. Her hands pulled the chain together and coldly snorted, "If you only know this trick, why isn't it useful to me?" As soon as she finished speaking, she only saw them flying around screaming in panic, "Ah ah ah ah." She stood there watching them fall to the ground one by one. Then she proudly turned back to look at him. She said confidently, not to disappoint him. Before Tramin could answer, Vuong Bao looked at her with admiration and said, "Big sister is really amazing." She immediately changed her attitude and angrily shouted at him, "Who is your big sister? Are you called little sister or older sister?" He then came and patted her shoulder happily and said, "I always trust you, let's go to the next door." Vuong Bao raised his hand to show his strength and said, "It seems that these 6 sextuplets are not very strong, right? My sister can handle them alone." Hearing that, Mok Lam Thu was dissatisfied and said, "Wouldn't he rely on having a powerful weapon in his hand? Why would he attack if a normal weapon couldn't break the armor of the 6 martial artists?" Bok Vai Vai was not angry, but tilted her head to look at her boastfully and said, "Yes, of course I have to thank Thaman for giving me the treasured dagger." When she heard you say that, she froze and felt uncomfortable. Then she turned to Tramin and said, "Boss Tham must know how to treat everyone equally, can you be so biased?" He sweated and said, "If there is a chance, if there is a chance." Then he turned around and angrily punched Vuong Bao's head and scolded him. It was all his fault. He was both hurt and confused and helplessly said, "Oh why?" Suddenly, there was a scent floating around. Chu Chu closed his eyes and exclaimed, "The smell here is so fragrant." Then she happily raised her hand and danced while talking. It was so comfortable. Behind him he was also fascinated by that scent. Then he confusedly hugged Hon Tu Chu Hon Hon and said, "Brother, the wine brewed with fruit is so fragrant, we'll drink it later." He'll also love the scent and howl, oh howl. Then Mok Lam Thu waved the whip and said, "Listen clearly, if you don't listen seriously to the lecture, I will punish you and stay in class to teach you." As for Bok Vai Vai, she turned into 2 people, one side talking, "She heard me say," the other side clasped her hands and shook her head and said, "She didn't listen, she didn't listen." As for Tremin, he didn't know what to see but raised his hands with a happy expression and opened his mouth. "Hey, that's not very good." Doc saw them infatuated with the scent of pink and worriedly said, "If not, they would all be poisoned by this gate, which is a poison battle." The 3 people stood in the middle of the village with their faces covered, looking at him and said, "I was wondering whose resistance was so strong, but it turned out to be the poisonous snake trader." He heard that, his face turned black and he was somewhat panicked, saying, "It's you guys, why are the 3 regions now starting to guard the gate? Just saw a scent of flowers coming." Then his eyes widened when he saw a hand reaching out to attack. Right now they are drowning in the cool blue sea scenery. Chu Chu, wearing a swimsuit, clinging to the float in the water happily said, "Mr. N, come here." On this side Tramin is lying on the chair enjoying himself, on the left is Mok Lam Thu holding his arm and on the right is Bok Vai Vai touching his abs. The look on his face is enjoying and laughing happily. "It's not very good, guys, you're like that, don't stop, don't use it again." And below, Chu Chu was playing in the water, looking at him and smiling, saying, "Come down here and play in the water." Outside, Doc Saw was attacked by them and was covered in wounds. When he was attacked and fell forward, he caught him and said, "Be careful." Faced with that guy's surprise, he delivered a fatal blow, causing him to widen his eyes and say, "What?" Then he looked at him lying on the ground, his face showing the word saved, and then he said, "Because he was protecting me, he was hit hard, otherwise, with his skill, he would have been able to escape." The other guys were injured and quickly backed away and retreated. While he was treating his wound, he said, "Luckily the wound was not serious. How are you doing?" He immediately replied, "This place is a poison battle." His face turned serious and he said, "The thing that poisoned you is the demon heartgrass. At first you will have hallucinations, then you will lose all reason and become a soulless corpse. Your spiritual boss is profound. With the poison in my blood, I will help you detoxify, but if they don't detox within 2 hours." He asked worriedly, "Do you know what poison it is? Do you have an antidote?" He replied, "I can do it, but the medicinal ingredients I brought with me are not enough, so I can only prepare one pill. Boss, who do you want to save?" Tramin said with a serious face, "Don't let anyone down, hurry up and I'll go find the antidote here." Then he looked at Mok Lamthu, who was dreamily saying, "This antidote is for Lamthu. She's good at hiding, and if she can't fight them, she'll run away." After a while she touched her head and said, "Ah." Then he looked at him and asked, "I'm so dizzy, am I poisoned?" He looked at her and said, "Lamthu, everyone has been poisoned. The current antidote can only save one person. Only I can find the medicine. Detoxification in a short time. This place needs you and Doc Sa to keep watch for about half an hour and I'll be back, okay?" Hearing that, she looked at him with sentimental eyes. "This proves that at the critical moment I am more trustworthy than that Bok Vai Vai. Right, I understand, don't worry." Tramin gently stroked Mok Lamthu's head. He gently said, "I have always trusted you, but you must definitely protect yourself well." Tramin took out an hourglass and instructed me to give me a period of time for the hourglass to flow. "Wait for me." Mok Lamthu held the watch tightly and assured him, "Rest assured, I will definitely protect everyone." Tramin finished the assignment and immediately went to find an antidote to save Bok Vai Vai and the others. Waiting for him to leave, Mok Lamthu told Doc Sa, to prevent any accidents, he should knock out the others first. "I will hide them," Doc Sa replied, "Understood." At that time, on this side, people were still poisoned and talking nonsense. Chu Chu's body swayed and he cried out. Vuong Bao approached Hon Tu and said, "Very good, brother, you vomited on me." Bok Vai Vai nearby also cried and shouted, "Ah, Queen, it's really not me." Doc Sa knocked them unconscious and asked Mok Lamthu's opinion if they needed to find a dead corner. Mok Lamthu responded, "Betting a game, perhaps the most dangerous place is the safest place." She began to perform magic. A hemispherical hidden shield surrounded them. Not far away, the group of people dressed in black were searching and discussing. It seemed they could no longer feel the breath of the super expert. Could it be that Thamin ran away first? The breath of the others is still here, while Thamin is not present. Kill them, another guy in the group asked, but where were they? Another guy's tone was affirmative. It was definitely the traitor Mok Lamthu who used stealth techniques. Divide up and search every corner. A few black-shirted men began to split up and search everywhere. Poison Snake, who was within the scope of the stealth technique, saw this and shouted in surprise, "She guessed everything right." Mok Lamthu frowned, thinking that if he wanted to perform the stealth technique on such a large area, it would consume too much spiritual energy. "How long can I last? If it weren't for Mr. and helping me practice in the past few days, I'm afraid I would be right now." I don't know if it was due to consuming too much spiritual energy or not, but Mok Lamthu vomited a mouthful of blood. Doc Sa stood next to Mok Lamthu, who was suffering from coughing up blood. He began to worry, thinking that with one more person, she would be under a bit more pressure. "I can't involve her, involve everyone." Doc Sa spoke up. "She told everyone to go home. I'll go buy you some time." When Mok Lamthu heard that, he turned around and called him, "Doc Sa, brother." Before she could say anything, Single Snake had just stepped out of the scope of the stealth technique while cheering herself on. "Come on, my friend." He shouted towards the men in black and rushed towards them. "Those brats, I'm right here." The black-shirted leader saw him and said he stabbed his head to death. Doc Sa immediately kicked him in the stomach, making him fall backwards. Next, Doc Sa with quick movements. Use your skills to play a few moves fluently. Defeated a large number of men dressed in black. Doc Sa looked at the black men falling everywhere and smiled. "It seems like your abilities haven't improved at all." As soon as he finished speaking, a dart carrying black gas came from behind and crashed into Doc Sa's shoulder, making him surprised. What? Another group dressed in black came from afar. The guy in black who had just released the dart spoke up. "Doc Sa, obediently accept death. Remembering the love from the past can keep your body intact." Doc Sa replied disdainfully, "Only relying on you guys." He said as he rushed forward to strike first, "I'm afraid it won't be enough." A man wearing a black shirt. Doc Sa gasped and said, "Is there anyone else left?" The man in black clapped his hands and smirked. "Junior brother Doc Sa deserves to be the top character among the top 3 gods in the Dark Ancestors. It seems like he has improved quite a bit recently, but is that all?" He raised his voice. "Senior brother." As fast as the wind, that senior brother ran up and gave him a big, bad punch. Brother used his foot to stomp on Doc Saw's head very cruelly. This kind of betrayal is worth chopping into pieces for the dogs to eat. Mok Lam Thu's side is worried about the hourglass. The hourglass still has half left to fall. What should I do? She bit her lip bitterly and decided to leave it alone. She ran out quickly to the surprise of the black-shirted man. He smiled excitedly and said, "Big Beauty Mok, finally forced you to come out." He chased after her but suddenly she stopped. Use kicks to attack the juniors. Even surprised him, Mok Lam Thu. Without hesitation, Lam Thu turned around and punched him straight in the face. The black-clothed man's face darkened angrily, holding his bloody nose and shouting, "Mok Lam Thu! You dare hit my face, you're done." Without waiting long, she continued to attack. Oh, 1-for-1 is fine. Meanwhile, a man was kneeling in front of the place where Bok Vai Vai was fainting. She strangled the senior brother and said in a cold voice, "If you want to kill, just kill him." Doc Saw, old teacher. The guy in black with a big scar on his face looked at him. "Teacher, I don't dare, but you're even more aroused than me." Doc Saw kneels down and surrenders. "Don't play anymore, you guys have absolutely no chance of winning. This is the boss of those 3 lonely places." Knowing that, in her heart she still didn't want to surrender, so she ran towards that teacher, but I was not convinced. He waved his hand. She was thrown far away. This guy cannot be underestimated. He said calmly, "These 2 juniors don't say I won't give you a chance. As long as you 2 can block my 3 moves, I'll let you go." Mok Lam Thu stood up and spoke with determined eyes, saying in one word. Doc Saw shouted loudly towards Mok Lam Thu, "If you use all your strength to attack, we are afraid that the entire body will not be able to be saved, miss." Before the words could finish, she suddenly spoke up, "Do you think I don't know? But only this way can prolong the time." She looked at the hourglass in her hand, filled with contemplation. He moved forward, stood in front of her, then hesitantly opened his mouth. "Master, I will take the first blow." Lam Thu looked at him in surprise. The man with scars covering half of his face was deformed, his voice was hoarse, so I immediately completed it for him. Having finished speaking, he immediately attacked Doc Saw. His powerful attack made him panic. What? He couldn't block this attack and immediately vomited blood and was thrown far away. Cough. Seeing that, Mok Lam Thu turned to angrily question the man, whether he was good or bad. He was also a senior, yet he suddenly took action. He tilted his head slightly. "She said I was attacking. Was I necessary? Okay, so what do you say to count as not attacking?" Lam Thu's eyes clearly showed confusion, but her face did not change. She thought to herself, "I forcefully promoted the exercise. At most I could only resist for 3 minutes. Then she spoke, my blood billowing. "Give me 2 minutes to adjust my breathing. Don't you dare." The man coldly replied, "It's okay." She let out a soft sigh. Then slowly said, "Come." Suddenly he approached Lam Thu. "Clench your fists and attack directly." She immediately blocked the attack, but the pressure was so great that she vomited blood. Even though her armor blocked part of the attack, the remaining strength was still difficult to resist. Then she sat down on her knees and coughed nonstop. He looked down at her miserable appearance, making him laugh and say, "Your armor is not bad. When you die, I will pick it up and study it a bit." After speaking, the man felt something. There was another blow. Who was coming? Lam Thu's whole body trembled. She knelt on the ground and then tried to stand up again. She opened her mouth with difficulty. I'm coming. Give me 2 minutes. Observe each grain of sand flowing from above. The amount of sand inside is only a little bit left, as if all the sand is about to reach the bottom of the hourglass. She smiled softly. Thoughts appeared. Boss, I can persevere, okay." Seeing that, he immediately bent down to look at the clock. It seemed like he had discovered something and immediately rushed towards her without hesitation. Wasting time, he died. Lam Thu made no move to avoid his upcoming attack. "Stop here, I'm so tired." Her eyes looked like she wanted to give up. She tried her best, but she had no strength left, strength to fight on. "Boss, goodbye." But, suddenly a gentle, authoritative voice came, and she was stunned for a moment. Then immediately use all your remaining strength to hit hard, causing him to be thrown away. Mok Lam Thu was stunned. "You're finally back." Tramin suddenly appeared behind her and immediately supported her, smiling slightly and saying, It's been hard work." Then he immediately gave her a yellow apple and continued, "Eat it, regulate your breathing well, it will be fine." She smiled and replied, "Yes." Next, he gave the apple to Doc Saw lying on the ground. His tears suddenly fell and he trembled and said, "Mr. Boss." Tramon saw that and just sighed softly. The other guy instead saved his hand. "Don't worry, after talking, regain some strength." He smiled and looked at him. "Although the antidote ingredients are not full, I have brought the items from the place of spiritual energy, and I will give you the remaining ingredients." His whole body trembled as he sat up, eating the apple while making clear signs. He stood up, turned to look at him and slowly opened his mouth. "Just now you let my subordinates receive your 3 moves, you also received my 3 moves." He silently faced Tramon. The atmosphere was strangely quiet at this time. Doc Saw excitedly clenched his fists, his face full of admiration, and shouted loudly. The boss took action. The rice was ground into bran. Even the teacher could not compete. Mok Lamthu widened his eyes, a worried look on his face, said, "It's not good. There's something wrong with the teacher's state. Look." Tramon's hand clenched under his sleeve was shaking violently. Kovin was wearing a shirt that covered his head. A large burn took up half of his face, making his face much more fierce. He looked at Tramon and said, "Boss Tham laughed. With his skills he had, if you have the ability to kill the head of the Tran family, I don't have the confidence to deal with you, but if you want to pass this hurdle, I must have a fair fight with Boss Tham." Tramon opened his eyes wide. He looked at him with a serious face, trying to appear calm, but in his heart he was thinking, "I had a hard time accumulating some spiritual energy, so I pushed it to Lamthu. Also, if you force yourself now, how can you fight this old man? What should you do?" Tramon of the future said in Tramon's heart, "The old thief Kovin is most proud of, having a body of 100 poisons that is invulnerable. You cannot use poison on him." Tramon turned his head to look at the future Tramon, frowned in frustration and said loudly, "Do you think I'm a suicide master? I don't play poison and I don't care." Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, thought of something. He said to himself, "Ah, I understand." Tramon in the future said arrogantly, "It's not me. It's not like I'm not stupid." Tramon stood on the undulating stone floor, facing Kovin. He spread his arms and told him, "I am a person who likes to challenge. There is no point in fighting with you. Your strength is even worse. Tran Long Hai has a lot, so I don't want to bully him." Tramon smiled and said with tense certainty, "He is the best at using poison, isn't that right?" Kovin smirked. The scar on his face made his face even more fierce. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Using poison, are you sure? What kind of fight is this?" Tramon smiled and confidently said, "Each of us make our own poison and then exchange it with each other and use it. See who can not die. What do you think?" Doc Saw panicked and raised his hand to stop. He said urgently, "Boss, it's not possible. His teacher became invulnerable to 10,000 poisons decades ago. You can't win in the poison battle with him." Kovin's whole body was covered in darkness. His face became gloomy. Half of his face had a scar hidden in the darkness. He opened his arms and smiled and said, "Doc Saw, you underestimate Boss Tham. That's it. How can a person who speaks one word and 9 peaks back down in the face of your threats? Am I right, Boss Tham? Let's speak one word and fight the peak." Doc Saw gaped at Tramon. He turned his head to look at him and said reassuringly, "Don't worry. Have I ever let you down? Doc Saw's medicine will save you." Doc Saw looked stupid, dropped his shoulders, hesitantly replied, "This, okay?" Mok Lamthu stood behind him and said, "It's okay." To the boss, "This is just like a play, just small." Kovin held a brown pill, with a faint purple light surrounding it. Kovin said with full confidence, "This is the poison pill that I used my lifelong poison skills to create. Its name is One Breath Killing Pill." Tramon smiled softly, hummed. He raised his hand high. Mok Lamthu saw from behind. She widened her eyes in shock and asked, "Boss, is this poison? Could it be?" On Tramon's middle finger was a slimy brown mass. He told Kovin, "This is the poison I randomly took out, called Big Thatch." Doc Saw and Mok Lamthu were so shocked that their eyes rolled back, their mouths opened so wide that their chins were about to fall to the ground. They both shouted loudly in unison, "Really snotty." Kovin looked at Tramon's brown mucus in his hand. His face darkened. He asked, "Are you teasing me?" Tramon threw Kovin's pill into his mouth and happily said, "If he doesn't dare, then leave." Kovin's face fell. He frowned and put Tramon's brown mucus into his mouth. He thought, "That animal dares to insult me, then let's see how I will let you die." Bok Vai Vai and Vuong Bao woke up. The two of them were rubbing their heads. Bok Vai Vai still hadn't fully opened her eyes. She asked, "Oh, what's wrong with me? This is..." Vuong Bao opened his eyes wide and looked around in his heart, full of questions. Mok Lamthu stood in front of the two people. She turned around and replied to Bok Vai Vai, "The boss and the doorkeeper are competing in poison magic. Don't make noise." Tramon and Kovin sat facing each other. Kovin bowed his head. His eyes were obscured. Tramon suddenly cried out, He put his hands around his neck, his eyes rolled back, he opened his mouth wide and let out a few sounds. Ah! Doc Sa and Mok Lam Thu panicked, their faces full of worry. Doc Sa shouted loudly, "It's over, the boss has been poisoned, even I don't know how to cure the teacher's poison." Bok Vai Vai appeared from behind, her eyes about to burst into flames. She bared her teeth angrily and kicked Trammin. "Stop acting, do you think you're an idol?" Trammin rolled her eyes and groaned, feeling sad. Trammin scratched his head curiously and asked Bok Vai Vai, Hee, how did you know that?" Bok Vai Vai crossed her arms across her chest, looked at him sternly and said, "From the second time I saw the tricks you were planning, fooled people." Doc Sa relaxed his facial muscles, closed his eyes and said, "Boss, please debut as a member of the group." Mok Lam Thu stared at Bok Vai Vai thinking, she actually understands him better than me. Trammin stood up to leave. He turned around and said to Ko Vin, "Looks like I'm okay, or if not, let's call it a draw." Ko Vin didn't answer, his whole body wobbled and swayed. Then his face darkened, his eyes widened, and he fell hard to the ground. Looking at Ko Vin falling motionless, all four people, Trammin, Bok Vai Vai, Mok Lam Thu, and Doc Sa, all widened their eyes in surprise, gasped, and asked in unison, "Are you dead?" Trammin approached, squatted next to Ko Vin's body. He used a tree branch to poke at his body, continuously calling out, Hey, are you okay, are you dead?" Doc Sa was a little curious. He stared at him and asked, "Boss Tham, what did you do? Did you really swallow the teacher's poison without getting hurt?" Bok Vai Vai crossed her arms in front of her chest. She looked at Trammin with sparkling eyes. A happy smile appeared on her face. She said, "Thammin, I didn't expect you to be a skilled poisoner. I see. In the government information, your file is a few more pages thick." Mok Lam Thu stood next to him. Frowning slightly, she shyly said, "Let's try to check his nose to see. Why is nosebleed so highly toxic?" Trammin embarrassedly closed his eyes, turned his head away. He said, "Eating that fart, I just pretended to swallow it into space, and that snot was just a little bit in my little gallbladder. That's just a giant python." Trammin frowned, his expression became serious. He thought, but the strange beasts from another world are so scary. Even the top poison expert in the human race still has no resistance to poison. The poison of monsters from another world is always there, so if monsters from another world really invade, I'm afraid. Trammin squatted on the ground. He continuously shook his head, trying to think of another direction, no longer thinking, still should solve the problem at hand as quickly as possible. Mok Lam Thu stared at him, pretending to be worried and said, "She wasn't poisoned to death, but her brain was poisoned by the drug." Bok Vai Vai crossed her arms over her chest, standing next to her, frowning and looking at her, originally thinking it was okay, smart, but it's all over. Chu Chu raised her hand to her mouth. She narrowed her eyes and smiled and said, "Hey, the two sisters are really upright." Vuong Bao chimed in, That's right. Trammin stood up. He turned his head to look at everyone, a little worried in his heart, thinking, Lam Thu's body just exploded. Her strength will decrease a lot in a short time, so she needs to had to rest and recuperate. While the poison snake seemed harmless but was actually seriously injured, the wounds had gone into the bones and meridians. Only Vai Vai could really be beaten. And then there was two more doors. Bok Vai Vai saw him standing there thinking. She went up urging voice, "Why are you still there? Let's go." Everyone was hastily moving forward. Trammin was lagging behind. He looked at their backs and said, "This is a group of heartless people." The fourth door has just opened. Inside is a large room lit by many lights. In the room there are many pillars reaching up to the ceiling. Vuong Bao raised his hand to cover his forehead, looked around. He said, "No one is here. Were they afraid of us and ran away?" Trammin glanced at him, sarcastically said, "Afraid of what?" He said, "Your teasing will freeze them to death." A thin layer of smoke emitted in the air. Bok Vai Vai covered her nose and said, "I don't know what the smell is, I don't know." Mok Lam Thu also used her hand to cover her nose and said, "Could it be some kind of strange poison?" Doc Sa took a deep breath, sucked a lot of white smoke into his nose. He brought his fist to his mouth, narrowed his eyes and said, "No, this is not toxic." Vuong Bao also inhaled some white smoke into his nose. He opened his eyes wide and said, This seems to be the smell of wild animal feces in our mountains." Trammin bowed his head, frowned and shouted, "It's dangerous, there are strange beasts here." A yellow paw with claws stepped forward. A giant tiger with golden fur and glowing red eyes appeared. Behind Bok Vai Vai, a black bear and two gray wolves were slowly approaching her. Their eyes flashed red. Bok Vai Vai looked at their unusually large size and felt a bit uneasy, said, "Thammin, these strange beasts are bigger than anything we have ever seen before. Perhaps the Dark Tribe has given them some kind of powerful medicine." Tramin turned his head to look at everyone. His attitude was extremely serious. He frowned and shouted, "The speed and power of the mutated beasts is truly amazing. Quickly gather into a circle and don't act rashly." Tramin was extremely nervous. He thought, what should I do? This time the gods are really difficult to save. I can't use my intelligence to deceive a group of animals anymore. Suddenly Chu Chu spoke up. She hesitantly said, let us try. Vuong Bao, Bok Vai Vai and Tramin turned around to look at her at the same time. Tramin thought, that's right, how did I forget, Hon Tu Ca. Chu Chu smiled. Chu Chu opened her sparkling eyes. She smiled and said, looking forward to you, little Hon Hon. Hon Tu's eyes glowed. She raised her head and opened her mouth to scream. Hon Tu rushed forward. Hon Tu's body size became huge, his eyes turned red, he slammed one hand on the ground, the place was destroyed into a hole, dirt and rocks were scattered everywhere. The giant tiger opened its mouth wide and rushed forward. Hon Tu escaped and appeared on the giant tiger's side. It raised its claws and aimed at the giant tiger's hind legs. When Hon Tu was about to strike, his body suddenly staggered, he clenched his teeth and cried out, "Chi!" A black panther with yellow pupils was biting Hon Tu's leg, trying to pull it. Hon Tu was angry, his eyes were red, he bared his teeth and screamed. Then, with a flick of his foot, the black leopard flew dozens of meters away. Hitting the wall, the black panther turned around and used all four legs to cling to the wall, gaining momentum and rushing towards Hon Tu. The black panther used its strength to rush closer to Hon Tu. It opened its mouth wide, its claws were also raised, preparing to pounce on Hon Tu. Hon Tu looked angry and waved his claws. The giant tiger stood behind and observed. Hon Tu's claws swung out in a curve, causing the strange black panther to knock him back. The huge head of the giant tiger approached Hon Tu, its red eyes flashed, it opened its mouth wide, its sharp teeth were about to bite into Hon Tu's body. Seeing the giant tiger jumping up and about to pounce on Hon Tu was surprised and stood dumbfounded. Tramin shouted loudly, "Vuong Bao!" Vuong Bao's eyes were sharp, his eyebrows raised, he shot an arrow. His arrow hit the giant tiger's face, its face was knocked to the side, it closed its eyes in pain and opened its mouth to scream. Then it went crazy, its eyes were bloodshot, it opened its mouth and turned its head to look at Vuong Bao. Vuong Bao raised his hands high and shouted in panic, "Wow ah, wow a." Tramin next to him gave Vuong Bao a thumbs up and smiled, praising, "Good job." While the giant tiger turned its head to look at Vuong Bao, Hon Tu took the opportunity to swipe a claw at the giant tiger's back, causing it to painfully raise its head and cry out. Hon Tu knocked the giant tiger down and continuously attacked it with both hands. Tramin raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead, he smiled with relief and said, "Don't worry, everyone, I see maybe Hon Tu Ca." Tramin turned his head to look back. He saw Bok Vai Vai, Mok Lam Thu, and Chu Chu, Doc San Vuong Bao eating and watching the match. Tramin said, maybe he would let everyone buy tickets. The giant tiger lay on the ground swinging its claws. Hon Tu swooped down from above. Many giant tigers came out from next to the pillars. They stared at Tramin's group. Vuong Bao's face turned black. He shouted in panic, "Oh my god, is this the Tiger Mountain? Why are there so many of them?" Tramin squinted his eyes at the tigers. He angrily said, "This damn dark patriarch, don't do this, star people." Hon Tu stood in front of Tramin and Vuong Bao, his red eyes staring at the tigers, his face covered in sweat. Tramin's face fell, he frowned and said, "Hon Tu is a bit timid, his voice is also a lot quieter." Bok Vai Vai next to him asked a little worriedly, "But it can eliminate a strange beast, in history, like Chu Mong, is Chu Mong not more terrifying than Chu Ho?" Vuong Bao turned his head, looked at her and said, "Hon Tu is the natural enemy of snakes, his blood is suppressed, he will naturally not lose, but tigers are basically an existence worthy of royalty. Hon Tu does not have the advantage of race." Tramin opened his hand, countless spiritual energy concentrated in his hand. Tramin thought to himself, the accumulated spiritual energy was originally intended to be saved to deal with the 5th level, which is the most difficult. If he took action now, it would be the best. I will no longer have enough strength. What should I do now? Suddenly a melody rang out. Tramin thought startled, singing. Chu Chu walked to Tramin's side. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands in front of her, and sang as she walked. The melody carrying spiritual energy echoed throughout the room. Tramin turned his head to look at her and thought to himself, while singing, "Hey, there seems to be a spiritual energy reaction." Chu Chu opened her eyes wide. She opened her mouth to continue singing. Hon Tu seemed to be empowered, his whole body was full of vitality. He braced his arms, raised his head and opened his mouth to scream loudly. Tramin shouted happily. Hon Tu seemed to be stable again. The hair on Hon Tu's body stood up. Hon-tu's whole body changed completely, his hair stood up, his eyes were bloodshot, his body was bigger than before, he swung out his sharp claws. Tramon shouted loudly, "Oh my god, this is adding a buff, star." The giant tiger and Hon-tu rushed towards each other. The giant tiger opened its mouth wide, baring its teeth, and Hon-tu waved its claws. The giant tiger bit Hon-tu's wrist. Hon-tu's eyes were bloodshot, his face was dark, he raised the sharp claw of his other hand. Claws dug deep into the giant tiger's neck, it painfully opened its mouth, staring at Hon-tu. Hon-tu coldly waved his hand, and the giant tiger was immediately thrown away. Tramon squatted next to Vuong Bao, biting the melon seeds and saying, "It's okay, it's okay." Vuong Bao stared at the bag of melon seeds in his hand. Hon-tu swung his arms out, raised his head and shouted. The tigers and gray wolves simultaneously rushed towards him. Chu-Chu placed her hand on her chest, the other hand outstretched. She was still singing, the melody carrying spiritual energy radiating throughout the room. The melody seemed to strengthen Hon-tu. His eyes flashed, he swung his claws and rushed to hit the tigers and gray wolves everywhere, blood splattering. Bok Vai ate the melon seeds and smiled with her eyes closed. Vuong Bao put the melon seeds in his mouth and said excitedly, "I can translate for Hon-tu." He said he could beat 10 more people. Suddenly no one noticed a giant brown bear appeared behind the three of them. Mok Lam Thu, Bok Vai and Vuong Bao felt a cold air behind them. Mok Lam Thu said, "I'm cold to death." Bok Vai said, "What nonsense translation?" Chu-Chu bowed his head, opened his mouth and let out a breath, puff. Chu-Chu raised her hand to hug her neck, she closed her eyes and coughed hard, cough, cough, cough. Hon-tu immediately fell into a weak position. The giant tiger rushed to pounce on Hon-tu. It cried out in panic, "Chi-chi!" Chu-Chu put her hand around her neck, she opened her eyes wide and tried to sing. Tramon saw that. He clenched his fists in worry, thinking, "It's dangerous." Chu-Chu, although he didn't know how, had awakened his ability, but the strength is just the beginning. If you continue to use spiritual energy, it will damage your vitality and blood. Tramon came to her side, placed his hand on Chu-Chu's shoulder. A stream of spiritual energy flowed into her body from his hand. Tramon looked at her seriously, concentrated his energy, then went aside to control his breathing. Chu-Chu was stunned by him, suddenly placing her hand on her shoulder, making her confused. She stammered and said, "Tham, and brother." Chu-Chu bowed his head, smiled gently and said, Bok Vai stared at Tramon's actions and said, "This guy Thamon is making a move again." Mok Lam Thu sitting next to her also stared in Tramon's direction. Vuong Bao turned his head to look at the two girls and smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, you guys." Suddenly he felt a cold air pressing down on him. Vuong Bao raised his head to look up, then he froze, his eyes widened, he opened his mouth and let out a sound, "A." The giant brown bear appeared behind the pillar, its eyes were bloodshot, it waved its hand and slammed it down. Vuong Bao quickly dodged to the side, where he had just been sitting. Smoke and dust flew out into the sky. Vuong Bao screamed in panic, "Oh, ah!" Vuong Bao clenched his hands tightly, used force to hit the brown bear. He shouted loudly, "There is a blind bear, run away quickly." The brown bear had not yet moved. Vuong Bao was thrown far away by the jet force. He screamed in panic, "Ouch, ah!" The brown bear became more ferocious, its eyes flashed, its mouth opened wide, revealing its sharp teeth, and it roared. Dak Sa, Mok Lam Thu and Bok Vai opened their mouths in surprise. Bok Vai shouted loudly and asked, "Vuong Bao, are you okay?" Vuong Bao replied, "I'm fine." The brown bear stretched out, spread his arms and screamed loudly. Vuong Bao rushed to the bear's side. He said, "I also want to be a fierce man who defeated that one-eyed bear." Vuong Bao used all his strength to punch the brown bear's body. The brown bear glanced at him with bloodshot eyes and looked at him with contempt. It curled its mouth and snorted. Vuong Bao frowned tightly, his eyes wide open full of confusion. He thought to himself, "Oh there." The brown bear waved his hand at Vuong Bao and flew far away. He screamed, "Wow." Bok Vai pulled out her dagger. Her eyes were cold. She said, "Everyone should run away quickly." After speaking, she rushed forward, holding the dagger and aiming at the brown bear's body. The brown bear calmly glanced at her. The brown bear leaned over and raised its claws back. It opened its mouth and shouted loudly at Bok Vai. She was thrown backwards. Bok Vai used both hands to block in front of her, screaming loudly, "Ah!" The brown bear turned his head to look at Mok Lam Thu and Dak Sa. Dak Sa raised his head to look at the giant bear in front of him, gasping in panic. Mok Thu Lam was also frightened. His whole body stiffened. Tramon turned his head to look at them. He frowned and opened his mouth wide, thinking, "Damn, this big bear is too strong, but now I will withdraw my hand." he turned his head to look at Choo Choo, who was holding his chest, bowed his head, closed his eyes and tried to sing. The melodious melody was still playing. Tramin placed his hand on her shoulder. Blue spiritual energy transmitted from his hand into her body. Tramin thought, Choo Choo will definitely be injured more seriously, but if I don't help, Lam Thu, what should I do? Doxa spread his arms wide, a purple aura emitted around him. His eyes widened, he opened his mouth and shouted loudly, Boss, don't worry, watch me do this. The poisonous snake's purple aura spread out and spread to the brown bear's nose. It raised its head and took a deep breath. Its mouth let out a sound, ha. Then the brown bear bowed his head, braced his arms, exhaled loudly. The purple aura of Doxa was blown away. Doxa's eyes widened, his mouth opened in disbelief and he shouted loudly, oh there. The brown bear's claws stretched out and were about to hit Mok Lam Thu. She was so scared that her whole body stiffened. She couldn't move. She could only stand in place, put her hand out in front of her, eyes wide open and scream, dying. Bok Vai Vai rushed forward. She gritted her teeth and used all her strength to slam her arm into the brown bear's back. Bok Vai Vai screamed loudly and quickly dodged. Bok Vai Vai closed her eyes, opened her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. The brown bear threw up its arms and its whole body began to stagger. Vuong Bao jumped on the brown bear's head. He swung his hand and punched it hard in the eye area. Vuong Bao gritted his teeth and continuously punched, shouting loudly, I will beat you to death, you blind bear. Suddenly, the brown bear's claws reached out and grabbed Vuong Bao's collar. He was shocked, his eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. The brown bear brought Vuong Bao closer to his eyes. It angrily raised its head to look at him, its mouth opened to reveal sharp teeth. Vuong Bao continuously struggled. Choo Choo turned her head to look back. She frowned and shouted, don't do it. The brown bear's whole body shook. His eyes were bloodshot. He angrily opened his mouth and screamed. Choo Choo stood behind him, turned his head to look back and shouted, don't do it. The brown bear suddenly loosened its claws. Vuong Bao took the opportunity to escape. He turned his head and smiled and said to the brown bear's arm, be good, raise it up. The brown bear used all four legs to rush like the wind towards Choo Choo, who was standing not far away. Choo Choo panicked and hid behind Tramin. He blocked in front of Choo Choo, frowning and thinking, what this guy wants to do. The brown bear stopped in front of Tramin. He raised his arms and bowed his head, making a sound. Tramin opened his arms and stood in front of Choo Choo. Seeing the brown bear's actions, he was a little confused. Suddenly he thought of something. Tramin opened his eyes wide and looked at it and asked, wait, you are the big bear that captured Choo Choo before in Van Nguyen's son, right? The brown bear happily winked and raised his hand as if responding to Tramin. Choo Choo put her hand on her chest, looked up at the brown bear and said, ah, is it you? The brown bear's eyes glowed. He lowered his head to look at her, stuck out his tongue, raised his hand. Then it opened its arms wide, closed its eyes, its tongue stuck out, wanting to pounce on Choo Choo. She raised her hand to stop it and cried out in panic, ah, don't. Suddenly Tramin appeared in front of Choo Choo, gave the brown bear a kick in the face, causing its face to twist to one side. Tramin pointed his thumb at his face, angrily shouted, don't come closer, she is mine. Choo Choo opened his eyes wide, pointed forward and shouted, big bear, come help me. The brown bear stood up straight, raised his arms, opened his mouth and screamed loudly. Its eyes were bloodshot, it gritted its teeth, swung its hand out strongly and sent the gray wolf flying away. Hone Tu stared at it. The giant tiger jumped up, opened its mouth wide and tried to bite Hone Tu. Hone Tu gritted his teeth and used his hands full of claws to pull the tiger's mouth tightly. The power burst out, red eyes flashed. Hone Tu used both hands to hold the giant tiger's mouth tightly, tearing it hard, causing the tiger to scream in pain. The brown bear next to him was not inferior. He used his fist to punch hard on the giant tiger's head. The tiger's head hit the floor hard, the stone floor cracked, and debris flew everywhere. The heated fight between Hone Tu and the brown bear caused smoke and dust to fly throughout the room. Seeing this, the wolves trembled all over and continuously retreated. The brown bear flexed his arms to show off his muscles. His mouth curled into an expensive smile, showing off his bright white teeth. Hone Tu also flexed his back to show off his six-pack body, his muscular arms. He bowed his head with a very smug look on his face. Then Hone Tu and the brown bear made adorable faces. Their cheeks turned pink, their mouths cried out, "Chi, chi chi." They launched their giant bodies and rushed towards Choo Choo. She screamed in panic, "Ya!" Hone Tu and the brown bear changed their expressions. Both became fierce, glanced at each other with sharp eyes. A large thunderbolt flashed between them. They thought at the same time, "Oh, who is this kid?" Hon-tu and the brown bear rushed to punch each other. Tramon didn't care. He turned his head to look at Choo-Choo and said, "Choo-Choo, when did you wake up?" Choo-Choo didn't understand and asked again, awake?" Choo-Choo put his hand on his chest and said innocently, "I don't know anymore. It seems to be because of the fruit jam that Mr. Vuong Bao gave me before. After eating that, I felt very comfortable, and I really wanted to sing. Then I discovered that when I sang, Hon was very excited." Choo-Choo was excited, her hands clasped tightly. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Tramon, smiling happily and saying, "Mr. Thamon, this is awakening, so I am just like you guys." Tramon smiled with her eyes narrowed, put his hand on her head and said, "That's right, now you are also qualified to become a female warrior, and moreover, it's that kind of supplement." Choo-Choo lowered his eyes and thought to himself, "With this, Thamon and I are already the same type of people, there is no longer any difference between us." Tramon turned his head to look at Vuong Bao and asked, "Hey, what about that fruit jam?" Vuong Bao was suddenly a bit startled when asked. He took out a bag of dried fruit. The color was extremely attractive. Vuong Bao even held up a piece, smiled happily and said, "Boss wants to eat too. I made it with fruits picked from the mountains, still there's quite a lot left." Looking at the bag of dried fruit in Vuong Bao's hand, Tramon was a bit speechless. He thought, this kid actually turned spirit fruit into fruit jam. He really has many secrets. Tramon collected Vuong Bao's dried fruit package and brought it in front of the girls. He happily said, "Everyone thanks young Master Vuong Bao for the lingonberry jam. After eating, you can restore your strength." Vuong Bao spread his arms and legs, his eyes widened and shouted, Is this a spirit fruit?" Everyone walked together, happily eating dried fruits and chatting happily together. Vuong Bao was left behind, raised his hands high, hurriedly ran after him, shouting loudly, "Whoa, save give me some, before everyone eats them all." In a dark room. Through the screen, a group of Tramon people and brown bears could be seen moving forward together. The dark clan leader wore a yellow mask, looked intently at the screen, crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled and said, Thamon, I really didn't expect you guys to be able to come all this way, but like this, then our weapons will have a place to be used." Vuong Bao turned around and continuously looked around. He said, "The poison trap system has already been used, even the animals have been dispatched. What do you think this final level will be like?" The brown bear used his hand to hit Vuong Bao's head hard. His eyes were bloodshot. He was full of anger and thought, "You are the beast." Vuong Bao was beaten on the head, screaming. His skin was sore. Tramon turned his head and smiled brightly at everyone. He said optimistically, no matter what it would be, no matter what he encountered, it would be useless. He continued to say, "There shouldn't be applause in this place." Tramon finished speaking and looked back. The hallway was empty, everyone had disappeared. He said in bewilderment, "Oh." Tramon felt that the surrounding atmosphere was a bit inappropriate. He wondered, why does it make me feel so out of place? A cold, dark voice rang out, "Thamon, do you still remember me?" Tramon glanced back and thought to himself, this voice sounds very familiar. Tran Long Hai's whole body emitted purple light, his black eyes were empty. He held out his hand, staggered and swayed closer to Tramon, speaking, "Please give me my life back." Looking at Tran Long Hai, his whole body emitted a purple aura, staggering and swaying towards him. His black eyes were empty in his eye sockets. Tramon stretched out his hands, a little confused and asked, "Are you Tran Long Hai? How come possible?" Tramon frowned and stared at him, pretending to be a ghost. "If you want my life, just come and take it." Tran Long Hai's face turned black, his eyes were white, his whole body emitted a purple aura. He reached out his hand to grab Tramon. He looked at him and thought, why is his strength so strong? Tramon clenched his teeth, his expression became serious. He crossed his arms in front of him. Tramon's hands crossed and he reached up to hold Tran Long Hai's hand that was about to be taken down. Tramon clenched his hands and raised them high. He widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, thinking, what, how could he hit me? Suddenly, from the air, a person spread his arms and legs and flew down. He shouted loudly, "Thamon, give me back my life." Tramon heard the shout, raised his head and looked up. He suddenly opened his mouth wide. Tramon frowned and raised his head to look up and shouted, "Master Ingheim, are you still not dead?" Master Ingheim's black eyes were empty. He raised his fist to prepare to punch down. Tramon raised his hand to fight back, but his hand went right through his body. He thought, can't I touch him? Master Ingheim used all his strength to flirt with Tramon. He was hit on the cheek and his face was tilted to one side. Tramon clenched his fists and shouted, sobbing. Tramon narrowed his eyes and stared at Master Ingheim, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He opened his mouth to think, but his fist hit him instead. Mastering Haim and Tran Long Hai both approached Trammin, their black eyes open wide. They stretched out their hands, opened their mouths and shouted, "Famine, come down with us." Trammin used both hands to cover his ears, widened his eyes, opened his mouth and shouted, "No." Trammin leaned against the wall and sat, raising his arms in front of his body, his whole body trembling. Bok Vai Vai looked at him a little worried and asked, "What's wrong with Famine? It seems like he's been poisoned." Doc Sa, standing next to him said, "It's impossible, the boss is invincible, what is the meaning of this?" Bok Vai Vai looked at Mok Lam Thu who was next to him and asked, "What kind of expert does Dark Ancestor still have, and who is the person guarding this pass?" Mok Lam Thu turned his head and looked around and said, "In Dark Ancestor there are 3 third-grade or higher Dharma Guardian experts, but their strength is the same as TM Kan and Tran Long Hai, relying on their strength to kill Tran Long Hai in the blink of an eye. Boss, it's not difficult for him to overcome this hurdle. I don't think we need to worry about the boss either." A cold voice rang out, "There's really no need to worry about Famine, you should take care of yourself first." Mok Lam Thu glanced, she shouted and asked, "Who is it?" Doc Sa spread her arms in front of Mok Lam Thu, her face darkened and shouted, "Be careful." Mok Lam Thu was bumped by Doc Sa, she frowned tightly and closed her eyes. A strong lightning strike created a shock, Doc Sa was thrown away, he shouted loudly, "Ouch, ah." The 3 guardian elders appeared leisurely, the elder took the lead, his left eye was covered with a black cloth, he clasped his hands behind his back and said, "We 3 old men may not be able to deal with Famine, but solving you is not necessarily impossible." Mok Lam Thu opened her eyes wide, looking at the person in bewilderment. She wondered, 3 guardian elders, why are you here, inside? Trammin was still sitting on the ground, leaning his back against the wall, his eyes closed, his hands constantly blocking his body, his whole body trembling, his mouth open to shout something. The elder covered his eyes and lowered his face, smirked and said, "There is a secret weapon invited by the leader to deal with Famine, and about you, traitor." The elder covered his eyes and jumped up towards Mok Lam Thu. He swung his hand out, a stream of spiritual energy swirled in his hand. The attack was aimed at Mok Lam Thu. Preparing to strike her, he shouted, "Go die." An arrow cutting through the wind rushed in. The elder covered his eyes and waved his hand to catch the arrow. His eyes were cold, he said, "Mess, dared to sneak attack me." Vuong Bao lowered the crossbow in his hand. He glared and shouted loudly, "This old man, you took the opportunity to use Sister Mok to peek at the boss to sneak attack, what an unruly thing." The elder covered his eyes and waved his hand in an arc. The arrow flew back, he shouted loudly, "His foul mouth deserved to be killed." Vuong Bao was so scared that his entire body stiffened, his mouth opened and he stood still. Bok Vai Vai stood in front of him, she raised her hand to swipe the arrow away, causing it to rotate a few times and fall. The elder covered his eyes and stared at her, smiled and said with interest, "This girl's armor is not bad, when I finish killing you, I will take off your armor." Bok Vai Vai rushed forward, she shouted loudly, "It depends on whether you have this ability or not, come here." The elder covered his eyes and spread his arms, ready to rush forward. Doc Sa fell lying on the ground. Mok Lam Thu bent down to support his hand. She asked, "Doc Sa, are you seriously injured?" Doc Sa closed one eye. He stood up and said, "Fortunately the boss had just fed him. As a result of Brother Vuong Bao's spirit, my strength was able to break through." One side of Doc Sa's face darkened, emitting a black aura. He opened his eyes wide and glanced at her, smirking evilly and said, "Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have stayed here." Doc Sa continued with a solemn face, "But right now, I feel like we are still not strong enough." Mok Lam Thu frowned and said, I also want to try and see what kind of fighting power we have now, under the guidance of here's the boss's instructions." The only old woman among the 3 elders, standing with her arms crossed and bowing her head facing Mok Lam Thu, she clenched her fists, stood up and said, using these 3 elders to practice her hand. The old woman took out a whip from her sleeve, looked at her seriously and said, "I don't know how much strength I have, so just come and try it." A dagger was thrown to the ground. The remaining elder of the 3 was a young man. He threw the dagger down in front of Chu Chu. She stood there in surprise. He said, "I don't want others to say that I bullied you, little girl. If you want to be whole, do it yourself." The young elder looked at her coldly and said, "What will he say?" Before he finished speaking, Hon Tu was furious, his eyes were bloodshot, he raised his claws from behind Chu Chu, and the young elder asked a little surprised, "Strange beast." The young elder regained his composure, opened his eyes wide, smiled and said mockingly, "I didn't expect my sister to have a war beast, I already looked down on her." He bent over, his hand swung back and the stick in his hand rotated, creating a moving aura. One hand he extended forward, his eyes bloodshot. The young elder smiled and said, pointing, "It's been a long time since I used a stick to beat the dog, let's take a closer look." He hit the stick hard forward, a swirling airflow on the tip of the stick hit Hone-Tu. Hone-Tu jumped high, his eyes flashed red. Hone-Tu waved his hand, swept his claws around to grab the young elder. Suddenly the young elder disappeared right before Hone-Tu's eyes. The young elder appeared right in front of Chu-Chu. She widened her eyes in panic. He said, to deal with a war beast, all you need to do is defeat its owner." The young elder smiled, his eyes smugly saying, "Little sister, you..." Before he finished speaking, a huge bear paw was reaching for his face. The brown bear gave a powerful blow, causing a strong explosion at the impact, and the young elder was thrown far away. Hone-Tu's whole body emitted purple light, the brown bear emitted red light, both eyes flashed red. Standing in front of Chu-Chu, she placed her hand on her chest and stood silently behind them. Chu-Chu raised his hand, closed his eyes and began to sing. A melodious melody rang out. The melody echoed throughout the hallway. Hone-Tu and the brown bear were empowered, their whole bodies were surrounded by purple light, their eyes flashed red. Bok Vai and Mok Lam Thu, Dak Sa were surrounded by Chu-Chu's melody, their whole bodies emitted purple light. Tramin opened his mouth and let out a breath. Tramin stood up, surrounded by a white aura. He opened his mouth and breathed out. He reached back and the blue spiritual energy gathered in his palm. Tramin raised his eyes and said, "You can even die, and yet you still won't let me go. Ha ha, leave." In the hallway, thick white gas was everywhere. Tran Long Hai and Master Ng Haim stood with only black eyes staring at Tramin. Tramin held a dagger and placed it on his chest. He smiled gently and said, "I give you your lives back." Chu-Chu's whole body emitted purple light, his eyes widened, he placed his hand on his chest and shouted in panic, "Don't do it." Mok Lam Thu's whole body emitted blue light, turned around and shouted, "Chu-Chu." Bok Vai's whole body emitted pink light. She frowned and asked, "What's going on?" The elder covered his eyes with one leg and kicked Bok Vai hard. She opened her mouth and screamed loudly in pain. "Oh!" The elder covered her eyes and smiled and said, "How dare you be distracted while fighting?" Tramin stood up, he held his hand towards his chest. Mok Lam Thu, Chu-Chu rushed over. Bok Vai fell on the floor and stretched out his hand. All three panicked and shouted, "Thamin!" The leader of the Dark Patriarch wore a golden mask to cover his face, opened his mouth and laughed loudly, happily saying, "Good, Thamin, Thamin, your third-grade strength is still under my control. It seems I have it's worth using half of the Dark Ancestor Silver City's assets to invite experts." Feet wearing high heels slowly approached. So Vu Hai's whole body emitted a purple aura. She coldly approached step by step. She stepped on Tramon's body with one foot, tried to shake him, looked down from above, and said arrogantly, "This strength still requires me to act, it's tasteless." Tramin immediately stood up, standing in front of So Vu Hai. His face was dark, scaring So Vu Hai. He was startled, his whole body was sweating. He stammered, "This is a poem." The light shined upward from under his chin. Tramon's head emitted a faint red light. His white eyes widened, his face twisted. He opened his mouth wide and whispered, return, life, give, me." Tramin held a flashlight and shined it upside down from under his chin. He whispered, "I died unjustly, give me back my life." So Vu Hai fell down and sat on the ground. She raised her hand to block her face and shouted in panic, "Ah!" Vuong Bao raised his hands to cover his face, tears streaming down his eyes, crying and saying, it's over, the boss has turned into a spirit of vengeance." Tramin silently put his hands behind his back and signaled two fingers to Bok Vai. She was being blindsided by the elder and knocked her face down on the ground. As she crawled up, she looked up and saw Tramin signaling. Bok Vai's whole body was sweating. She bowed her head and smiled, thinking to herself, "This damn guy." Bok Vai swung her leg and kicked hard high, sending the elder covering her eyes flying backwards. The elder's eye cover was thrown back. He angrily gritted his teeth and thought, "What's going on? Isn't her will to fight already broken?" Bok Vai stood up with a strong aura, sharp eyes, clenched her fists and said, "It's my turn." The elder covered his eyes and stretched out his hand. Countless yellow beams of light shot towards Bok Vai. Bok Vai leaned forward to avoid it, reaching out her hand to use the armor on her body to block the yellow beams of light. Bok Vai approached, a strong punch landed on the elder covering his eyes. He gritted his teeth and blocked his arms in front of him. When he was hit, his mouth let out a loud cry. Elder Chan covered his eyes and continuously retreated. Vuong Bao raised his fist and opened his eyes wide, his face excitedly shouting, "Vai is mighty." Mok Lam Thu fell hard to the ground, smoke and dust flew everywhere. The old woman swung her red whip and flew towards her. Mok Lam Thu glanced back, thinking to herself, I can't lose to her, I want revenge, for the old man. Mok Lam Thu stood up, her whole body emitting pink light, suddenly appearing and flying forward. The old woman swung her whip into countless red lines. She smiled and said, What can you do to me? Bok Vai Vai waved her hand and shouted loudly, then slashed her. Mok Lam Thu received a dagger. She opened her eyes wide and stared in shock at the dagger in her hand. The old woman whipped her whip. Mok Lam Thu held the dagger and rushed to cut a line across the path of the old woman's whip. The whip in the elder woman's hand was cut into many pieces. The elder woman trembled, her eyes wide open and her mouth opened loudly. No, tie my fairy work, you destroyed my fairy work again, I want you to pay for it. Mok Lam Thu threw the dagger back to Bok Vai Vai. Bok Vai Vai reached out to catch it. Mok Lam Thu glanced at her, gratefully said, Wait for me to avenge the boss, come thank you later. Bok Vai Vai raised her eyebrows, rolled her eyes and said, Revenge on a ghost, he's fine, he's just kidding. So Vu Hai sat on the floor, leaned back a bit, one hand in front of him, raised his head to look at Tramon and stammered, are you a man or a ghost? Tramon's whole body staggered and shook. Tramon put the flashlight aside, he smiled and looked at her and said, Were you scared too? Listen to your father, scaring people to death, doing that makes it easy to get beaten. So Vu Hai raised his head, widened his eyes and shouted, No, no way, no one can escape my genjutsu, how did you do it? Tramon closed her eyes and bowed her head and said, You are very strong, but I don't fight alone. He remembered just now, when he sat with his back against the wall, bowing his head, Tran Long Hai and Mastering Haim both emitted a purple aura, raised their hands in front and slowly approached him. Tramon raised his hand, blue spiritual energy transformed into a dagger in his palm. Tramon smiled and continued, Leave, leave. The mouth opened wide, screaming, Hey, 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 what are you going to do with my body? Tramon lowered his eyes, sadly looked at the future Tramon and said, I'm haunted by a ghost, making me panic, I can't even hit him, it's both painful and annoying, I can't stand it anymore. My Tramon in the future, he held Tramon's hand that was preparing to stab himself with both hands. He shouted angrily, What are you talking about? Isn't there nothing wrong with me? Tramon frowned, his face full of helplessness. He pointed behind his back. Tramon of the future said, Don't you see, the ghosts of Tran Long Hai and Mastering Haim? Tramon of the future turned his head to look back, said angrily, I didn't see anything, I only saw this pervert trying to hurt my body. The future Tramon turned his head to look at Tramon. He thought for a moment, then said, You were hit by magic, now close your eyes, no need to pay attention to any sounds. Tramon immediately closed his eyes. He thought to himself, no matter what, he couldn't fight them when he saw them, it was better to trust himself. Tramon's body seemed to be floating in a black space with many spots of light, vast and vast. He closed his eyes tightly, countless streams of spiritual energy swirled around him. Tramon of the future said, The attacks from the outside are no longer there. This is the combination of top-level mystical magic and mind magic. I have also heard of this type of expert in the future. Tramon closed his eyes tightly, many light spots surrounded him. He said, What should I do with this opponent? I'm afraid that when I open my eyes I will be controlled by another magic trick. I don't know where my opponent is. I have to react. How to click? The future Tramon smiled brightly and said proudly, Hearing you say this guy is a scary ghost pretending to be a god, you don't mind pretending to be dead to scare him. As long as he shows up, the magic will end. Take the opportunity to flatter him. So Vu Hai raised her head, through her messy bangs, her eyes filled with anger. She opened her mouth and shouted, No way, I don't understand, I'm invincible. Tramon came forward and slapped So Vu Hai's face several times in a row. While slapping him, he said, I promised myself I would beat you, pretending to be a ghost to scare me. So Vu Hai closed his eyes and shouted, Ah, ah. Tramon crossed his arms over his chest, looked down at her from above with a disgusted expression and said, I didn't kill you, but don't think about taking revenge on me either. Your magic is useless to me, you're not invincible either, you go. So Vu Hai fell on the floor, her whole body trembling. She covered her face with her hands, her eyes widened, threateningly said, I will not let this matter go. Remember, sooner or later you will die by my hands. Tramon decisively turned his head, not paying attention to her threat. So Vu Hai covered his face and ran away, screaming as he ran, He died by my hands. Bok Vai Vai waved her hand, countless pink lights emitted from her hand and moved forward. The elder woman was sandwiched between Dak Sa and Mok Lam Thu. She gritted her teeth and swung a palm towards Dak Sa. Mok Lam Thu took advantage of the opportunity to rush forward. The brown bear gritted his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, his hands reached out to grab the young elder's hands, he used force to press down on him. The young elder's whole body trembled, he strained with all his might, biting tightly, teeth, trying to resist the power of the brown bear. Tramin reached out and pulled a pink sword from the vortex of spiritual energy in front of him. He swung his sword and slashed, blue aura flying out. A wall crumbled into many pieces. Tramin carried the sword on his shoulder, the pieces flew behind him. Tramin smiled brightly, his eyes bright and said, "Dare to bully my family, are you tired of living?" The young elder escaped from the brown bear, he turned his head to look at him, panicked and said loudly, "Famine, you're still not dead." Hone too came from behind him, raised his claws, his eyes flashed red and rushed towards him. The young elder glanced disdainfully and said, "Do you want a sneak attack?" He said, "Just the beast dares," then swung a fist, punched Hone too in the stomach. The force of the punch was so strong that the place of impact emitted red light, it screamed in pain, the person was thrown backwards. Cook Bear with a dark face, red flashing eyes, suddenly appeared behind him, it gave a strong blow to his back, the exposed area emitted a red light. The young elder he opened his mouth wide in pain and screamed, his dark eyes no longer had any light. The brown bear turned around, pointed at himself with his thumb, smiled gracefully and winked at Choo Choo. He excitedly exclaimed, "Chi!" Choo Choo looked at him helplessly and sighed. Tramin stretched out his hand, blocking Bok Vai Vai and Mok Lam Thu. He smiled and said, "It's okay, each of you three has an old man, let's rush forward together." Bok Vai Vai and Mok Lam Thu emitted pink light. Bok Vai Vai turned her head, scratched her ears and said, "Is there something talking? Why do I hear the voice but not see anyone?" Mok Lam Thu bowed her head, closed her eyes and said, "This person is dead, so of course she can't see it." No one cares about Tramon's back, his whole body stiffened, feeling a bit of pressure pressing down on the air. He bent down, bowed his head, looked apologetic and said, "You two sisters, I'm just helpless." Both Bok Vai Vai and Mok Lam Thu's bodies emitted pink light. The two girls crossed their arms over their chests, their eyes as sharp as knives shooting towards Tramin. Bok Vai Vai said, "But it seemed like he wanted to pretend to be dead, just to meet a beautiful girl." Mok Lam Thu added, "Moreover, in the end, he did not have the heart to kill that young girl." Tramin bowed his head, clasped his hands together and begged, saying, "Ladies, I was wrong." Choo Choo raised her hand to wipe her tears, she smiled and said, "Poof, haha." Vuong Bao and Doksa hugged each other tightly, tears flowing down. The two of them reassured each other and said, "Well said, boss, yeah." The elder covered his eyes in anger, his veins showing, he clenched his teeth and shouted loudly, "What a group of shameless people, flirting flirtatiously in front of us, do you still need your life?" Tramin frowned at him, said with a serious expression, "From the moment I first saw you, I was itchy, you should die first." Bok Vai Vai stood in front of Tramin, she dizzy, opened her eyes seriously and said, "I don't need you, this third-grade elder is nothing, just leave it to me." Tramin looked bewildered, "Miss." Mok Lam Thu turned her head, glanced at him and said, "I can also do it myself, so that next time no one pretends to die." Tramin broke out in sweat and cried silently, excited. He smiled innocently and harmlessly, raised his hands, two streams of spiritual energy appeared in his hands. Tramin said kindly, "Then let me apply the battle to the two ancestors." Bok Vai Vai stepped on her foot and rushed like an arrow towards the blindfolded elder. He waved his hand, countless red lights shot towards her, he smiled sinisterly and said, "Little girl, your tone is not small, then I will kill you first as an appetizer, next will be Tham, and—" Bok Vai Vai crossed her arms in front of her face, red rays of light shot onto her body. Bok Vai Vai glared, opened her mouth wide and shouted, Damn." Tramon's voice rang out, "What are you afraid of?" Bok Vai Vai raised her fists high, turned her head to look at him. Tramin clasped his hands in front of you. The blue spiritual energy swirled in his hands. Tramin said, "It's just strength, it can't hurt her. With the snake fang dagger, there's no fear that it won't be able to break the strength." Bok Vai Vai's eyes lit up, her face darkened, she hummed, "You've," then smiled and pulled out the dagger. The dagger emitted a pink aura. Bok Vai Vai rushed forward, swung the dagger in his hand, the pink light of the dagger emitted, cutting through the red aura of the elder covering his eyes. He raised his head to look at Bok Vai Vai who was aggressively rushing forward, shouting, "Big, you." The red light reflected on his body, the elder covered his eyes and rolled his other eye white, opened his mouth and said, "Ah." Bok Vai Vai straightened her legs and kicked him, she said, "Go to death." The elder covered his eyes and fell backwards, his mouth opened wide and could not be closed. Tramin looked at this scene, smiling and saying, "Not bad, ah." Suddenly a pitiful scream rang out next to him, "Ah." Mok Lam Thu knelt on the ground, raised her hand to hold the wound on her left arm. She raised her head to look at the elder. The elder waved her broken whip. Although the whip stem was broken, it still emitted rays, red lightning. She looked at Mok Lam Thu and said, This blonde girl, don't be so boastful. Tramin frowned and looked at her. He was worried about transmitting the sound to her. Lam Thu's stealth ability is very good. Under normal circumstances, even I cannot detect it, so fighting is not her forte. Where are you? Hiding your whereabouts and waiting for the opportunity to kill the enemy with one blow. Mok Lam Thu clutched the wound on her arm. She bowed her head. Her hair covered her eyes. Mok Lam Thu's whole body emitted a pale green light. Tramin continued to transmit sound to her. Remember to gather her energy, so that way no one will discover her. Tramin turned around and asked Doc Sa if he knew how to sing. Doc Sa was startled. His eyes widened and he shouted, me. Tramin glanced. He said, anyway, Lam Thu can't fight for a long time. Even if she gathers up, her breathing is unstable. A first-class expert can rely on her. Hearing can judge her location, so sing to confuse the other person's hearing. Doc Sa bit his nails and said shyly, but when I sing, it's not very good. Tramin looked at him and said, it's not like you're debuting in a talent contest, just sing loudly and you'll be fine. Doc Sa's face turned red. He closed his eyes, opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Then his whole body emitted a red light. His face was very serious. He clenched his fists, opened his mouth wide and started screaming. Tramon's eyes exploded. He covered his ears with his hands. His hair stood up. He thought to himself, no, I'm like this, so you can't sing well. The brown bear held his head tightly with both hands, raised his face to the sky and screamed loudly. Buong Bao covered his hands with his eyes in an O-shaped shape. His mouth opened wide and his chin was about to fall. Bok Vai Vai covered her ears with one hand, eyes wide open white. The old woman was angry. Her face was gray as ash. Her eyes were bloodshot. She waved her hand and shouted loudly, shut up for me. Tramin smiled, snapped his fingers loudly. He said, this is the moment. The elder woman's face darkened. Her eyes widened in panic and she said, then, Mok Lam Thu appeared behind her. She waved her hand. Mok Lam Thu stood behind her, waved her hand hard, and the elder woman fell headfirst to the floor. Tramin put his hands on his hips and said with an arrogant expression, these are all good resources. The old man is very satisfied. Bok Vai Vai and Mok Lam Thu's eyes were dark. Their whole bodies emitted a dangerous red light. Both turned their heads to look at him. Bok Vai Vai said coldly, I'll beat you later. Tramin said, I'm wrong, already. Tramin frowned and looked ahead. The door opened. A tall figure stood in the middle of the door. He thought, the deepest door has opened. Leader Amta wore a golden mask, a loose robe, and dark eyes staring at Tramin.